Hey, what's good, fam? It's Kyle Henderson, BamaInsider.com, here with Trey Yannity and Tyler Waldrop. We're excited. We're celebrating the college football season. Thank you very much for joining us. We're watching right now Mississippi State and LSU 34-24. Mississippi State, Mike Leach, they're a sneaky bunch. And, we all knew that LSU coming into this game, a lot of transition from last year, but Mississippi State giving it to them. So post your comments in the comment box. This will be a watch party. So let me tell you a little bit about this. We're watching the game with you. We're not forcing you to stay here. The game is on ESPN, but we're watching the game with you. We're providing commentary. We'll have live stats. We'll provide observations. And then during halftime, we'll take some calls and we'll have a great time. And, so thank you very much for joining us. This is just a watch party. We're just getting together, Alabama Crimson Tide football fans, everybody in one room. Think of it as a chat, as a watch party, and celebrate. So let us know where you're coming from in the comment box. How you guys doing? We got Trey Yannity. He's on the right, and you got Tyler Waldrop on your left. What's up? What's going on, fellas?
Nothing much. Excited for some Bama football. Excited to get this full SEC slate of football back. Some crazy games today, right, guys? We got Georgia on upset alert. Mississippi State now putting LSU there as well. It's been a whole lot of fun so far. What about you, Tyler?
Yeah, I mean, I think I speak for all of us when it doesn't feel like football's back until you're watching the SEC play. And, man, I can't believe the score. The score's not surprising, but I definitely thought LSU would have been up in this one.
Yeah, I think, Mississippi State right now, I think they're going to be a sneaky bunch. I think Mike Leach, this quarterback that he has, he's pretty good. He's pretty talented. Now, there is 12 minutes left in this game. And as soon as, Alabama kicks off, we'll then cover Alabama and provide our commentary there. But, I know there's a lot of Alabama fans out there that are going to want to, get score updates from this particular game because a lot of people would want to see LSU go down. As you saw, Oklahoma went down, which isn't surprising. We were talking about this earlier. It's like Oklahoma fans, like, aren't you accustomed to that? They lost. Didn't they lose to Kansas State last year? They did.
Yeah.
So
same game.
Yeah. Oklahoma, you're out of the playoffs as far as I'm concerned. We're coming to you from Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Remember, the game is on ESPN. This is simply a watch party. We're just getting together, celebrating the college football season. Tyler Waldrop on your left, Trey Yannity on your right, and we're having a great time. So we're going to talk about the game, and then following the game, just all you got to do is stay with us, and we're going to have the post-game show right here on Bama Insider. I have some footage of Bryce Young and Mac Jones early on in Columbia, Missouri, warming up. I'm going to provide those here in a second. Trey, can you get a scoreboard for kind of the top 25 as an overlay while we kind of open up the show, and we'll kind of go from there. I think when we look at, this particular game, and I'll go with you, Tyler. Alabama is such a big favorite in this game, but what are some things that we're kind of, looking forward to, if you will?
I think if you'd asked me like 3 weeks ago, we would have been talking about the quarterbacks, Bryce Young, Mac Jones, Najee Harris. But now I feel like all we want to talk about is the defense. Will Anderson, Christian Barmore, like, aren't those probably the two biggest guys we want to see? We want to see Anderson, what he can do. And then we want to see Christian Barmore. Is he going to play? And if so, is he going to start? Is he in a reserve role? That's kind of what I'm more interested in watching now. And I can't believe I'm saying that.
Yeah, there's so many storylines. What about for you, Trey? Going into this game, I wrote a kind of a microscope, a couple guys that I'm watching for today. I think people are going to clearly be watching the play of Mac Jones. What about for you?
And kind of to go off of what Tyler was saying too, I'm super interested to see how this class of now sophomores makes the adjustment this year. Starting 4 freshmen last year, 5. And now 2 freshmen starting this year. The sophomore class is going to have to step up. You're getting Dylan Moses back. You have some experience there to anchor it a bit, but you need to see guys like Josh Jobe and some of the defensive linemen, Barmore, come back and really make a stance today. And on the offensive side too, I think Trey Sanders is one player I want to highlight because you have probably the best running back in the country in Najee Harris, but Trey Sanders is going to get a chance today, and it's going to be really interesting to see how the kid plays. You remember he was forecasting that Heisman Award before his freshman season. Didn't get to play last year, but we'll get to see it today.
Yeah, definitely. All right. So, and I want to explain something. A lot of people are asking, are we going to stream the game? The short answer is no. ESPN has those rights. You can't stream. They would shut down our YouTube channel. So no, we can't stream the game. The game is on ESPN. I'm sure everybody has ESPN. It's at 6:00. They have the ESPN app. What this is simply a watch party. We're going to provide some analysis. We're going to talk with you. We're going to take your calls at halftime. We're just going to talk about the game. And then after the game, we're going to have the post-game show where we're going to have our full call-in show. I'll take your calls, and we'll have Nick Saban's press conference. So that's kind of how it's going to work. And I know a lot of people are out there, they see it live, and they're like, are they going to show the game? No. The game is on ESPN. And we're not forcing you to stay here. It's games on ESPN. We're just talking Alabama football. So thank you for joining us. The game will be here in 8 minutes. We'll take some commercial breaks as well. I mean, we're having pizza, we're having wings, we're just we're having a watch party, and then after the game we'll have the post game call-in show. So Alabama the big favorite right here, as you see. LSU trailing Mississippi State. You think this Mississippi State team could be, looking like the wild card, right, in the SEC?
Definitely, yeah. And I think anytime you have a new, fresh head coach, anything can happen. They can come in and turn around a program. And in a year that's so affected by COVID-19 and a year that's so different than any other year we've seen in recent history, it's really anybody's for the taking. You guys talked about it on our Friday show yesterday. This is kind of an opportunity for teams like Mississippi State to step up and kind of make a name for themselves. And of course, you got to keep in mind LSU's a lot different this year. There is no Joe Burrow, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, Justin Jefferson, Chase. A lot of these guys, they're all gone now. So this offense is having to reset, and obviously they're struggling a little bit here now, down 10 with only about 11:30 to go in this one. But why not Mississippi State at this point? Very fun sleeper team.
Go ahead, Tyler. I gotta do some uploading on Mr. Bryce.
No, yeah, I'll take over. Trey, I feel like this says more about the coaching staff that's been in Starkville the last couple of years, and less about the talent on the roster. Because there's not been this huge influx of talent in Mississippi State in the last 12 months. This is more or less a lot of the same guys that were on the team last year, and to me, this just says a lot, and it looks like LSU might have scored. Yeah. Okay.
That?
So,
oh my goodness,
really, really great touchdown there. So LSU's down 4 points with an extra point coming up. That's crazy.
All right. So give the score update, fellas.
So Mississippi State's now up 34-30, but we'll have an extra point coming up here. So looking like a 3-point game with 11 minutes left. I would not have picked this as maybe the game of the day.
Oh, CBS had it right apparently here.
Yeah.
This is going to come down to the wire. What do you guys think about LSU though this year? Is this going to be kind of what we see all year? Or is this just kind of them struggling out of the gate?
No, I think what happens, you're seeing it right now, is the excitement every single weekend. Right. I know that Alabama is the big favorite in this particular matchup, but hey, our good friend Colin needs some more cowbells. What's up, Colin? Thank you so much. Good to see you, man. He was one of my good friends in the neighborhood. Everyone's talking about Tony saying they just scored. But like I was alluding to, like you're going to see this type of these matchups every single weekend with the gauntlet of the SEC. So I think it's better football. Fans know that Alabama is the big favorite in this particular one, but look at the next 3 games. Texas A&M. That quarterback is a menace. Kellen Mond. You look at the past, stats that he's put up on Alabama. The guy is a problem. Jimbo Fisher, maybe he's not so much a problem. Nick Saban's done great against him. And then you have Ole Miss, Lane Kiffin. He's got some tricks. He showcased, against Florida. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And then you got Kirby Smart. And all those guys are former assistant coaches.
Right. But this is why, this is just one reason why Nick Saban's been pushing for a 9-game, 10-game SEC slate for years. And he's, typically been the only coach that's voiced support for that. The other coaches are like, nah, we don't want to, maybe because they don't want to play Alabama. But this is why that's great for fans. And you get why maybe, Florida or Georgia or, some of these other teams, especially in the East, why they don't want to play 10-game SEC slates. But I know from my opinion, I'd definitely rather watch the slate of games we had today, Auburn, Kentucky, Ole Miss, Florida. That was a lot more entertaining than, the typical, matchups we get, the kind of warm-up games for most of these SEC teams. And those, it's good to see some of those games. And sometimes we have those great upsets like Troy LSU a few years ago. But if I have to pick one, I'm gonna want to see more of these SEC games, hands down.
All right. And I have to tell everyone, Keith on the comments, he's like, roll tide, Kyle. Roll tide, buddy. Santa Fe was amazing. That's my hometown, by the way, in New Mexico. So I'm glad you were able to visit there. My mom lives in Santa Fe. She's actually visiting right now with the grandchildren, so she's loving it. But Santa Fe is definitely a beautiful place. Like I said, this is a watch party. We're not streaming the game. We're just talking about the game with you guys. We're going to take your calls at halftime. And then, of course, after the game, it's the post-game show. We're going to take commercials. We're going to have fun. We're eating pizza. We're eating wings. Super chats tonight. Go to the BamaInsider.com staff. I got to feed these guys. I got to feed Trey, got to feed Tyler. So if you're out there and you want to contribute super chat wise, we appreciate it. Also hit the thumbs up button. We appreciate you guys being here on our channel. We're really trying to grow to 50,000 subscribers. I know there's so much, of you on that follow our coverage, and we really appreciate it. But we want to put on a good product, good audio, good lighting, good, all that stuff really matters. And of course, we got to feed the big guy too, Andrew Bone. And we sent Tony. He's in Colombia, and I put Colombia last night, and people were like, "Dang, he's in Colombia, like South America." And I was like, "No, he's in Colombia, Missouri." I don't know which one is worse. No offense to fans from Missouri. I'm just playing. So Tony's up in Colombia, so he'll be reporting to us from the game after the game. I got Tyler, I got Trey with me tonight. This is a watch party and really a celebration of the college football season. I mean, how many times did we watch those first couple of games and we were like, oh man, just a couple more weeks for Alabama football, and it's finally here. It's finally tonight. It looks like we're just 2 minutes away from Alabama football. This is a watch party. It's a celebration. So thank you very much for being here. Watch the game on ESPN. You don't have to watch us. You can join us. You can chat with us. But Alabama football is what you want to watch. So I get it. This is just a watch party, and I'm here with my guys. So hanging out. Let us know where you're coming from in the comment box. And thanks for checking out our tailgate show. That was fun last night. We had Mick Gillespie. He's going to be here later on in the night as well. He provides some great energy. And we had the show on Jocks today, radio. So a lot of positivity going into the season. We'll see how Alabama fares here in 1 minute from kickoff. So we're going to switch over to Alabama on our TV, and you guys should too. I'm sure you guys are already there. And we'll talk Alabama. Let's get some score predictions in, guys. What do you guys think kind of going into this game? We'll start with you, Tyler.
Score prediction. That's tough. I think it was maybe Mick that said it best last night. Somebody said Alabama could pretty much just write the score they want. I'm going to guess Alabama 52. I'm going to guess Missouri 17-21, somewhere in that range. I'm honestly, I would pick Alabama to cover the spread. I'm not convinced it happens. I think I wouldn't be surprised to see Missouri score some garbage time points to kind of cover that late.
No points. I mean, this defense is, the expectations for the defense are perfection, right? I wrote an article today talking about that, the defense is under a microscope. I mean, you got to. I can't believe another comments on here is from Jeremy saying that he's been to Clovis, New Mexico. Are you kidding me, Jeremy? I've been there several times. You ever had an Allsup's burrito? Let me know in the comment box. Trey, let's go with you. What is your score prediction right now for this matchup?
Yeah, I feel like we're seeing a lot of 45, a lot of 50s in that points range. And I like all that, but I've heard a lot this week about how pesky this Missouri defense is. So I think Bama's going to win this game. And I think they probably covered too at 27.5, I believe it is. But I think my final score is going to be a little bit lower. Give me 35-3 in this one. I think the defense steps up. I'm with you, Kyle.
35-3. That just seems, that doesn't seem as big as I thought. I think that's right at the spread.
Yeah, no, I think they cover. And I just think that's, more of a product of how slow this offense and every offense in the country is going to kind of get out of the gate this year just because of how weird this offseason has been. But they could run it up. Mac attack. It's here now.
All right. Keith is saying 49-3. I'm kind of like, I'm with Keith right here. Maybe because he just visited Santa Fe. I don't know. But I think like 56-3. I think the thing about it is Alabama starts out so hot. And I'm going to tell you why. I think Alabama is going to win big. We're going to take just a quick break, and we'll be right back. And I'll provide my score prediction. But thank you so much for joining us. We're right here on the watch party. The game's going to start right after this. Who do we got right here? We got Cincinnati and is this
Army?
The Black Knights.
This is Army?
Oh, yeah.
All right. Okay. What's the score on this game? We still have a little bit of time, right?
I think there's about 90 seconds left in the game.
Okay, cool. We're going to take a quick pause. We'll be right back, and we'll continue to talk Alabama against Missouri tonight Game is in Columbia, Missouri. Kickoff time was scheduled for 6 o'clock. Looks like it's going to be a little bit delayed because of this Cincinnati Army game, but we will have fun. It's a watch party. It's a celebration right here on BamaInsider.com, coming to you from beautiful Tuscaloosa, Alabama. We got Tony up in Columbia, Missouri, and we'll be right back on the show. I got a trivia question for you right now. Alabama Crimson Tide football fans, what's going on? It's Kyle Henderson of BamaInsider.com. First, I want to thank you for listening to the BamaInsider.com tailgate show. And secondly, I want to invite you to the postgame call-in show immediately following Alabama in Missouri. Mick Gillespie and myself, Kyle Henderson, will be taking your calls and providing instant analysis from what we learned following Alabama in Missouri. Which freshmen stood out? Top performers, things you need to know following Alabama in Missouri. Please join us for the post-game call-in show right here on BamaInsider.com with Kyle Henderson. Hope to see you soon. Alabama Crimson Tide football fans, what's going on? It's Kyle Henderson of BamaInsider.com. First, I want to thank you for listening to the BamaInsider.com tailgate show. And secondly, I want to invite you to the post-game call-in show immediately following Alabama in Missouri. Mick Gillespie and myself, Kyle Henderson, will be taking your calls and providing instant analysis from what we learned following Alabama in Missouri. Which freshmen stood out? Top performers, things you need to know following Alabama in Missouri. Please join us for the post-game call-in show right here on BamaInsider.com with Kyle Henderson. Hope to see you soon. All right, we're back right here on BamaInsider.com. Thank you very much for joining us tonight. This is a watch party. It's a celebration, and someone else is celebrating right now. It's LSU. Trey, put that LSU score on the ticker at the bottom of the screen. I think LSU just tied it. Is that right? Did they just tie it, Tyler?
Let me pull it up real quick.
Someone said they just tied it. So this is a watch party. The game is on ESPN. And right now the game is not on ESPN because we're watching Cincinnati and Army. They're just finishing up. And we got our first super chat of the night. Awesome. Yes. Rammer Jammer, what's up? Love the avatar. It looks like, that bass. Big. Was that a smallmouth bass? Appreciate it. Let's go, Ramajam. Remember, all super chats go to the staff right here at BamaInsider.com. Thank you very much. Looks like this game is closing out. Cincinnati is beating Army in a minor thriller, 24-10. Next up, BamaInsider.com will provide our thoughts, our commentary on Alabama in Missouri. So, Tom, what's up, Tom? We appreciate it. Thank you, Ramajam, by the way. Okay. Thank you, Trey. You got it up on the screen. 34-34. Put the time on there too, so people put a gentle time on there. Okay. Wow. The game, hey, Global, the game, everyone, the game is on ESPN. This is not, I know a lot of people aren't, that's going to be the number one question tonight. The game is not, we're not streaming the game. We can't. ESPN owns those rights. This is just a watch party. It's a celebration with our Alabama football fans. Game is on ESPN right now. Alabama's walking onto the field. They'll take on Missouri, and game is right now on ESPN. So hop on over to ESPN, and you can continue to join us with the watch party. But we got Alabama taking on Missouri. We're going to be here the whole time. So if you guys want to dip out, and you guys want to come back and just hang out with us, put us in the chat box, that's fine. I mean, we're not trying to take you guys away from the game. Do not do that. We watch the game. We're all watching the game. And then after the game, I definitely want you on for the post-game show, as we're going to have Nick Saban's press conference and my ticket calls, tonight. So watch the game. It's about to start here on ESPN. So go to ESPN and keep us in mind as you guys go throughout, commercial breaks, whatever. We're just going to be providing analysis throughout the night. So you guys want my score prediction? I think it was 56-3. So there you go. 56-3 is easy, right?
Higher up, yeah.
Appreciate it. What's up? What's up, Jackie? We see you. We appreciate it. Thank you so much for being here. Here's the Loyalty Club update. Can we watch it on YouTube? You know what, Joseph? I don't think you can. That they wouldn't allow. ESPN, is pretty strict about where their distribution goes. So you got to only go through ESPN. I get it. Everybody's got to make the ends meet, and ESPN has the right. So game is on ESPN. Here's our super chat leaderboard. Let me pull that up real quick.
Kyle, how many super chats do we need to buy the rights to the Alabama game?
We need probably we need some heavy hitters. Let's just put it that way. We're gonna need Randall Williams to come through. We're gonna need bombs to drop, many bombs. We got Tony Hill, we got Gary Franklin, of course, Rammer Jammer just moving up there as well. And thank you to everybody. And I know everybody can't super chat, and I know that a simple thumbs up helps. That just helps our channel grow. And most importantly, the biggest thing you can do is to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Missouri's running onto the field right now. I just want to give a quick shout out to our touchdown club and our loyalty club. Hit the join button at the bottom. All the support helps. So just you guys hanging out. But the game's on ESPN. You guys I'm not forcing you guys to hang out. This is just a watch party. We're just celebrating. I got my guys, Trey Yannity on the right and Tyler Waldrop on the left. We're going to be providing stats, scores, analysis. Trey, what are you most excited about? Because, the season is finally here. I feel like it's like an early Christmas.
I know it. This is just, I think what I'm most excited about is that we're sitting here. We have our health. We're watching Alabama football. This is just to have this moment, just moments now before kickoff is really exciting. And, I think in game, though, what I'm most excited to see, a new kicker. Let's see if we can make some field goals this year. Maybe some extra points. That'd be nice.
What about you, Tyler?
I listening to Trey, I think he mentioned health and maybe something else before Alabama football. I think I would have mentioned Alabama football before I've mentioned my health. I'm like Trey said, I'm just glad to be watching football. I mean, Kyle, you said it last night on the tailgate show. I think you're just the most exciting part is going to be the opening kick. Like, there's we don't know who's going to be the punter. Yeah. I mean, Tony's reporting now that, I think it's going to be walk on,
Sam Johnson.
Yeah. But until today, we didn't even know who the punter was going to be. I was excited to see who the punter was going to be. I'm excited about everything involved with this game.
All right, cool. We're going to take a quick commercial, and then we will be right back, and we will talk about this game between Alabama and Missouri. This is going to be the longest minute of our lives before this game gets going. So hang tight. We will be right back here on BamaInsider.com. Alabama Crimson Tide football fans, what's going on? It's Kyle Henderson of BamaInsider.com. First, I want to thank you for listening to the BamaInsider.com tailgate show. And secondly, I want to invite you to the postgame call-in show immediately following Alabama in Missouri. Mick Gillespie and myself, Kyle Henderson, will be taking your calls and providing instant analysis from what we learned following Alabama in Missouri. Which freshmen stood out? Top performers, things you need to know following Alabama and Missouri. Please join us for the post-game call-in show right here on BamaInsider.com with Kyle Henderson. Hope to see you soon. Here we go. We got the kickoff of the 2020 season. All right, just sit back, enjoy it. Game's on ESPN. I'm telling you, we're not streaming the game. We're just providing commentary to this particular game. And here we go. Thank you for this college football season. Yes.
We made it.
We made it. All right, here we go. So Alabama will be returning. And as you saw on the depth chart, Jalen Waddle, Devontae Smith.
You know what? I'm going to go ahead and call it a little Jalen Waddle kickoff return to start the year.
Oh, wow. Yes. Yes. All right, here we go. All right. And where did that ball go? That ball, did that ball just go completely out?
Here
Yeah.
comes it went out of the back.
All right.
Cleared the
Well,
back
Hey,
completely.
there, Sarkeesian, he wasn't wearing his mask. Did you see that? He wasn't like his mask was down. All right. So here comes Mac Jones. Last year, 71%. What was it, 1,100 yards, 13 touchdowns? I don't know if those stats are correct. I have to check those ESPN. I'm not sure. All right. Here we go. Thank you so much, Gary, by the way. We appreciate it. All right. First look at this offense. How many, post in the comment box, how many plays before Alabama scores? I'm going to say 6.
I'm going to go, you know what? I'm going to go 3. I think they're efficient here. This is usually how the season starts. We saw it a couple years ago against Florida State. 2 plays, and they're in the end zone. I'm going to keep it low here at 3.
All right. You got Devontae Smith on the outside. Mac Jones. Ooh, okay. You know, Missouri's defense, I mean, people are talking about Missouri's defense.
It's aggressive. It's pesky. It's going to create some problems. You know, it's going to be interesting to see how they use the tight end today, too. We see Miller Forrestall getting the start there on the left side.
Carl Tucker was also out there.
Yeah.
And a lot of people are saying they can't watch it because of DirecTV and Disney. I'm sorry. I mean, the game's on ESPN. So if you guys have the ESPN app or something like that, I don't know, like YouTube TV, that's a good solution. I mean, I don't know. So we're just talking about the game. We're having a watch party. So guys, you dip out, you guys watch the game, be with your family, be with your friends, but know that we're here so you guys can keep coming in and out. We're just providing insider analysis. And thank you so much to the super chats. They go a long way. Following the show, we'll do the post-game show. I'll have Nick Saban's press conference. We got it all for you. Stats and Trey's keeping you updated on that LSU and Mississippi State game. That is going down to the wire. All right, Mac Jones, second play of the game. Man, Devontae Smith gets lit by Ty Gillespie. Ooh. Wow. Bama will not score on the opening drive. Harlem, that's what he's saying. All right, well, we're about to see. Man, Devontae Smith, Missouri coming out, right?
Yeah, that defense looks good so far.
All right,
like it. What did you guys think of those Mac throws there? It looked like he was maybe trying to force it a little bit on those first 2.
All right, so it was the first 3 and out. Wow, for Alabama. And it looks like that's Sam Johnson, right? The punter. Okay, that was a little strange. All right, so Bama 3 and out. Wow, I didn't expect that, right?
Yeah, not the start we expected. That's for sure.
Punter situation sucks. Chances Sports is like, yeah. I mean, just say it, man. I mean, I think I don't think Ty Perrine made the trip. I don't think Charlie Scott made the trip. So, the puncher tonight is Sam Johnson. All right. So here comes Sean Robinson. He's a transfer from TCU, set out last season, 2016 Gatorade Player of the Year. Let's see what he can do. Remember, the game's on ESPN. This is just a watch party celebration. All right. Here we go. Did you see that? Did you see who was back there? Okay. The blow up was on Christian Harris, but did you see William Anderson? Watch this, the replay of this.
Right off the jump, we get some William Anderson.
Oh my goodness. That was crazy. It was unbelievable. William Anderson, wow. I mean, microscope. When you guys rewatch that was unbelievable.
And how nice is it to see Dylan Moses standing in there right now?
Oh, yeah. All right. So that was big right there. Yeah, Dylan Moses. Man, Christian Harris on the big blow up. I hope they show a replay of that. Wow.
Yeah.
It was unbelievable.
It's the opposite of what we saw on the offensive side of the ball. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Wow. And I knew this defense would come out playing with this type of aggression, right? The chip on their shoulder. I mean,
just to disrespect this offseason, all of last season. Oh,
yeah. I mean, that's been the weak point. All right, look, here comes the heat right here.
Big third down to begin this game.
Boom! Christian Harris, 2 big plays. Wow.
Christopher Allen getting in there, too.
Yep. That's Christian. So check this out. You got Chris Allen, Christian Harris, and Dylan Moses. Where are they from, Tyler?
Louisiana.
Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Look at that. That's a sophomore getting right to the quarterback.
That's just a missed assignment.
Oh, yeah. That's just an angry Bama defense. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, Jance is like speed. Wow, that you're right. I mean, Christian Harris, my goodness.
Yeah.
And so Alabama fans, I mean, know this. I mean, when Dylan Moses leaves, it's going to be sad, but you should be happy because Christian Harris returns. He's basically the same guy.
Christian Harris, who we haven't really even talked about because we've been talking about Dylan Moses, William Anderson. Like how many times have you said Christian Harris's name in the past 2 weeks, Kyle?
I mean, he's a baller. I mean,
Yeah.
he's coming up. I mean, if you saw his interview on YouTube, hey, put a ticker of this particular game down at the bottom. Yeah, Christian Harris, complete baller. I think everything that you want in a prototypical inside linebacker, just the most dangerous sophomore on defense probably in the country. Yeah, Jacob, what's up, man? Yeah, Harris came to eat. Hey, games on ESPN. It's a watch party. It's a celebration. Here's Alabama's second offensive possession. Let's see what they can do.
Ooh, pop
There you
past to
go.
Waddle.
Yep. There he goes. Man, is that Gillespie? That's Ty Gillespie again. That guy's a menace.
Man, all over the field.
Yeah, he's good. Kind of reminds me of like a Grant Delpit, but might be better. Jeez, that guy's good. Wow, these guys came to play. You know, how much preparation one of these both teams. I mean, all they did for the last couple months is watch each other's films, you know.
Exactly.
I mean, Alabama's really not changing much.
And you got to wonder how much, too, is just not getting a spring game this year, not getting as much training camp.
Yes.
Maybe some rust on both sides.
Here we go. Mac Jones down. Yep, there you go. John Mechie.
The number change. I like it. 8 on him now.
Yeah, people were like, you know, who's going to be Alabama's third wide receiver? I told you guys in fall training camp, it's John Mechie.
The reigning 8A MVP.
Yeah, I mean, dude's a complete baller.
Yeah. You really got to think John Mechie came in and maybe forced Tyrell Shavers out to an extent because he saw the writing on the wall there. Tyrell Shavers making a big play in that Mississippi State LSU game today, though. Najee.
Not a good start to the campaign there.
No.
Missouri's defense is salty.
Get into the backfield. You wonder how soon before we see Trey Sanders' first taste here.
What's that update on that Mississippi State LSU game?
37-34 Mississippi State, now 6:31. We'll get the scoreboard up here for you.
Oh, my goodness. Mississippi State is
number 8, Texas, trailing by 8 right now, too. Texas Tech.
All right, here goes. Mac Jones, see what he can do. You know there's no crowd noise there. I don't think they can simulate it. All right. Najee Harris. Ooh, all right. Just short of that first down.
Big 11 yards from Najee.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, did you see the run blocking on that? It looked great.
Yeah.
Yeah. Easy first down. Just massive push. Look at Emil Ikior just pushing people. I mean, just around.
That was basically a quarterback sneak, and Mac Jones picked up like 5 yards.
Yeah, I mean, look at the offensive line. Someone put out the average of him was like 300 and what was it, like 40 pounds or something like that? And those guys are
so physical,
pushing weight.
So physical.
I like this drive. It's imposing, right? A lot more power on this drive. Good throw by Mac to Mechie. And let's see what happens here. Ooh, Mac going deep. There it is.
Oh, man. Some PI there at least. Looked like there was a lot of contact up top.
Cameraman, I don't know. That was double coverage. All right, let's see. Devontae Smith. Was the ball there, most importantly? Yeah.
Yeah.
The ball was there, but so was
good coverage.
The coverage was good. And you might be right.
It looked like a little, just maybe a hands to the face, if nothing else.
Yeah.
I think he's getting away with that because he looked back right before the ball got there.
I like it. I like it.
You got the best receiver in the country there.
Okay,
maybe
let's see.
give the defender
Look at that. Look at that ground game.
Man.
Oh, Gillespie, man. Jeez. Good run.
Back to laying the shoulder.
Yeah, I'm telling you, this running attack, I mean, this offensive line. So look at
he's down.
Who is this guy, man? Oh man, I hope it's not a terrible injury. Man. All right, though, when they take timeouts, we might take timeouts as well. This is a watch party. It's a celebration. Alabama's marching on the field. A young man from Missouri down on the play. Hopefully he's not injured too bad. That was a big collision by Najee, right? All right, we're going to take a commercial break. We'll be right back right here on Bama Insider. This is the Watch Party Games on ESPN. Catch you guys in just a second. Alabama Crimson Tide football fans, what's going on? It's Kyle Henderson of BamaInsider.com. First, I want to thank you for listening to the BamaInsider.com tailgate show. And secondly, I want to invite you to the postgame call-in show immediately following Alabama in Missouri. Mick Gillespie and myself, Kyle Henderson, will be taking your calls and providing instant analysis from what we learned following Alabama in Missouri. Which freshmen stood out? Top performers, things you need to know following Alabama in Missouri. Please join us for the post-game call-in show right here on BamaInsider.com with Kyle Henderson. Hope to see you soon. Alabama Crimson Tide football fans, what's going on? It's Kyle Henderson of BamaInsider.com. First, I want to thank you for listening to the BamaInsider.com tailgate show. And secondly, I want to invite you to the post-game call-in show immediately following Alabama in Missouri. Mick Gillespie and myself, Kyle Henderson, will be taking your calls and providing instant analysis from what we learned following Alabama in Missouri. Which freshmen stood out? Top performers, things you need to know following Alabama in Missouri. Please join us for the post-game call-in show right here on BamaInsider.com with Kyle Henderson. Hope to see you soon. All right, we're back. Alabama marching down the field right now. We've got a score update for you at the bottom of the screen. It's LSU, Mississippi State. Looks like Mississippi State is taking a late lead in that game. Missouri defender getting helped off the field. Hope he's okay. Remember, all super chats tonight going to the staff right here at Bama Insider. Hit the thumbs up button. We appreciate you guys being with us. This is a watch party. It's a celebration. After this, we got the post-game show. I'm going to take your calls. We're going to talk about what we learned from this game, and we're going to have Nick Saban's press conference. It's going to be great. Mac Jones right here leading this offense down. Najee Harris doing work. And, this ground attack, right? I mean, this is what you want to see from Alabama. This is what you want to see from this offense, right?
Really, this offensive line, I think they've looked just as good as Najee have, creating so many holes and just allowing him to get space. You give that guy any bit of space, it's going to get dangerous.
Yeah, especially in this part of the field. And Waddle's been in motion and on most of these runs too. There's Devontae Smith.
Oh, I love that play call.
Okay.
Man. That's just I love that because it creates so much space by having, sending him in motion, maybe drawing a defender, and then just putting the brakes on there, making a nice play, getting down the sideline.
All right, Mac Jones right now, 3 of 6, 30 yards. I don't know if that is correct. We'll have to check. Is that what your stat says, Trey, as well?
Right now we have Mac Jones at 3 for 6,
30 yards,
30 yards.
Okay,
yep.
Cool. Najee Harris, 6 rushes, 35 yards, and
here's carry 7.
7, just short.
Not quite in the end zone there.
Okay, now if I'm Steve Sarkisian, I'm feeding Mr. Campaign.
Yeah,
right.
I mean, let's. You would think if Najee's going to make a run at the Heisman, which is what we believe at this point, then the campaign needs to start now.
All right, let's get it in. And by the way, like I said, game is on ESPN. Watch it there. Hang out with us. It's just a watch party. It's a celebration. As Alabama looks to punch it in the end zone the first time of the season. And could this? Ooh, just short. All right.
Looks like second effort's going to get Najee to the 1 right there. So third and goal. So, I mean, Kyle, are you even thinking about the next play?
No. I'm having a nightmare flashback of that Auburn game when Steve Sarkisian decided to throw the ball and it was a pick 6. So run the ball with Najee Harris, that 100%. I mean, come on. That's what you got to do. Get louder. The cheerleaders are holding signs that say "Get louder" to like the 12,000 fans that are there. You can't.
The 0.1% of the capacity.
Looks like some of our fans are a little ahead of us. Touchdown, Najee Harris.
There we go. You called it, Kyle.
Of the season. Yeah, I mean, everyone going to do that again. That was a great drive by Alabama. I want to bring up that drive summary. Trey, update that scoreboard. And I want to go by. I want to look at what Najee has done so far. 8 rushes, 38 yards with a touchdown, averaging 4.8 yards per carry. You guys impressed with Najee Harris? I mean, this is pretty much the campaign we expected.
Oh, yeah. It's hard not to be impressed with Najee Harris. I mean, this guy continued to work, earned that starting role last year, and has just dominated. You know, this is a guy that I think works harder than most running backs in the country in the weight room, at practice. Exciting to see him get the first touchdown of the season.
All right.
I mean, and this backs up what Sarkisian said a couple weeks ago. He mentioned a little bit that Alabama might run the ball a little more this year. And if you look back when Mac Jones took over after, to his injury, Alabama, it was a subtle shift, but it was a shift to run the ball more. And that's kind of why Najee became such a big deal late. And I mean, I don't know why you would go away from Najee Harris after what he did the last 5-6 games last year. So, I mean, that's the drive I thought Alabama should come out and put together.
Yeah, right. A lot more fundamental there. Just a lot more, I guess, controlling, the pace was Alabama's on that drive. I think that's what's most exciting. The first drive, it just seemed like you got to get out some jitters. You have to kind of pace yourself a little bit. But that time, Mac Jones taking control. Mac attack. That's what we like to see. Najee getting into the TD there.
All right. So that was a 1-yard rush by Najee Harris. Scoring drive, 12 plays, 66 yards, 4 minutes and 47 seconds. Alabama leads 7-0. Najee doing a great job early on in this game. I think I talked about this actually, that I said I felt that, the Alabama rush game would really be a part of Steve Sarkisian's game plan overall early on. And that's something that Sarkisian has said time and time again. He said that, his offense is built off an offense that can run the ball, and that's going to open up the passing game. So don't be surprised if you start to see Mac heat up later on in the second and third quarter when Bryce gets in, whenever that may be. I know we're all salivating to see, Bryce Young play. But, man, that was a really imposing drive. 12 plays, 66 yards, 4 minutes and 47 seconds. Alabama leading Missouri 7-0. This is Bama Insider. We're having a watch party. It's a celebration. Game is on ESPN, so I'm not begging you to stay with us by any means. I mean, watch the game, hang out with us. That's kind of how it'll be. And we appreciate a thumbs up. And of course, those super chats are so sweet. So if you get, inkering to drop us a super chat, do it right here on BamaInsider.com. Tyler, this Missouri defense, they're pretty salty.
Yeah. I mean, better than I think either of us expected, right? I think we thought, we didn't expect Alabama to go 3 and out on the very first drive of the season. Not with Waddle, Devontae, Najee. Like, these are playmakers. We thought Alabama's, you said what, 52-3? That was your final score prediction?
Yeah, 56-3. Zoom in on those stats, right? So people can see them nice and tight. On it's kind of that. Yeah, there you go. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Close and personal.
Yes, 8 rushes, 38 yards, longest of 13. You got to give props to that Alabama offensive line, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they did a fantastic job. And I wasn't, at all surprised to see that offensive line doing a great job.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Emil Ekiyor, Deontay Brown, I would feel comfortable running behind those guys, right?
Part the C's.
And how about this? Will Reichard with the PAT. All right.
Yeah.
I mean, how about that?
Didn't even stress. Didn't even think about it. Right?
You never know with the Alabama PATs. I mean, until we have like 50 in a row or whatever, I'm going to just kind of hold off. Okay. So Alabama up, and this will be, see what Missouri's offense can do. I'm telling you, fam, keep an eye on Will Anderson. I'm telling you. Bombs just said it for me. William Anderson is unbelievable.
He's going to need Christian Harris to slow down if he's going to make any plays, though, after that first drive.
Jance is like, you had to bring up the kicking. I mean, Had to. This is something that, that we're all accustomed to.
Yeah, this is something we need to address. This is the one area.
More wackiness in the Big 12. Surprise, surprise. Texas Tech about to beat Texas 56-48.
How many top 10 teams are going to go down today?
Yeah, will the real teams please stand up? Right? Is that a final?
Still got
Mississippi
about
State beating LSU
minutes,
44. What was that? 44-38?
44-34, 10-point lead.
Here we go. All right, little rollout by Sean Robinson. Okay, that was major yardage on that play.
Mm-hmm.
How about Dylan Moses breaking out, catching up to him?
Yeah, that's good call out right there. Dylan Moses looks good. And no offense to Shane Lee, but that's just a play that he doesn't make, right?
No.
He just lacks that speed and space. Dylan Moses, Christian Harris, those are those guys who are able to provide that speed, right?
Just that explosion, that burst
that
off.
pop.
Yeah,
They got it. Okay. Let's see. Missouri trips to the left, motioning a wide receiver. Sean Robinson looks like the handoff. Ooh, that doesn't look good for Alabama's defense. Kind of examine. I love to go back and examine these games afterwards because it kind of gives you a better idea of what went wrong. I mean, clearly Missouri with that up tempo. Look at this. What is this? The oop-de-oop? They had like 3 guys on the right and then 2 other guys on the left. Sean Robinson tried to take off. I don't know what was going on. Jance is saying he doesn't like what he's seen from the. I would take it, Jance, it's the run defense that you were saying, right? And Frederick, you're right. I mean, Missouri's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean,
way better than I thought they would be.
Yeah, and also, I mean, if you think about it, typically defenses struggle more than offenses in the first couple of weeks in a normal season. That's college and NFL, just because it's hard to simulate the tackling at live speed and practice. So, I mean, I wouldn't worry too much yet, just because it's week 1, such a weird offseason.
Week 1, drive 1, no score. But I will say, around college football, there's been better offense than I thought. The rust hasn't been showing up nearly as much.
Long fall training camp.
Yeah.
So long. That was Malachi Moore on that last tackle, by the way, freshman. You guys keep an eye on William Anderson and Malachi Moore. Those 2 freshmen. I also want to get some feedback on the Brian Ray defensive end. Let me know how you think he's playing. Robinson.
There's Will Anderson right there, getting to the quarterback almost.
It's incredible how he's able to get back there. Did you guys see that?
I mean, on the play that was blown dead just a few minutes ago, Will Anderson already had his hands on the quarterback. Like, I mean, he's just ready every play to get there. Yeah.
Oh, I thought it said Major League Baseball underneath on that ticker. I saw Hunter. I thought it said Hunter Winfro announces retirement. Not throwing shade at Hunter Winfro. I just thought that's what it was saying. Yeah, Missouri is moving the football. What's up? Thanks for joining us. Man. That was Christian Harris and then Josh Jobe on the tackle. Christian Harris and William Anderson, those guys are, that's a sophomore and a freshman. Those guys are really salty on defense.
You got to imagine what the message was from Golding this offseason, because this defense already
it was like
so much more aggressive.
It was, we got to get it done. We got to get it done for the sake of everything, for the sake of Alabama's, program. We got to improve the defense. This is a gigantic down right here, 4th and 2.
Would y'all go for it here if you're Missouri?
Drinkwitz looks like he's thinking about it. We're going to take a commercial break as they take a commercial break. We'll be right back here on Bama Insider. And we'll see what they do. We'll come right back as soon as they do as well. Alabama Crimson Tide football fans, what's going on? It's Kyle Henderson of BamaInsider.com. First, I want to thank you for listening to the BamaInsider.com tailgate show. And secondly, I want to invite you to the postgame call-in show immediately following Alabama in Missouri. Mick Gillespie and myself, Kyle Henderson, will be taking your calls and providing instant analysis from what we learned following Alabama in Missouri. Which freshmen stood out? Top performers, things you need to know following Alabama and Missouri. Please join us for the post-game call-in show right here on BamaInsider.com with Kyle Henderson. Hope to see you soon. Alabama Crimson Tide football fans, what's going on? It's Kyle Henderson of BamaInsider.com. First, I want to thank you for listening to the BamaInsider.com tailgate show. And secondly, I want to invite you to the postgame call-in show immediately following Alabama in Missouri. Mick Gillespie and myself, Kyle Henderson, will be taking your calls and providing instant analysis from what we learned following Alabama in Missouri. Which freshmen stood out? Top performers, things you need to know following Alabama in Missouri. Please join us for the post-game call-in show right here on BamaInsider.com with Kyle Henderson. Hope to see you soon. All right, we're back right here on Bama Insider. This is the watch party. It's a celebration right here as the college football season has started. My name is Kyle Henderson. If you're new, please hit the thumbs up button and most importantly, subscribe. Stick with us right after the show. We're just going to go right into our call-in show. Mick Gillespie is going to be back with us. I hope you guys had fun with the tailgate show. That was our test launch last night, and you can hear it on Jocks Radio. And it was great. You can get it on Apple Podcasts today. Tyler Waldrop, he's on your left. Trey Yannity, he's on your right. These are my guys who do stuff behind the scenes. So, support them with the super chat. There we go. What's up, Bombs? Bombs, dropping bombs.
Appreciate it.
We really appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. These guys do a great job. So they're the producers behind the show. They help out with the sound, with the lighting, with everything that goes on. So thank you very much. Okay, we got a very important 4th and 2.
Would you go for it here, Kyle?
No. And that's why.
Oh, man, that didn't have a chance.
I would never do that. I mean, option, terrible. Eli Drinkwitz, I mean, this isn't App State. I mean, you can't. This is Alabama's defense. Look at this. There it is on your screen. And this comes from veteran leadership right here. Dylan Moses exactly knowing what to do.
Will
he knows
Anderson
that he has the pitch man, right? So you have Will Anderson. Look at that. That's great defense by a freshman. And then you have Dylan Moses on the wrap-up. Great tackle, excellent form. I mean, yeah, that was unbelievable. I mean, what you saw right there, that was textbook.
How fun is it going to be saying Anderson and Moses back-to-back over and over again this year?
Yeah, I mean, here we go. Great pickup, right? My goodness.
Deep ball.
Yes. Oh my
did he
goodness.
catch that?
Did you see that?
Oh my goodness. Look
Did
at
you
the
see that?
elevation.
Oh my
6, 7 feet in
goodness.
the
Yo,
air.
that was crazy.
Wow.
Oh my
Look how high he
goodness.
gets up here.
Jalen
Oh my goodness.
Waddle.
And he has
Yo.
And he-
Thumbs up for that catch. Hit a thumbs up for that catch. Oh,
Oh,
that was crazy.
He gets nailed in midair and comes down.
I'm
The ball doesn't
telling
even shake.
I'm telling you, if you're a betting man out there, Heisman, yo, this guy, get him the football. It was crazy.
oh,
Oh.
and a Najee hurdle. How about this now?
Oh,
Great
I
stuff.
personally hate watching Najee Harris
that
hurdle
was
people.
crazy.
It's
It's stressful.
it is.
You never know what's going to happen there.
That was so crazy.
Man, how about back to that Waddle?
I still
catch?
can't get. I
Yeah,
can't look at that.
just
Keep
don't-
showing that.
Look at the way he just looks it in. I mean, this dude was in midair, still seeing the
Go
football.
get it.
Wow.
Give him some water. Jeez. Give him some water. That was unbelievable.
I mean, that's the type of play we see. We see NFL players go up and get that, and then we have to do this whole "was it a catch" thing. And Waddle, you don't even have to worry about it. It's
And what
a
about
catch.
that throw from Jones? Yeah, no, he
Oh,
was just out.
man.
Oh man. Okay. All
I
right.
like the idea, though.
Trey, get some stats up on Mac Jones. 4 of 8 right now, 76 yards. The ball was a little bit out of place. I don't like the ball placement wasn't there, right? Mac Jones is going to be under the microscope. I think he's done a good job so far. 4 of 8, passer rating 129.8, 76 yards, no touchdowns, no interceptions. Najee Harris, 9 rushes, 40 yards, and a touchdown. And I got something right for you. You're about to see it on this next play. I'm smelling the touchdown. What about you guys? Boom.
Oh.
There it is, right?
Man of
All
the
right,
hour.
So Jalen Waddle. And that was 18-yard touchdown pass from Mac Jones to Jalen Waddle. Scoring drive, 4 plays, 66 yards, a minute and 13. Alabama now leads 14-0 over Missouri. And, are you guys surprised by that? I mean, this team, this offense,
and I don't think surprise is the word I'm going to use, but I just love how on these last 2 scoring drives we've seen the run game really lead one of them, and now the passing game getting him downfield. Both areas are just going to dominate this season. Jalen Waddle, how about this kid? He just keeps getting better. Last year he really earned that role and dominated. Special teams, I think, is where he really made a name for himself. And now this is wide receiver 1.
All right, so there you go. It was a 18-yard touchdown pass that was caught by Jalen Waddle. Scoring drive, 4 plays, 66 yards, a minute 13, 14-0. Alabama is leading in the first quarter. Jalen Waddle, 3 receptions, 67 yards, 1 touchdown. He's been targeted 4 times in this game. Najee Harris, 9 rushing attempts, 40 yards. I think the offensive line has done a fantastic job. And Mac Jones, through the first quarter, is 5 of 9, 94 yards, and he has 1 touchdown. So, I mean, this team is doing exactly what we thought they were going to do. And did you see that play? Mac Jones got lit, by the way, on that play.
Yeah. Just enough time. The first Mac attack TD of the season in the air there. We got 17 seconds left in this Arkansas-Georgia game, rather. Georgia now up 37-10. Down early in that one, but they rallied. That game is going to be a whole lot of fun here in just a few weeks.
Yeah.
Who's that one, Trey?
Bama, Georgia coming up now. Georgia's rolling on. Arkansas, though, they hung in there, but
no, Arkansas. I mean, those are the 2 big mismatches. So, I mean, who's this right here?
Texas.
Is this game over?
Oh my goodness! Let's see if they
the Big 12 is so wacky. Look at these scores. Yes, of course they got it.
So it's not over.
56.
They're going to overtime.
Going OT. Man.
56. Oh my.
That conference is such a question mark. Every team, you don't know what you're going to get.
You're not going to get defense.
No.
You're going to get plenty of offense. Texas Tech, I mean, they'll score 87 points and they'll allow 87 points.
Exactly.
Right? I mean, it's like Texas Tech. I mean, it's been like that.
It's a shootout. And I think we've seen this for a while in the Big 12, but this year especially, the defense just is not there.
All right. So stats right now, Mac Jones, 5 of 9, 94 yards. He got that nice touchdown pass. Najee Harris doing his thing, 9 rushes, 40 yards. And then you got Jalen Waddle, 3 receptions, 67 yards, and a touchdown. So, I mean, the offense is rolling. And I think, when you look at the defense, is there any way, do you have a team side-by-side stat comparison that you could show? Alabama has 138 yards of offense in this first quarter. Missouri has 36. Look at Christian Harris on the outside. Jeez, he's fast. Was that Malachi Moore on the wrap-up? Yeah, that was Malachi Moore on the wrap-up, freshman, doing his thing.
He's looking good.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see. Alabama has 6 first downs. Missouri has 2. Alabama has 19 total plays. Alabama is 2 for 2 in the red zone. Time of possession, Alabama has held the football for nearly 7 minutes of this game. This is a watch party. It's a celebration. Happy about the football season. So far, I've been really impressed with the freshmen on defense. Malachi Moore has 2 tackles. I knew he had 2 tackles. William Anderson, I don't think he has a full tackle just yet. Daniel Wright also has a tackle. 14-0, Alabama leading this game.
Big 3rd and 6 here for Missouri.
3rd and 6. Let's see what they can do. And look at, there goes LeBron. Right? Oh, my goodness.
Moses with a huge sack.
Moses.
We heard Saban say this
my
week.
Goodness.
He was back to the old Dylan Moses. We're seeing it so far.
Oh, my goodness.
And how about Christopher Allen getting in there again, creating pressure?
Wow. Look at that. There you go.
There's LeBron Ray chasing.
Look, Dylan Moses, that play is so significant. The Bama's defense is back. Remember, they held on a 4th and 2. They held on a 3rd and 6. Dylan Moses is back. He looks fantastic. That was huge. I mean, unbelievable. When there was a flag,
defensive holding. Wow.
Defensive holding.
And I wonder if that
was going to wipe out a really good play there.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. I mean, I still like the play overall, right?
Yeah.
I still like the point being Dylan Moses being back is phenomenal for the defense overall and for Pete Golding. Imagine how easier he must be sleeping knowing that Dylan Moses is back.
Well, I know, and a healthy Dylan Moses.
Well, and that's you know, that's the thing that I said in the offseason. I don't know that we know if Pete Golding is a good or bad job last year, because I mean he just didn't have the guys that he was supposed to. Fumble,
looked
but
like
out
he
of
went out of
bounds.
bounds. Is that William Anderson again?
Yeah.
Man, and Dylan Moses right there again, creating some pressure.
I mean, and to go back to that play that got wiped out on, the great play by Moses. LeBron Ray chased the quarterback out of the pocket.
Yeah,
so I mean, the guys, if you're an Alabama fan, the guys that you're hoping are going to look good today have looked great.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think overall, kind of that, the front seven for Alabama's defense has looked fantastic. I mean, this freshman, oh, geez, Dylan Moses. Oh, man.
How hungry he is.
He just crushed Sean Robinson. I'm curious to see if Sean Robinson popped right back up. That was like a crush to there he is. There's Pete Golding.
There's something about that beard. He looks a little bit more weathered this season, a little bit more ready to go.
Yeah, I think, we got some trash talkers. All right. See you soon. See you later, buddy. Yeah, Colin, I saw that. Ouch, right? That was a crushing blow. Now he's a little nervous. He doesn't want to get hit again.
I mean, wouldn't you be? I would be terrified.
Yeah, and
that was bad. Dylan Moses is playing. You ever played Madden? Raise your hand if you're Madden fans out there. I am. Game breaker. Oh, you guys. How come? I mean, we need to get on the stick.
Let's get going. Yeah, let's have a Bama Insider tournament.
We should, yeah. And we should challenge our Bama Insider friends to play us.
Yeah.
We should have a tournament. All right. But what I was saying, like, you know how you have your game breaker modes and they start blinking? Mm-hmm. That's what Dylan Moses is right now. Right? Like, he's like in that impact mode.
He's on fire. It's like the old NFL street games when you can get a player on fire. Literally. Yeah. That's Dylan Moses right now.
Yeah. All right. So let's see what we got here.
Punt return for Jalen Waddle, first one of the year.
No, they're not. There's no way they're giving this dude an opportunity. That was a great punt. It
was.
All right. I think I would assume these guys take a commercial. We'll take a commercial. Alabama leading this game, 14-0. I mean, defense looks phenomenal. That's a final, Georgia.
Georgia has gone final, 37-10 there.
All right. We knew that was going to happen.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll be. I assume they're going to take a break, and we'll be right back right here on Bama Insider. This is a watch party. It's a celebration. Hit the thumbs up button. We appreciate the super chats. Smash. Oh no, we're not going to break. We're back on, fellas, and this will be Mac Jones leading this amazing offense back on the field. Alabama starting at what? They're like 09 or something like that.
Yeah, they're 09.
Oh my goodness!
It's just an empty space is all you need.
Najee killing it, crushing it.
Yeah, big 8-9 yard run from Najee Harris. I mean,
yeah, that was yeah.
Still no Trey Sanders to this point.
It's the campaign.
There he goes again.
Man! I think Najee's gonna break this one.
Oh my goodness!
Oh
man!
Oh, that was 18 yards. 18 yards. Play before that was 8 yards. I mean,
that play should have been 8 yards for most guys.
Oh, look at that!
Such a big tackle there because he really, I mean.
NFL scouts, if you're out there, I mean, what more do you see? I mean, need to see. Look, even Saban just hit him on the head. He was like, good job.
Yeah.
Look, I mean.
There's a second stringer, Trey Sanders, standing right there, hyping him up, too. You love to see that.
Yeah, Trey Sanders is like, it's my time. Who's in right now, though? So, because they just subbed Najee out. So, did they put him, is that B-Rob?
Brian Robinson now?
Yeah, okay. All right, let's see what we got, Brian Robinson. All right, here we go.
Local guy. Hillcrest alum.
Okay. Bombs is saying he plays Madden. All right, Bombs. Okay, here we go. Let's see what we got. Mac Jones dipping back. Okay, a little flustered. Goes out to B-Rob. Okay.
B-Rob the shoulder there.
B-Rob getting his feet wet.
Yeah.
Okay, so we got stats-wise, Najee Harris at 66 yards, 11 rushes, average of 6 yards. Mac Jones, 6'10", 92 yards, passer rating of 170 right now. This guy's doing a great job. Tyler, if you could send out a couple of tweets too.
Yeah.
Just whatever you're kind of seeing out there on the Bama Insider account, that'd be much appreciated. All right, Mac Jones back in action. Okay.
Oh, wow. No catch.
That was to be Rob again, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I've liked what I've seen from Mac Jones early on. I mean, of course, these guys didn't have any sort of spring game or, whatever, but I think it was the fall training camp was long enough to have these guys, get acclimated to game-like situation. I mean, going against Alabama's defense every single day, that's obviously difficult.
Yeah. And I think, just the end of last year too is so promising. The way he played against Michigan and even in that Auburn game,
Yeah.
Look great. Looking great so far tonight.
Okay. Good pass rush. Good offensive line did a great job. There's John Mechie. I think that is his second catch. Let's see. Yeah, John Mechie. 2 catches, 42 yards. Jalen Waddle leading the team in receiving, 3 receptions, 67 yards. Miller Forrestal also has a catch for 34 yards, which you are going to see right now.
Oh, man.
Just outside. Wow, that was 34 yards. These guys are,
trying to run it. There goes the end of the first. That was a fast quarter, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
End of the first quarter. Wow, they had Stell Bombers fly over. I love it. Okay, so 14-0. They're going to take a break, and it looks like Alabama's about to punch another one in. We'll be right back on the Bama Insider Watch Party. Thank you very much for joining us. Hit that thumbs up button while you guys are waiting for us to come back, and it looks like Alabama's about to punch another one in. We'll be right back. Alabama Crimson Tide football fans, what's going on? It's Kyle Henderson of BamaInsider.com. First, I want to thank you for listening to the BamaInsider.com tailgate show. And secondly, I want to invite you to the postgame call-in show immediately following Alabama in Missouri. Mick Gillespie and myself, Kyle Henderson, will be taking your calls and providing instant analysis from what we learned following Alabama in Missouri. Which freshmen stood out? Top performers, things you need to know following Alabama in Missouri. Please join us for the post-game call-in show right here on BamaInsider.com with Kyle Henderson. Hope to see you soon. Alabama Crimson Tide football fans, what's going on? It's Kyle Henderson of BamaInsider.com. First, I want to thank you for listening to the BamaInsider.com tailgate show. And secondly, I want to invite you to the post-game call-in show immediately following Alabama in Missouri. Mick Gillespie and myself, Kyle Henderson, will be taking your calls and providing instant analysis from what we learned following Alabama in Missouri. Which freshmen stood out? Top performers, things you need to know following Alabama in Missouri. Please join us for the post-game call-in show right here on BamaInsider.com with Kyle Henderson. Hope to see you soon. All right, what's up, guys? We're back right here on BamaInsider.com. Thank you very much for joining us. This is a watch party. It's a celebration. Alabama currently leading 14-0. Early takeaways, Trey, in this particular game.
Yeah, I love, obviously how this offense is working. It's looked smooth. After that first drive, you get the kinks out. Najee's looked unbelievable, getting the campaign started off right. We've seen Jalen Waddle making plays, just picking it up right where he left off last year. Mac Jones rolling with it. They just seem comfortable on offense. And the defense, how explosive, how nice is it to have Dylan Moses as the anchor? We're getting to see, these youngsters step up as well. Christian Harris's energy has been awesome. It's really, as a whole, I've loved how it's looked. And like we mentioned earlier, we got a made extra point, 2 of them actually announced. So we're rolling.
All right. Here is Alabama looking to punch another one in. And don't be surprised because I got a sneak peek. I don't want to, ruin this for you, but I smell a touchdown. Okay.
Spoiling our fun.
All right. And it's two. Who else? Jalen Waddle with the jump. Yo.
Man, the dive. Have a day.
All right. So that was an 11-yard touchdown pass, scoring drive, 7 plays, 91 yards. Alabama now leading 21-0. And look at, Jalen Waddle, I'm telling you, if you were to look at those Heisman odds, he was 101 favorite, going in. This young man is completely just going beast mode. And I wasn't surprised. I'm not surprised to see Alabama leading now 21-0. It's unbelievable what these guys are doing. Stat check on Jalen Waddle: 4 receptions, 78 yards, 2 touchdowns. Mac Jones, 9 of 14, 159 yards and 2 touchdowns. Take it away, Trey.
And this is Missouri, and we don't want to over speculate here, but this offense is going to be really hard to stop this year.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. And we haven't even seen too much of Devontae Smith yet, who's really truly the best receiver on this team. Jalen Waddle has taken over and looked unbelievable. We've seen John Mechie. This offense is going to keep rolling. And now we get to see this defense come back out again here and make some big plays. What are you guys' thoughts so far? How about from the Missouri standpoint? Is this kind of what you're expecting? Yeah, I think this defense has been a little bit underwhelming, maybe a little bit just not as good as we were expecting. They have been at times, but
I think they did, all that they could in that first series. They're definitely, hard hitters are coming out strong. What about you, Tyler, from kind of some early takeaways as we look at this, 3 touchdown? Missouri is about to have to give up the sticks.
I don't know what side of the ball I've been more impressed by, the offense or the defense. I guess the defense, because you do expect Najee Harris and Jalen Waddle to make the kind of plays that we've seen out of them already. I think you've already seen why Alabama's offense should be able to put up points on every team it faces this year. With those 2 guys, with Devontae Smith, which Trey mentioned, with Mac Jones. Honestly, I think the defense has been more interesting to me because this is, Kyle, you said it. This is the defense Alabama fans are used to seeing. This isn't the defense of last year. That's for sure.
Last year, it almost just looked, I don't want to say scared. I don't think scared is the right word, but just not comfortable yet. This year they're comfortable, and not only comfortable, they're aggressive and they're excited. It's so much more energetic. So fun to watch. Jalen Waddle getting it into the end zone for the second time. They're reviewing this now, taking a look. Drags that toe. I think he's in. The knee's definitely not down. It's going to be an out-of-bounds ruling, if anything, there. But it looked like he dragged that foot and was able to.
So did they give him a touchdown?
Ruling on the field was a touchdown.
All right.
Headset coming off.
I don't know how you don't give that to him.
Who reads lips?
Wow, they reversed it. They're saying no. Look at that look on Jalen Waddle's face when he gets that information. Man.
What? So that was no touchdown.
That's how we all feel right now, Jalen. No
okay, we got to take the touchdown off. Okay. Oh man, I wanted Waddle. I was talking about the Heisman talk. Okay, yeah. All right. Let's see. Steve Sarkisian looking at his play sheet like he has to figure out what to do. Okay, hand the ball to Najee Harris. All right, here we go. All right, here we go from 1 yard out. There you go. Boom. The campaign continues.
Keep it rolling.
Yes. Najee Harris is in. Yes, they are bowling. My goodness.
Man, I think all 22 guys on the field knew what was coming right there. And number 22 gets into the end zone for the second time tonight. Wow.
All right. So stats for Najee Harris. 12 rushes, 67 yards, 2 touchdowns, averaging 5.6. Alabama, that scoring drive, 8 plays, 91 yards, 2 minutes in 16 seconds. And I'm going to update kind of the scoring banner at the bottom. I want to show you how to do that, Trey, so you can take over here in a second. I'm not surprised. 1 yard rush by Najee Harris. Scoring drive, 8 plays, 91 yards. 91 yards that drive was? Yeah, that was 91 because they had that punt.
Yeah.
Wow, 21-0. Wow, my goodness. If this is a watch party, hit the thumbs up if you're having a good time. We appreciate you guys being here. Of course, all super chats welcomed right here on BamInsider.com. Stay with us after the game because we're going to take your calls and we're going to dissect this game. I want to take your calls and talk about this fantastic offense. Want to talk about some of these freshmen who have been doing a fantastic job early on. Malachi Moore with 2 tackles. Will Anderson, he's been on literally almost every single play. And I think most importantly, Dylan Moses, kind of the reload of Moses, right?
So great to see. So exciting. This
guy being back has been it's really an inspirational story. Anytime these guys come back from season-ending injuries and they have this sort of impact, it is great. And what's up? What's up, JD? You're having a blast, man. We're having a blast with you, man. I hope you're having a good time. I hope you're having a great time with your family. I hope you enjoyed your college football Saturday. I hope you're enjoying our time with us tonight. I mean, this is a celebration for the college football season. I think there's a lot of people that didn't even think that we're going to get to this point. And we're here and we're watching football together, right? I mean, it's such a blessing. So, yeah, Steve is saying Moses is a beast. Absolutely.
Oh, yeah, no doubt. And, think about that drama that happened in this offseason, too, with Dylan Moses about the lawyer getting involved and the letter and then, all that going. Just the back and forth was so weird. It's great to see him, here mentally and physically dominating in this one so far.
Yeah.
Now that we're 21-0, have the score predictions shifted at all for you two?
No. My score prediction, I told you that I knew this would be a blowout.
Yeah.
I did.
You're right on pace now. 56-3. We're at 21 points here. Getting into the second quarter now. You're looking good.
We got a new QB in now for Missouri.
Uh-oh.
Connor Bazelak.
I don't know if the quarterback was the problem.
Yeah, I don't know, but quarterback might have got rocked on one of those hits.
Oh yeah, that was that one that Chris Allen's playing well.
He is.
Right?
Seems like he's on every play so far.
Yeah. Let's see what they can see what Missouri can do. This is an important drive for Missouri. I mean, because if they don't score here, you know what happens when you're down 21-0. Yep. You have to pass the sticks. Right? I mean,
Bama already getting close to that spread mark at 27.5.
Yeah.
Second quarter now, 13 minutes to go. Oh, wow. Christian Harris again.
Telling you.
Driving that helmet in, making the tackle. South Carolina with an early lead on number 16 Tennessee there midway through the first quarter.
Wait, we that's one of our games.
Yeah,
on our Bama Insider Tailgate Show.
Yep.
Hey, if you guys haven't seen the Bama Insider Tailgate Show, definitely go check it out because we had fun last night. Mick Gillespie, he's going to join us later on, and we're going to have picks, and that South Carolina one was on our slate. Okay, just out of reach. I didn't really like the coverage on that by Sertan, so I want to watch more of the secondary kind of in depth. Hey, and by the way, one thing that we're going to have for you is I'm going to have Pro Football Focus grades. So let me tell you about Pro Football Focus. So I get these analytics from Pro Football Focus. There's professional scouts, former NFL coaches, a staff, that are at these games currently grading the players. And then I have access to Pro Football Focus. I'm able to distribute the analytics back to you. So we'll be able to get grade outs from players that have played in over, 30 snaps. So it'll be really cool to check out. Oh, wow. How did Josh Jobe see that? Was he able to make a play on that, or did the receiver miss that?
It looked like he did make a play. Let's see it back. Looks like he makes a play.
That was good coverage,
right here.
That was good coverage.
Okay, he gets his hand up in there. I mean, I think Saban or Pete Golding, someone described him as a lockdown corner. I think Saban described him as a lockdown corner. I was skeptical, but I mean, Josh Jobs has looked okay tonight. And another punt from Missouri. So that's just got to be demoralizing.
Okay, so check this out. Missouri's, first 4 possessions have been punt, turnover on downs, and then a punt. Alabama's have been punt, and then
3
touchdowns. Yeah, 3 touchdowns. And here they go again. Who fielded that? Was that Slade Bolden? I missed that.
It looked like Slade Bolden.
It looks like Slade Bolden, right? They're giving Jay. Yeah, it looks like they're giving Jalen Waddle. All right, we're gonna take a quick commercial while these guys go to. Slade is talking trash, right? We're gonna take a quick commercial and we'll be right back with you guys on the watch party, the celebration, talking Alabama football. Thanks for joining us, fam. Smash that thumbs up button. Alabama Crimson Tide football fans, what's going on? It's Kyle Henderson of BamaInsider.com. First, I want to thank you for listening to the BamaInsider.com tailgate show. And secondly, I want to invite you to the postgame call-in show immediately following Alabama in Missouri. Mick Gillespie and myself, Kyle Henderson, will be taking your calls and providing instant analysis from what we learned following Alabama in Missouri. Which freshmen stood out? Top performers, things you need to know following Alabama in Missouri. Please join us for the post-game call-in show right here on BamaInsider.com with Kyle Henderson. Hope to see you soon. Alabama Crimson Tide football fans, what's going on? It's Kyle Henderson of BamaInsider.com. First, I want to thank you for listening to the BamaInsider.com tailgate show. And secondly, I want to invite you to the post-game call-in show immediately following Alabama in Missouri. Mick Gillespie and myself, Kyle Henderson, will be taking your calls and providing instant analysis from what we learned following Alabama in Missouri. Which freshmen stood out? Top performers, things you need to know following Alabama in Missouri. Please join us for the post-game call-in show right here on BamaInsider.com with Kyle Henderson. Hope to see you soon. Crank that. Yeah, you're good. All right, we're back live, and you can fix that mic, Trey, if you need to. Don't worry, I can mute your mic for the time being. We're back here on BamaInsider.com. Thank you very much for joining our celebration as Alabama is giving it to Missouri early on. Looks like Trey has some stats. Trey, can you zoom in on those stats? You can see right there, Alabama just completely dominating right now in the stat category. And I don't think we're surprised to see that. Here's some sort of
trick play.
Why would they do that?
That's going to go really bad.
I don't think they need to do that type of trickery. Right? I mean, keep pounding the football.
Okay, so on the replay.
Oh, camera there too. That was weird.
Fake it. Give it to Devontae. Do y'all think Devontae is supposed to just roll out there and run, or you think the goal is for him to throw it there?
I mean, he could maybe throw it, but I mean, that was a huge loss at 12. I don't like plays like that. I think this offense is too good to have to do stuff like that, right?
I mean, it's fun to watch.
It is, yeah. I like the idea, I guess, of trying to change it up a little bit.
And you might be building up something for later on, but
you want to work it out in a game, in a real game situation. But that's an interesting play call there early on in that drive.
All right. This is a Bama Insider watch party. If you're just joining us, you might be wondering, like, what the hell are these guys doing? Where's the game? Look, the game is on ESPN. Go watch the game there. We're just hang out with us. Keep us on the chat. You know, in commercial break, come back to us or whatever, and just hang out. Hit that thumbs up button. We're just talking Alabama football. We're providing our commentary. We're watching the game with you, and you know, we're having fun with it. It's a celebration, like I said, for Alabama to open up the season. And here we go. We got Jalen Waddle. My goodness, he's so fast in space.
That back.
And I think, you know, that has to be a lot of the game plan is, you know, to get Jalen the football in different ways, right? The better you get, the more often you get him the football, the better. Currently tonight, 5 receptions, 85 yards and a touchdown. So he's almost over the 100-yard mark. Yeah. Najee Harris is definitely going to rush for over 100 yards, I would believe. And, you know, Mac Jones certainly going to throw for, I would assume, maybe 250. I don't know.
Yeah,
definitely on pace too.
Yeah, I'd be shocked if he doesn't at 250. I mean, I guess depends on how long he plays.
We could see 3, 4, maybe even 5 passing TDs from Mac tonight too. Already at 2 now.
All
well,
right,
I guess took away the one, so back down to one.
Okay, all right. Well, that wasn't a good series at all.
No.
No, yeah.
Right? Like that. Like this team was, is much better than that series. I'm not sure like what happened on that. I think it all came down to that. Was that his first down when they ran?
That was
that?
Yeah,
first
that
down,
the trick
yeah.
play clearly set the team back. That's got to be. You can't run that if that's a possibility.
No,
So
yeah. No, I think I get it though on that drive. They're trying things. They're the field position. I think is my biggest complaint there. They're trying some weird things that deep in their own territory, but I get it. You're not going to score every drive. Let's get this defense back out here and get to see some more plays from Moses.
And our good friend Dare is like, hey, we're human. It's the first game. You're right. I think we're like, the expectations for these guys is so high. How about Miami already on top of Florida State? These Missouri fans they're bummed out. I would assume they're frowning, even though we can't see their face behind the mask. I mean, it's just
It doesn't look like a very happy face.
it doesn't look like they're very
No.
happy. But I mean, what are you going to expect? I mean, this is Alabama's coming. All right, let's see. Oh, it looks like Robinson's back.
there's Anderson, of course.
Man,
Was that him back there again?
Yep, Anderson in the backfield. Harris.
Look, this guy's checking Bama Insider.
Yeah,
He's like, what are they saying on the YouTube? Okay, hit the
give us
subscribe
some
button.
advice.
Check it out. Okay. So I mean, I don't know. I mean, yeah, that last drive wasn't too good. So we got 21-0, 10 minutes to go. Alabama's giving it to these guys. William Anderson is just all over. DJ Dell bottling things up. Ooh, that's a Daniel Wright.
came out of
3.
nowhere.
Yeah. He's good. I'm telling you, I've been talking about Daniel Wright. I think he's going to be a guy that, as you look forward to guys who step up that we don't talk a lot about, I bet, Daniel Wright is going to be that guy.
Yeah, there's so many guys on this defense that I think are going to kind of just fill in those roles because we're going to be talking about Harris all year long. We're going to be talking about Dylan Moses, Robinson, these guys. But, you still have the Patrick Surtains on this team, and you still have Justin Aboigbe, some of these guys that maybe are going to fly a little under the radar. I don't think Surtain will this year, but so many
Jeez.
playmakers. Big third down.
Anderson again. Missouri's going to pick this one up.
Wow. Is there any way, Trey, that we can see there was zoom in on the scores, just have the SEC schedule?
Yeah.
Is that possible?
Oh, definitely. We can narrow the focus here a little bit more. Some crazy scores around the SEC today. Auburn picking up the win over Kentucky. Florida rolling over Ole Miss. We saw Mississippi State just a little bit ago get that 10-point win over LSU, and Georgia rolling on over Arkansas there. We got some live games too, though. A&M taking the lead back over Vandy. South Carolina and Tennessee all knotted up. And you guys are watching at 21-0 Bama here. Now 9 minutes to go in the second quarter.
Yeah. It's been the game that we expected. Besides that last drive, I think Alabama has obviously controlled this game. I think the defense has been the defense we expected, probably a little bit better than I thought, actually. I mean, now seeing William Anderson, I mean, he gets around that edge.
Oh, it's important.
He gets around that edge incredibly fast. I
He
mean,
does.
probably faster than, I've seen.
Yeah. I think it's that first step. He just gets out of the box so fast.
I look at Josh Jobe coming in on that blitz.
That was one of the little sidearm passes there. Worked out for him.
Oh, he didn't want none of Malachi Moore. That actually was in a good tackle, that last play by Daniel Wright. It looked like, I don't know. Leading defensive tacklers right now.
Christian Harris has got 3.
Yep, Christian Harris has 3. Jordan Battle, has 3. And Josh Jobe has 3. Those are your leading tacklers. Eli Drinkwitz, looking at his play sheet. Let's see what we got here. 1st and 10. They're moving the football a little bit. Oh, was that a hold on that side? Oh, that was Josh Jobe. with the
Big hit, but
I think Jobe's
good
playing
pickup.
well, right? I mean,
yeah.
I think he's doing a good job.
An improvement of nothing else so far.
Yeah, I mean, because he's one of those guys on the defensive side that really need to step up. You have Patrick Surtain on the outside, and you really need Josh Jobe to step up. And I for now, he's doing a pretty good job.
Yeah, and he doesn't have to be Surtain. I mean, he just, like Trey said, he has to be better than he's been previously. But, I mean, he doesn't have to be another Patrick Surtain out there.
All right, these guys are just moving down the field right now. And see, you still got the starters in. No bombs. I mean, most of these starters are still in right now. And I think they might be a little bit. All right, look at those hands on the hips. Did you guys notice that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
See some hands on the hips right there. DJ Dell, hands on hips. I think Chris Allen as well. Some of those guys this is second quarter. I mean, you didn't have any type of a spring, but these guys should be ready.
There you go. Patrick Surtain just not able to make the tackle there, getting the stiff arm.
Robinson's a great athlete. I mean, he hasn't been too much. I don't know what his stats are. I mean, he hasn't been that effective passing the football. 6 for 11, 62 yards. Mac Jones, 11 of 16, 171 yards with a touchdown. Missouri has 100 yards now of offense, 69 passing yards, 32 passing yards. Penalties, Missouri has 1 penalty. Alabama has 3 penalties for 29 yards. Missouri has 7 first downs, but the score is Alabama 21 and Missouri 0 with 10 minutes and 30 seconds to go in the second quarter. Missouri facing a crucial 3rd and 11, at least on our screen right here from what we're watching. Let's see what we can get from Alabama's defense. Oh, just missed it. William Anderson, good effort on the outside. So it looks like Missouri is going to be facing a 4th and 5 and will be kicking a field goal.
Just enough pressure there to.
You think Missouri will kick?
Force them to bounce out. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I think, remember I told you 56-3? This is not
This is
field
the
goal.
three?
Yeah.
And after the 4th down fiasco last time.
Yeah. So we'll see. So here comes Harrison. This is his first career field goal attempt from 27 yards out. And let's see. Looks like he is going to make his first kick. All right. So 21-3. Let's get that score up on the banner. Alabama leads Missouri 21-3. Soon we'll take a TV break and we'll be right back. Alabama leads Missouri 21-3. Crimson Tide will have another opportunity to put some more points on the board in the second quarter. It's Kyle Henderson and the rest of the crew right here on BamaInsider.com. Alabama Crimson Tide football fans, what's going on? It's Kyle Henderson of BamaInsider.com. First, I want to thank you for listening to the BamaInsider.com tailgate show. And secondly, I want to invite you to the postgame call-in show immediately following Alabama in Missouri. Mick Gillespie and myself, Kyle Henderson, will be taking your calls and providing instant analysis from what we learned following Alabama in Missouri. Which freshmen stood out? Top performers, things you need to know following Alabama in Missouri. Please join us for the post-game call-in show right here on BamaInsider.com with Kyle Henderson. Hope to see you soon. Alabama Crimson Tide football fans, what's going on? It's Kyle Henderson of BamaInsider.com. First, I want to thank you for listening to the BamaInsider.com tailgate show. And secondly, I want to invite you to the post-game call-in show immediately following Alabama in Missouri. Mick Gillespie and myself, Kyle Henderson, will be taking your calls and providing instant analysis from what we learned following Alabama in Missouri. Which freshmen stood out? Top performers, things you need to know following Alabama in Missouri. Please join us for the post-game call-in show right here on BamaInsider.com with Kyle Henderson. Hope to see you soon. All right, fam. We're back right here on Bama Insider. You got Alabama leading Missouri 21-3 in the second quarter. My name is Kyle Henderson. If you're new to the channel, please hit the subscription button, most importantly, and then of course hit the like button. Missouri just kicked a field goal. The scoring drive was 12 plays, 50 yards, 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Alabama's defense looked a little bit tired on that drive.
It definitely did. Like you said, we saw the hands on the hips there. Just, being on the field a little bit more here. They're a little bit worn down. Halftime, getting a little bit closer now is going to be good to get this defense a break.
And at what point are we going to see Bryce Young come in? You think late third quarter?
Ooh, I think it's going to be more score-oriented than time-oriented. But maybe I would say 35 once we start to get to that range, maybe 40s.
What about you, Tyler?
Yeah, I kind of agree. I don't know that there's a set time, but I definitely think we're going to see Mac Jones have a couple series in the second half, no matter what the score is, at least. But, I mean, you got to think we're going to see some quality snaps for Bryce Young tonight. Yeah,
definitely. Currently, Mac Jones, 11 for 16 passing, 171 yards with a touchdown passer rating of 179. He's done a good job. I think he's been effective. Those, some of the deep balls that he's taken, I think that he's shown a lot more velocity on his balls, in my opinion. Yeah. I think he's done a good job. I think the last series for Alabama's offense wasn't that good. And here we go again with some more mental mistakes. So that's something that Nick Saban, I would assume, will address is this kind of these last couple series, right? Because, it hasn't looked as polished as the opener.
Yeah. And something I want to go back to, I didn't want to bring it up while Alabama was on defense, but, I posted in the chat and Bombs agrees with me, Kyle, that you can keep Waddle. We're going to rep Najee for the Heisman this year. We think Najee's got the best chance. So Bombs is with me. I appreciate the support.
All right. So we'll have to see how the season goes. Look at that. Alabama just, was someone pushing? That wasn't Evan Neal getting pushed around, was it?
No, it got a little physical there at the end for sure.
I don't know who was getting pushed around with it. Might have been Chris Owens. There's no way it was Evan Neal was getting pushed around. All right, let's see what they can do. I think they're going to score this drive. I'm telling you, they're going to score this drive. I think it'll be an effective drive going into halftime. At least that's my prediction. All right, here we go. Kind of weird camera angle. Mac Jones throwing off his back foot, but
there's
still
Devontae.
Getting to Devontae Smith. That's his first.
I think it's his second third reception.
No. It's his third reception. Yeah. Should be his third reception.
He's having a quiet day so far.
Kind of, yeah. He kind of look what he did last year. 1,200 yards, 14 touchdowns. There's zero way he does that again this year, right?
You don't think he can repeat that kind of yardage?
I don't think so. And that was a year to remember.
Maybe the yardage, but 14 TDs, that's going to be really hard to
replicate. Oh, wow. Look at this. Another false start on, looks like that was on Evan Neal. So, wow, you had a penalty on Alex Hollywood. You had a penalty on Evan Neal. So, you're starting to see some of these first game items happen, right?
This is routine. This is nothing to get too worried about early on. You just got to fix the mental mistakes, fix these mixed cues, and, great to see the offense respond there after the penalty on the first set of downs.
They're showing right now on ESPN when Devontae Smith caught that, what was it, like a 90-yard touchdown against LSU? That was quite the throw from Tua. And then, of course, Smitty did the rest. Here goes Najee on his campaign. One thing about Najee is, Mac Jones likes to go to him out of the backfield. So you're going to see a lot of catches from Najee. So that could help you guys in your campaign for Najee. Currently tonight, he has 2 receptions for 8 yards. He has 13 rushes for 71 yards and 2 touchdowns. Those are great numbers.
Yeah. This is the kind of game that you want to see at a Najee every week, especially if he's going to actually make a run at an award like the Heisman as a running back, because it's a quarterback award. So if you're going to win it as a running back, you gotta do both. You got to catch and run.
And I think as this game goes on, we're going to only see Najee work down this defense and just grind because he's so
my goodness.
Jalen Waddle was just in there, man. The juking and jiving.
Kyle, you talked about Najee as a pass catcher. Did you see the interview he did with Reggie Bush the other day?
Yeah, I saw that. That was cool.
Yeah. That's all they focused on. They didn't even talk about how great Najee is carrying the ball. They talked about him as a route runner.
Tyler, keep an eye on social media. Did you see John Mechie giving it to you, that guy? Keep an eye on that last play for Najee, for Jalen Waddle, juking that guy. See if we can post on.
Yeah, we want to share that with
you. That was unbelievable. Follow us on social media as well, at Bama Insider on Twitter and Facebook. We can't bring, those plays here because they're ESPN property, but you got to check it out. I mean, I'm sure you're watching the game as well. I mean, what Jalen Waddle does in open space is unbelievable. Alabama leading right now, 21-3. It's been kind of a boring later second half, right? I mean, we got off to some good starts, but I think this is good. I think you got to get out these kinks and kind of find that rhythm. And Nick Saban said he didn't know what type of team this is. They're still trying to figure it out. I think it's been productive for the most part. If they can put some points onto the board, I think they'll go in with a really, a lot of momentum into that second half.
Definitely. And you got to take this game with a grain of salt. I think the SEC scheduled some of these games week 1 here because they want the Bamas of the world and the Georgias of the world to have a chance to try some things out.
Wow, that was just a big run by Brian Robinson. He looks great. He looks a lot faster.
He does. It looks a lot stronger too. Those
Yeah,
bottom
he does,
half is
yeah.
driving down there.
Yeah, he certainly does. I hope he has a good season. Right now, B-Rob has that was a 9-yard rush. That was his first carry of the night. And,
We still haven't seen Trey Sanders, right?
not yet.
Yeah.
Not yet.
I mean,
Sanders yet.
I think, unfortunately, we got a Missouri player down on the field right now. But I mean, with all the hype surrounding Trey Sanders, I mean, Brian Robinson has he's been good and he's done a good job with his role in the past. So I mean, he wasn't going to go anywhere unless Sanders just came in and was just phenomenal. And I think we're seeing that Sanders might be good, but maybe Brian's a little bit better right now.
Bombs, what are you most impressed about? Go ahead. Our strength and conditioning. Yeah, I think a lot of these guys, like body-wise, you can tell that these guys have a lot more muscle definition. I think it might be too early to see what type of overall condition they are in. I think the defense, as you saw in that last series, was a little bit tired. The fatigue kind of setting in from an actual game. But I think strength-wise, they're where they need to be. Brian Robinson, just as you said, looks a lot stronger running the ball. Najee Harris, my goodness, I mean, he's been dragging people. So yeah, I certainly think the strength. I think we still need to wait to see, like, conditioning wise, because this is a game. These guys haven't played a game.
Yeah, no, exactly. And David Ballou, we just heard so much praise, when he got to Tuscaloosa about just kind of overhauling the way things are done. It's a modern approach to strength and conditioning, and we're seeing that so far. These guys are, maybe they don't have the stamina quite yet, but like you said, this is game 1. They're stronger. They're faster now. They're ready to go. You said Jalen Waddle jumped about 10 feet in the air earlier in this game.
Jacob is saying in the comments, he's like, can we just talk about how we haven't missed an extra point yet?
Please, let's keep talking about it as much as we can. Don't want to jinx it, though. We got to, knock on some wood or something. This has been great so far.
Yeah, it has. I mean, because every time, because this is my first time actually not going to a game. So it's a little strange watching on TV. I like it. I like going to the games. Of course, we have Tony there, and hopefully we can bring him on from Columbia, Missouri, after he's done taking care of some of his items. But every time I'd tweet, 21, like before the PAT, I'd always hit it, and then they'd miss the PAT or something like that. So
yeah,
it's not through the uprights until it's through the uprights. By the way, hit that thumbs up button. We appreciate it. And then right after this, we're going to turn this into the post-game call-in show. We're going to take your calls. We're going to get Nick Saban's press conference. And then to give you kind of some idea of how this will work is Mick Gillespie. He'll join us. He'll talk about the game. We'll provide some inside analysis with you guys. I'll get Nick Saban's post press conference loaded. And then we'll post that for you guys to watch on YouTube. And then we'll take your calls and we'll have a great time. Probably, 45 minutes to an hour, just taking some calls, talking about the game, providing some analysis, and we'll be good to go. Looking forward to it.
And I mean, I think the fastest place to watch that post-game press conference is BamaInsider.com, right, Kyle? I mean, that's your thing. You get that up right away.
Yeah, I mean, we've really tried to, deliver what you guys want to see in a relevant manner. And, so stay with us, look for Nick Saban's press conference and the post-game call-in show right here on Bama Insider following this. Alabama marching down the field. You got 2 minutes and 37 seconds left before halftime. Let's see what Alabama can do. Trying to punch one more in before halftime. And sticking with Brian Robinson, which I like, right? I mean, you got Najee his, kind of give him a blow for this later part of the half, and that Brian Robinson has been effective. I think he's, like we talked about earlier, I think he looks like he can get the job done clearly.
Oh, definitely. And, this is a back that would start at most schools, not just in the country, in the SEC. There's a lot of teams that would love to have Brian Robinson as running back 1. Being RB2, I think he knows his role, and he's done a great job with it so far tonight.
All right. Brian Robinson with the 13 yards. Najee with 71. Let's see what Mac Jones can do. Nice. Oh,
man.
B-Rob.
Wow.
Right when we
Yo,
talk him up.
B-Rob. Oh my goodness.
You can see his face too. You hate that for anyone, but he just drops it there. Great throw.
Oh man, that was right on the money.
Man,
That would have been another touchdown pass.
you wonder if he started to hear the footsteps there from that defender and
I don't know. I mean, that's just lack of concentration.
yeah.
I mean, that was big. You can't do that. I mean, it's all right. You'll get another opportunity. You gotta forget about it. But still, I mean, that's going to be a drop that everybody continues to talk about because when Alabama doesn't perform, the way they should, those little things you remember them. So we're going to talk about that now. We're going to be like, oh, can he catch the football? We don't know. Remember that game against Missouri? Look at Mac Jones. Oh, I'm telling you, I'm back in the Heisman race. Yes. Oh, is he okay?
You see,
Yeah, he's okay.
Okay.
He just skated too.
Yeah,
Jalen
really
Waddle giving us a scare,
Man.
slamming into that
Ooh,
bricks.
woo, I told you.
he slipped
Did
about 4 feet there.
Did I tell you? Okay, these guys are going with Najee Harris for the campaign. Now I'm telling you, Jalen Waddle's my guy, right?
You know what, Kyle, I'm with you, man. Jalen Waddle, this kid.
Yes,
He's
Trey
different.
joins the Jalen Waddle squad.
We
Yeah.
got a team up now. If they're gonna ride the
Look at that.
Najee train, man.
But I'm telling you, besides Jalen Waddle beating those two defenders, the ball placement. Okay.
Mhm. Yeah.
When you look at this game, you got to realize that Mac Jones delivered a great ball right there. And by the way, that's very dangerous for wide receivers. Did you see that or anyone on that backside with that brick?
It's only about 5 or 6 feet before you get to that. And then it's an ice skating rink.
Add that score update for the scoring drive. Looks like there was a penalty on that play, but the throw, fam, I'm telling you, the throw was a big time throw. When you want to see that production from Mac Jones, Jalen Waddle now with 7 receptions, 121 yards, 2 touchdowns. Mac Jones, 17 of 23, 239 yards and 2 touchdowns. That's a great first half of football for Alabama's quarterback, Mac Jones.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I mean, you said it, the ball placement, like that was right where it needed to be for Jalen Waddle to get it and nobody else.
And you just love to see Mac even just taking those risks. That's a play there that they've probably worked on a lot in practice, but the confidence is there for Mac Jones. Now you can tell, and we saw it at the end of last season, like we were talking about at Auburn against Michigan. They were taking shots, but that's when Henry Ruggs was still on this team.
Mm-hmm.
That's when Jerry Jeudy was still on this team. And this receiving core maybe takes a half step back, I'll say, but they deserve as much credit as any receiving core in the country because Jalen Waddle is going to step into that role for Jerry Jeudy. You got to think Devontae Smith is coming back. John Mechie is going to get a full-time role. And I talked about it earlier. It's sad because I think Tyrell Shavers would have been a perfect icing on the cake for this receiving core, but already rolling. Jalen Waddle doing his thing. He's looking even better than last year. So fun to see. Haven't seen a punt return yet from Mr. Waddle, but probably some fireworks when we do.
All right, I'm building out a graphic right now for you, fam, that I think you guys are going to like. Let me just edit it real quick. By the way, like when you look at all the graphics and stuff like that on BamaInsider.com, I think our graphics team does a pretty good job. I'm the graphics team, in case you guys are wondering. So,
humble brag there from Kyle.
I want to make sure I got this edited. Mac Jones, 17 of 23, 239 yards, 2 touchdowns, passer rating 189.9. Okay, I got this graphic for you guys. This is first half, so I'll update this at the end. Let me put this into the system real quick where you guys can see it. And you guys are seeing me edit stuff live, and you guys can kind of get a taste of how things go down in the production realm. I need to teach these guys how to make these clean edits and have that up for you guys right there. Let's take down that banner. Cool. So Mac Jones, 17 of 23, 239 yards, 2 touchdowns, passer rating of 189.9. Talk about Mac Jones' play so far, guys.
I mean, I think he's looks even better than I expected him. I mean, I thought Mac Jones deserved to be the quarterback this season, especially, not getting to see Bryce Young a short off season. I expected Mac Jones to do well. I didn't expect this. I think, that kind of ball placement that we saw in the last touchdown, 239 yards in the first half. I didn't expect that. That's way better than I would have thought. This is maybe the stat line I would have thought Mac Jones would have ended the night with in the third quarter.
Exactly. And just the maturity we're seeing from Mac Jones. He's made that step. It's obvious, some guys can't do that. We saw Joe Burrow do that. I think the biggest example from his junior year or senior year. Mac Jones making a huge step and using his offense correctly. I think that's the most important part. He has so many tools, and sometimes you see guys just not take advantage of that. The play calling has been awesome so far in this game offensively, and Mac Jones, all the credit to him, he's made his passes. We've seen some really tight windows that he's fit, and he's gotten a lot of help from Jalen Waddle. There's no doubt about that. Some guys have gone up and pulled some down, and just seeing it really well tonight from this receiving core. But man, passer rating of 189.9 already. How about it, Mac Jones?
Yeah, I mean, I'm really excited about what he's been able to showcase early on, and I get that the quarterback position is going to be talked about and scrutinized every single way possible, especially when you're following a quarterback like Tua Tagovailoa, who is, let's face it, probably the best quarterback ever at Alabama. So
yeah.
All eyes are on him. What can he do? Can this guy win games? And people know that he can beat Missouri. But I was looking for ball placement this game in the first half. We've certainly seen it. So that checks, the box. Can he win a game? Obviously, that checks that. But he has a lot of leadership, and he plays with a lot of confidence. And that ball placement, though, to the throw to Waddle, I thought was a great start. And I think that's a throw that we're going to continue to see from him. I mean, he's doing a great job. And, of course, right here, ESPN's talking about the legacy of these wide receivers: Julio Jones, Calvin Ridley, Amari Cooper, Jerry Jeudy, Henry Ruggs. And, next on the list is going to be Devontae Smith and Jalen Waddle. I mean, the list goes on and on.
Yeah, I mean, they made NFL history having 2 receivers go in the first round last year. I don't see any way Alabama doesn't repeat that history in the next draft with 2 receivers going in the first round again. I mean, it's just what an incredible 4 guys to have on campus at the same time.
It's so awesome. And you just love a well-rounded offense. It's so nice to see this ground game set up that receiving core and set up the passing offense. They've done such a nice job so far. Getting this defense back out here now. I think this drive is going to be, an interesting one. They've gotten the breather for a little bit now, had some time to take a rest. Let's see if we see that aggression again, like we saw it pretty much the whole first quarter.
All right, let's see what Missouri can do on their final offensive possession before halftime. Alabama currently leading 28-3. The spread on this game was, what was it? Did it move to 29 points?
It might have this morning. I didn't take a look when I woke up. It was at 27-5 for most of the week, but it very well might have moved up to 29.
Yeah. All right. You're watching the watch party right here on Bama Insider. Stay with us after the game. We're going to turn it into a post-game call-in show. So this is just a celebration. And, the game is on ESPN, by the way. So this is just a watch party. It's a celebration. So go to ESPN and watch the game. In case you were wondering, we're just providing our analysis. My goodness, did you see Christian Harris on that? I was like, it's crazy. Game is on ESPN app. And we'll do this, throughout the season, provide commentary, and then right after go into post game. And then I'll have Nick Saban's press conference for you as well right here on BamaInsider.com. Thank you very much for joining us, everybody. Hit that thumbs up button. That really goes a long way. Of course, super chats are, also greatly appreciated. What is a super chat? It's basically like a tip. Maybe I should say tips. If you like the job that the staff is doing, a lot goes into it. There's, different expenses that we have, to cover. We, just sent Tony out to Columbia, Missouri. So all the super chats go back to BamaInsider.com. So thank you very much. You just hit that dollar icon on the back of the screen. Anything helps. And of course, hit the thumbs up, and most importantly, subscribe to our YouTube channel, trying to grow it to 50,000 subscribers right here on Bama Insider. Alabama right now currently up on Missouri 28-3. Mac Jones doing some work, early on. I mean, that throw right there, I love it. 17-23, 239 yards, 2 touchdowns. Najee Harris, 13 rushes, 71 yards, and Jalen Waddle, 7 receptions, 121 yards, and 2 touchdowns. He caught that.
Caught it. Wow.
And then he threw it.
You can't do
and
that.
And then the official threw a penalty.
Yeah.
It's going to be 2 forward passes. Not quite a lot.
That was weird. No,
that
was strange.
An understandable mistake to make. You probably don't get the chance to throw the ball twice on one play a lot.
Very unique play.
Look at that. Who was that on the tip? Was that
LeBron Ray?
Oh, he hit him right in the face.
Man.
And Christopher Allen with the pressure again.
Look at Will Anderson. There he is again. Never lost sight of the ball.
No. ball was batted down so hard. We saw Robinson make a one-hand catch.
That was legit.
Man.
Yeah. 2 forward passes. 10 seconds. Take it. Kneel on the ball, Missouri.
Maybe we get a Hail Mary shot here at the end of it.
Hey, so at halftime, we're going to take a break. Then we'll come back and we'll talk stats and scores and provide some analysis. But take a break, go grab some pizza, grab some food. Stay with us right here on BamaInsider.com. My name is Kyle Henderson. Trey Yannity on your right, Tyler Waldrop on your left, coming to you from beautiful Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Alabama leads at half 28-3, coming back in a few minutes right here on BamaInsider.com. And thank you very much for joining us. Don't go away. We will be right back here in a few minutes right here on BamaInsider.com as soon as I can find our commercial. All right. Thanks, guys. See you soon.
season. But getting into certain players, we talked a lot about Dylan Moses. We talked a lot about some of these younger guys as well. But Christian Harris just providing pressure every single play.
I think the mic is muted somehow. One of the mics is muted.
There we go. A little technical difficulty. We got the mic open now. But yeah, no, to continue with that, this defense is just looks so energetic, so explosive out of the backfield. Dylan Moses has been on, I think, pretty much every single play tonight. Just Christian Harris is one guy I want to highlight. He's been creating so much pressure. Christopher Allen getting in there too, and just making things difficult in this Missouri offense so far. With the quarterback battle that they had, they're still trying to get their footing on offense, and the defense is taking advantage of just the miscues that they've had, and really held them to 3 points there. Look great. Tyler, what are you thinking?
I mean, we've talked about the freshmen, but Malachi Moore and Anderson, I mean, they've just really impressed me. They don't look out of place, I don't think. I mean, you see LeBron Ray and you see Daniel Wright and you see Christian Harrison, you see all these other guys, but the freshmen, they don't seem out of place. I don't feel like I have to go, oh, well, that's an understandable freshman mistake on that play. Like, I feel like they look like they belong amongst the starting group for sure.
Yeah, and not just out of place, but I think they look like they're, the leaders so far on this team. Look at William Anderson. This guy's been providing so much energy and, just making things hard on Missouri so far.
All right, let me ask you this. Who was your first half offensive MVP?
You say it.
You want to say Jalen Waddle.
You can take it away first.
Yeah, I mean, you have to. You have to say Jalen Waddle. And honestly, I wasn't even debating between Jalen and Najee. As much as I love Najee, Mac Jones is the guy I was thinking about saying there. I mean, because of that first catch, I think, or maybe not the first catch, but that catch Waddle had that we all kind of reacted to in the moment. When he's in the air and two guys are covering him and he gets hit, he goes down. Because of plays like that, I think you got to give the edge to Jalen Waddle. But Mac Jones has honestly looked phenomenal, and I would put him above Najee Harris right now.
Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you, son. Appreciate it. What's up, Derek? I see you. Thank you very much for joining us tonight on the watch party. Following the watch party, there's the after party, and then after the party, there's the after party, right? So we got the watch party going on right now, basically a celebration of Alabama football. We're giving our thoughts and comments about the game, instant analysis while it happens. You guys don't, watch the game on ESPN. That's what we're doing. And then after the game, I'm going to have Nick Saban's press conference, and I'm going to take your calls after the show. These are the producers right here behind the scenes. That's Trey Hannity on your right, Tyler Waldrop on your left. Big part of the show. So, super chats, they help the staff. So thank you so much to everybody that is, a key contributor on our show. We got some super chats earlier on in the show. So thank you very much for joining us. I hope you guys enjoyed the tailgate show, which is Friday. That was really fun. We got Mick Gillespie, and we talked a lot about, kind of previewing this game. But let's kind of go roundtable real quick in the SEC. And, I think we got a scoreboard, right? Do we have a scoreboard for the SEC?
Yeah, let's get the scoreboard going here.
All right. I see you, Derek. What's up, man? Thanks for joining us, by the way. We appreciate it. It's good to see you. No tie tonight. But I know you got your tie on the avatar, man. I like it. Okay. So as Trey brings up the SEC, there's some wild scores today. Okay. So go full screen on this. And I think okay, so you got Alabama, Missouri, 28-3 at the half. You got Tennessee and South Carolina. What was that spread? Was it 7.5?
I think it was 3.5.
It was 3.5. So, and we took Tennessee.
One. Yeah, we did.
Okay. All right. Okay. And then you got Texas A&M. What? Texas A&M and Vanderbilt is 7-5?
No.
What inning is that?
Yeah.
Is that the sixth inning? What the hell's going on in that game?
Yeah.
5 points. So you have to have a safety.
Somewhere. We saw a few safeties in the SEC today. That Georgia game.
What? This game's going on right now?
Yeah, this is at halftime, 7-5.
So, Kyle, you were talking up Kellen Mond an awful lot the past couple of days. So do you still feel that great about it?
I don't know. I have to see the stats. Like, is he playing? What is going on? I know, Vanderbilt, obviously, every once in a while they'll do something. That's a weird score. Okay, I'm getting like brainwashed from that score. Auburn beat Kentucky. Kentucky's pretty good, I have to say. That was a mildly interesting game, 29-13. Florida beats Ole Miss. That game was tied up 14-14.
Mm-hmm.
Lane Kiffin starting to show some tricks. You can't sleep on a Kiffin coach team. How about this one? Mississippi State beating LSU 44-34. What do you guys take on that game?
That's just such a weird one. And you have a team that we've talked about it a good bit today, but that's completely different from LSU that we saw last year. That was really probably my lock for the day was LSU defeating Mississippi State at home, opening up the season. But Costello and these Bulldogs come in here. Tyrell Shavers, the former Bama receiver, putting it on LSU and really just looked fundamentally great. This wasn't one of those freak games where LSU played poorly. They did, but Mississippi State took advantage and pulled away there, scoring 44.
All right, and then you got Georgia beating up on Arkansas 37-10. Let's take a look at some of those Big 12 scores. I mean, I don't even know if we have room to fit all those points that were on the board. But as you know, I mean, some of those scores are wacky. I think Texas Tech beat Texas, and then Oklahoma is out of the playoffs, right? I mean, with a loss to Kansas State. I think that's the second year that they've lost to Kansas State. So there you have it. The wild and wacky scores from the Big 12. Kansas State beating Oklahoma. Oklahoma ranked number 3 or wherever the rankings are. You can zoom a little bit down on that. That Baylor Kansas score, not too interested in that one. Kansas State beats Oklahoma. Spencer Rattler, the new quarterback, stepping in. And then you have Iowa State beating TCU. That one's kind of weird to me as well. Oklahoma State beats West Virginia. And the second half of this game has started. So let's get out of the scores and let's go talk about this second half. And as we talked about, so Texas won.
They did. And that was a Texas team that was down by 14 points with only about 5 minutes to go in the game. 15 points.
What was the score? What was the score of that game?
Final score, I believe, 63-56 in overtime.
63-50. Tyler, can you find the over-under for what that score was supposed to be?
Pound the over.
Seriously, I mean, these Big 12 scores are ridiculous. Okay, let's see what we can. Let's see what we're going to see in the second half of this game. All right, Mac Jones already has 239 yards in this game. Najee Harris, 71 yards rushing. Jalen Waddle, 7 receptions, 121 yards. Trey, can you put a couple stats, like a stat banner or something like that for some of the offensive production? And here's Missouri coming out of the gates. Sean Robinson swooping it out, and Jordan Battle, and looks like Malachi Moore. Malachi Moore has done a great job this game, right? How many tackles does he have?
I believe he had 3 at the end of the first half, and so that should be tackle. I don't think he gets credit for that one. I think that's going to go to Daniel Wright, but so Malachi Moore still at 3, but I mean, obviously he's been in a position to make those type of plays all night.
All right, there's the stats. Thanks, Trey. Appreciate it. Jalen Waddle, 121 yards. Jeez. Okay, Sean Robinson trying to get something going. Chris Allen getting held all day. Where's the penalty on that? And this guy's getting up the sideline. That was a shoestring tackle by Christian Harris, who, by the way, has played fantastic. Right? Is that a hold? I would assume.
Only marker out. Yeah, let's see.
It's got to be a hold. Did you see Chris Allen?
Yeah, I mean, he was getting wrapped up there.
Yeah. Okay, let's see. Yeah, there it was. That was a spot. Yeah, he's like, yep. We heard the watch party.
Yeah,
they got it right. So it was. It looked like it might have been on. There was a hold. It was actually on Patrick Surtain.
Yeah. Man, and how about Christian Harris getting over there? Anyways?
Yeah, great tackle. I mean, not gonna.
Yeah, kid's. He's unbelievable.
Is he the defensive MVP?
He might be. He might be. Like him and Will Anderson are going head, and then you also have Dylan Moses.
I was gonna say, don't forget about number 32 coming back.
So let's see on the defensive side of the ball. Daniel Wright has 5 tackles. Josh Jobe has 5 tackles, but it might go past the tackles, and of course we'll get the defensive grades on Pro Football Focus. Pro Football Focus, I'll have the grades following the game. I'll post those. Tyler will actually dive into those on Sunday, right? Tyler, you'll do a stat bomb.
Yeah,
tell him about the stat bomb.
So yes, I mean I'll just kind of dive deep and kind of give some more context behind some of this stuff. Like, what does this mean? And also, I'll give you those Pro Football Focus grades. Like Kyle mentioned earlier, the secondary, it's hard for us, especially, when you're watching on TV, it's hard to tell how good maybe Patrick Surtain's doing because he's covering guys off screen. So the Pro Football Focus guys, they'll kind of break that stuff down. They'll give grades, and I'll be able to put that in context. And we'll have that up tomorrow, late afternoon for y'all.
Okay. All right. Here's, almost got to him. Hey, you know who we haven't seen? So Christian Barmore didn't play.
Yeah.
Yeah.
right? He's not playing.
That was definitely the question mark.
Yeah.
In.
So going in, I mean, look, there's Justin Ebogbe, there's LeBron Ray, DJ Dale's been playing DT. I mean, so yeah, Christian Barmore hasn't played. I guess we should have maybe talked about that earlier. But William Anderson, I guess, has kind of received all the hype. But yeah, Christian Barmore, Saban said that, it was kind of a game time decision. I know he had kind of banged up his knee. He said it was minor. So maybe they're just kind of holding him out for the time being. But yeah, Derek, we agree with you, man. Christian Harris has definitely been playing lights out. So, all right, let's see what else we got.
Man, nice move.
Did you see that?
Yeah,
did you see William Anderson?
There's Anderson.
If somebody tweet it out, that was, I mean, he's a freshman.
Kyle, this might surprise you. That was his first tackle.
Yeah, but like he's been involved.
No. Yeah, definitely impacted the plays. It's just we've said his name so many times. First time he's going to show up in the box score.
Yeah. But I think like he showed up on our TV screens all night.
Yeah.
I think it's a testament to how good he's been. That's the first tackle, but he's in on pretty much.
He's disruptive
every single play.
He's a menace. All right, he looks angry. Jeez, look at him. Oh man! Oh my goodness!
That's a live
football out. Patrick Surtain hops on it.
We'll see if Alabama should get this.
It looks like Surtain got that one. There's Anderson again, pumping the fist.
That was unbelievable.
Anderson heard us say that Christian Harris might be the defensive MVP, and he's here to play now.
Oh wow!
Wow,
so deceptive from Robinson.
You can clearly see that's Bama ball. Clear recovery there.
Oh my goodness! I mean that was crazy. William Anderson. Oh my goodness! Wow.
Yeah.
Hold on, I'm tweeting something out because that was crazy.
That's tweet worthy right there. I mean, and if you look back at that play too, Roundtree. I think everybody thought Roundtree had the football. You see the quarterback keep, and I guess the RPO there tries to give it up the last second. Didn't work out. Najee keeps it going for this offense to begin the third quarter. Getting a little bit deeper now. We definitely are starting to get into Trey Sanders territory. I wonder how long we go before getting to see him.
Well, yeah, I mean, we'll get to him. We'll get to Bryce Young at some point. But I mean, Trey, can you imagine how scary it's going to be when Anderson and Barmore on the field at the same time?
Oh my goodness! And then you add in Christian Harris's and the technical Patrick Surtains, and don't forget about Dylan Moses. Still, this defense is here.
Look at him;
they're back.
Yeah. You're right. I mean, the defense is back. I mean, William Anderson, we haven't seen an edge rusher like him since I've been here.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Right. I mean, and there's been some talented guys that have gone into the league, but I mean, this guy is something special. I mean, that play right there, he moves to my defensive MVP list.
Oh yeah. And the most exciting thing is that this is game one of year one for William Anderson. I mean, the kid's got 3 years ahead of him.
Yeah.
Hopefully a whole lot of this.
Oh wow.
Trey's already calling it. Anderson's gone after year 3.
Yeah. I mean,
he could be gone after this game.
At this point, I don't think it's a hot take.
He's a beast. Everything that you want in an edge rusher. The campaign. So Najee Harris, what's he up to stat wise?
Najee Harris has got 15 carries for 79 yards.
Oh yeah, just a great night of work.
And 2 touchdowns down on top of that.
Yeah, they'll get him his 100 yards. Here he goes. Look at that. It might have been
a little bit of a late push there.
Yeah, he's okay.
He's going to complain, but Harris isn't going to get that call.
This offense just kind of wearing this defense down still. Do you guys think if they punch it in here, this is maybe our last Mac drive, or do we get to see him play for into the third quarter?
I don't know. That's a great question. What do you guys think in the comment box? When do you think Bryce? Let me ask you this. Not when do you? Oh, there it is. Najee Harris.
Wow, that extra push at the end.
Incredible.
They're going to give him he's going to get. Oh, they gave it to him. Touchdown. Yeah, I mean, it's either going to get it now or next play. Mm-hmm. All right, so Najee Harris now, 17 rushes, 98 yards, 3 touchdowns. 18 yards is his longest, 5.8 yards per carry. Alabama scores 35-3. Scoring drive, 5 plays, 37 yards, 2 minutes and 7 seconds. Alabama total yards wise, 352 yards. Missouri has 135 yards. And I mean, this has been really impressive. That was a really impressive drive, really overpowering.
Yeah, they're just continuing to dominate from every spot of the offense. We're seeing the receivers continue to make plays. Najee bowling through the defense. Mac Jones delivering. I don't think this offense is going to get slowed down. Certainly not by Missouri tonight. 34, hopefully 35. This is the moment of truth again here, guys.
All right. Carson is saying Mac gets one more drive and then Bryce comes in. What's up, Carson? Hit the thumbs up button. We appreciate you guys being here. That might be good. One more drive and then get Bryce in. I mean, I think you have to get him in. Right?
Yeah, I mean, you have to, especially this year, so much uncertainty. You have to get guys playing time, and I think Bryce is going to get playing time here soon. I do think Mac Jones gets one more drive though.
I think that's a fair guess. Yeah. And this is Missouri. You know, this is the game where back when Tua was a freshman, it was Vanderbilt. We got to see him get in when the score was out of hand. I think this is that game. Really exciting matchup here that this is week 1 and we're going to get to see some things as the second half continues, but I don't think it's going to be long. I think one drive at the max now that they review this touchdown. I think it's going to stand up and then maybe only one more trip for Mac Jones and maybe Najee Harris. Trey Sanders could get the call after this as well.
And yeah, look at Najee. He looks like he's in the NFL. Hey, I saw Butch Jones.
Yeah.
Butch Jones sighting we might have to have a game. Like if you're old enough out there, you see Butch Jones, you might have to have a Yingling or something like that, right? Okay, there's Najee Harris. Look at him. He's like, yeah, everyone went to the right and I went to the left and then I went back to the right and then I got it in the end zone and it was like, yeah, I was 1 yard short, but the official was like, I'm just going to give it to you anyways because you've had such a great night.
The courtesy touchdown ball.
Yeah. So, okay. So Will Reichert, here we go. 34-3. Could he hit another extra point? I'm going to say yes. Boom.
Up and good. Is this real Bama Nation?
This is it. All right.
In a row.
Look, there he goes. He's drinking. Looks like some sort of space age Gatorade or something like that. Probably filled with electrolytes.
Yeah, he's got the Michael Jordan juice from Space Jam.
Yeah, that was something. Because that didn't look like a normal Gatorade.
Oh,
yeah. He was drinking. Those are some electrolytes.
Yeah, he's got something special.
Yeah. Okay, Jeff Allen, giving good stuff. Let's see. Daniel Wright really has looked bad in open field. I think there's been a couple times he's been kind of out of place. We'll have to see, what he does. Kind of going forward on this next drive. Bryce Young getting 3 touchdown passes. We'll see what he can do when he gets in. We're kind of debating on when Bryce Young does get into this game at some point. Bryce is coming in late third quarter. Guess we'll have to see. Najee beast, definitely beast. You're not surprised by Najee's performance tonight.
I'm not surprised by Najee's performance tonight. I got him maybe getting the school rushing record, no matter shortened season. I don't care. I think he's still got a chance at it. I think he's got a chance at the Heisman. So no surprises here for me with Najee.
No. All right, we're gonna take a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back here on BamaInsider.com on the watch party. And remember, after the watch party, there's the after party, which is the call-in show. And we'll take your calls right here on BamaInsider.com. Stay with us. Alabama Crimson Tide football fans, what's going on? It's Kyle Henderson of BamaInsider.com. First, I want to thank you for listening to the BamaInsider.com tailgate show. And secondly, I want to invite you to the postgame call-in show immediately following Alabama in Missouri. Mick Gillespie and myself, Kyle Henderson, will be taking your calls and providing instant analysis from what we learned following Alabama in Missouri. Which freshmen stood out? Top performers, things you need to know following Alabama in Missouri. Please join us for the post-game call-in show right here on BamaInsider.com with Kyle Henderson. Hope to see you soon. Alabama Crimson Tide football fans, what's going on? It's Kyle Henderson of BamaInsider.com. First, I want to thank you for listening to the BamaInsider.com tailgate show. And secondly, I want to invite you to the postgame call-in show immediately following Alabama in Missouri. Mick Gillespie and myself, Kyle Henderson, will be taking your calls and providing instant analysis from what we learned following Alabama in Missouri. Which freshmen stood out? Top performers, things you need to know following Alabama in Missouri. Please join us for the post-game call-in show right here on BamaInsider.com with Kyle Henderson. Hope to see you soon. With Kyle Henderson, and I'm like doing the read, it's all good. What's up, guys? Thank you very much for joining our celebration. It's the watch party right here on the Bama Insider YouTube channel. Bryce Young warming up. Is this the time? Expect the ratings to jump, right? As Bryce Young, the 5-star freshman, gets onto the field for the first time. This is the Bama Insider Watch Party. My name is Kyle Henderson. Trey Yannity on your right, Tyler Waldrop on your left. These are the guys behind the scenes, but I'm bringing them out. And, we're talking Alabama football. It's a watch party. It's a celebration. We're breaking it all down. Stay with us right after the game as we will take your calls and we'll provide instant analysis on Alabama and Missouri. That's coming up right here. You don't have to go anywhere. You can go grab some snacks, come back. We'll have the Nick Saban press conference for you. We'll have everything right here on BamaInsider.com. Trey, you're talking about some scoreboards updates?
Yeah, definitely. Let's take it around the country. Let's keep it in the top 25. We'll get this displayed on the screen here for you. Some interesting scores. One that I think is the most interesting at the half, Texas A&M up 7-5 on Vanderbilt. Some combination of points got them to 5. They're hanging in there, the Commodores, projected to finish last in the SEC. Making a run at number 10 on the road. The Virginia Tech Hokies up 17-7, the 20th ranked Hokies over NC State. And game we highlighted, another game in our picks from Friday night's tailgate show, Miami and Florida State. I think we all had Miami to cover. They're rolling right now, 35-3 with the football. That one only in the second quarter. Tennessee, the other big SEC game tonight, up on South Carolina, 14-7 in Columbia at the half.
All right, good stuff. We're going to actually bring in, where I told you it's a party, we're going to bring in Mick Gillespie.
Hey, what's up, guys? Can you hear me?
Yeah, there's a little bit.
All right, look, let me get a time. I'm going to get my earpiece, and I'm going to just put me back on hold, and I'll jump right back on in a second. I'm at a party myself. Look, man, we're all over here doing stuff. Some volunteer fans. We got the Alabama game on, man. This is what it's all about, man. Hey, football's back, so I'm in paradise right now. But let me get my earpieces, and I'll jump right back on with you guys.
All right, that's Mick Gillespie. So he was partying, obviously. It's the watch party, and we were bringing him in on the party. It's good to see that he was having a good time. Yeah, great energy. So Alabama right now still up on Missouri, 28-3. Or I'm sorry, 35-3. Sorry. That Vanderbilt score is really freaking me out.
It is. It's creepy. It's
Texas A&M 7, Vanderbilt 5.
Wait, this is Kellen Mond's time. We expected. I mean,
I was just talking about him. My goodness, this is weird. Yeah. All right, so more on the defense. Let's see what Alabama can do. We've talked about a lot of these guys early on about our MVPs, and looks like there's
another.
Was that? It's really been Dylan
Christian
Moses
Harris and Will Anderson, right there.
Yeah. So you got Dylan Moses, Christian Harris, and William Anderson, right?
Triple threat.
Yeah.
And Chris Allen really getting in a lot of these plays too, creating some stress. And, I think Patrick Surtain is a player a lot of people always talk about. Great athlete, but this takes so much pressure off of him to have to jump in and make plays, especially not being, one of the few older guys on this team now.
I mean, Kyle, you did a great job, leading up to this game and during fall camp of getting those nuggets. And you heard about Will Anderson before. Does this performance tonight exceed everything you heard about Will Anderson?
Probably. I think, as we got later into fall training camp, I knew he was going to be really good. I knew he had been very disruptive at practice. I think, I had reported that, at least on the Nugget report that, Alabama's offense, the first team offense, had to stop practice a couple of times because he's just so disruptive. There he is right there, another tackle. Mm-hmm. But what I'm seeing from him, this guy is, in my opinion, I've seen a couple games today. This guy is, one of the best defenders in all of college football already. Mm-hmm. That's a huge statement. The guy's only a freshman.
That's a take there, Kyle. He's
the guy's on every single play. Every play. It's ridiculous. I mean, thumbs up right here for William Anderson. If you guys agree, I mean, my goodness.
I wonder, a week from now, 2, 3, once we start getting into these more challenging games, how effective Will Anderson's going to
be. And that guy right there, Christian Harris, he's right there as well. I mean, his play from last year to this year has just completely elevated. I mean, look at him.
Yeah. Night and day for Christian Harris.
And not to say that he did a bad job last year by any means. I mean, he was a freshman kind of getting thrown in, but I think having the confidence with Dylan Moses right next to him, that's like your older brother going out there, right? So, I mean, those guys have known each other since they're like, little kids. And to be out here, he must have so much more confidence, A, from playing his freshman year, and B, just from the confidence that, Dylan Moses is providing as well.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't fun for Alabama fans to watch last season at times, but I mean, that's the benefit of you have those guys that are forced into a tough spot freshman year. Now they have all that experience already. And I think we're seeing it tonight with Christian Harris, but Anderson didn't even need that. I mean, he didn't need that experience, those growing pains. I don't know, Kyle. I mean, I think we're gonna see.
All right, we're gonna get the audio. Buddy.
Yeah, working on it right now. I think as soon as I connect with these Bluetooths here, I'm gonna be
okay. We'll bring in Mick when he's all good to go. Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, it's pretty remarkable to see these young guys really stepping up and kind of what they bring to this first college football Saturday.
Yeah, definitely. Big fourth down there again as we see Missouri convert it now for the first time tonight. Interesting play call there. How do you guys feel about that 4th down and 4? At the 30-yard line, kind of no man's land.
I mean, this drive, as it says on the screen, 11 plays, 53 yards, 5 minutes and 22 seconds. Now is a good time to see where these guys can dig deep, especially later in the game, see what type of condition they are. I think Nick Saban's going to find out what type of team this is once he looks, obviously on film, but sees the conditioning of these guys, right?
Definitely. And I think a blowout can be so effective for both teams, not just the team dominating the other. If you're on the losing end, you can try some things too. You can try to maybe go for a 4th down there where you wouldn't in a game that's a touchdown or a field goal difference.
All right, we're going to try one more time to bring in Mick. Mick, what's up, buddy?
Hey, man. I think you can hear me now, right?
Definitely. Yeah. What's up, man?
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Look, you said maybe 5 touchdowns for Waddle. He should have 3, right? They reversed the one back on him, but I love the way that Mac Jones is playing. I mean, that's the thing that stands out to me. And I know when we get to the postgame show, we'll probably talk about that a lot, but I've seen a huge improvement with his poise in the pocket and his downfield accuracy, and when you compare him to what Tua did last year, there was a big drop off, but balls have just been precise. They've been beautiful, and it's opened up. I mean, obviously the running game, but I've been really, really happy with the way that he's kind of in the offense so far.
Yeah, I think he's demonstrated that he's, obviously we all knew that he's capable of leading this offense, but I wanted to see ball placement, as we talked about with the guys earlier. I think he's been really effective with his accuracy, but I think a big part of it too is not only his confidence, but I think the offensive line has done a tremendous job. I mean, has this guy even seen the turf once? I mean, looking at Evan Neal, look at that blitz. My goodness. You have Evan Neal and Alex Leatherwood, who early on had some false start penalties that I think will be corrected going into next week. But, I mean, they've kept him clean throughout this whole game.
Yeah, well, I mean, we knew that coming in, this was going to be a good offensive line. But I've been impressed with the defense. Now, look, I know Missouri's kind of driving right now, but it's like, just watching those guys get after the quarterback, putting the pressure on the quarterback, and this is the first time that they've really been pushed, I'd say, all game. But this team, I mean, you don't know where you're at, I guess, when you play an opponent like Missouri. This isn't going to be a great year for them. But, I mean, they're still an SEC team, and Alabama has really just gotten to do what they want when they want it up until now, so I've been impressed with the defense too, but they're going to run the ball. We know that. It's the downfield passing that takes that special type, with Tua, he could do that, like where you step into the pocket and you're not afraid to wait in there and maybe take a hit, but you throw the ball and it's there. These passes have been perfect today. They've been so crisp. This team, and I mean, I may be wrong at the end of the season, but this team to me just feels like it's on a mission, like watching LSU lose today. It's you win one, right? and then you want to come back and win another one. Really, really tough to do. And that's kind of been Saban's trademark, like once you win that championship, you're already working towards the next year. And, Alabama obviously wasn't in the mix last year when it was, they didn't make the playoff, but there's been this feel around the program where these guys were very motivated. And I see it today, man. I just see it. There's a lot of continuity of urgency that I like to watch with this team. I think they're going to be really interesting. And after watching Georgia struggle, Auburn struggle a little bit, and and obviously LSU lose, there's some tough games on the schedule. Ooh, that's what I like right there. I mean, when you tackle somebody and rip the dude's helmet off, I mean, you're coming. That's the heat.
Yeah, the poor guy's helmet flew 15 yards down the field. The equipment manager is going to pick up the helmet. Hey Mick, so we're gonna let you go, and then we're gonna
catch the post game
at the post game, and we'll catch up with you soon. Okay.
Yeah, and that was a clean hit, by the way. His head was not in the helmet, just for everyone watching.
Yeah, the guy is okay. He's gonna be.
He's okay. Yeah, but it looked like his head might be rolling the sideline. So. All right, guys. Hey, great show. Been watching, and I'll talk to you.
All right. See you soon, buddy. All right. Mick Gillespie. He'll be joining us. Yeah, that guy's okay. All right. We're going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back. Inching closer to the fourth quarter. Score is still Alabama 35, Missouri 3, but Tigers are marching in. You're watching the BamaInsider.com watch party with the crew right here on Bama Insider. Alabama Crimson Tide football fans, what's going on? It's Kyle Henderson of BamaInsider.com. First, I want to thank you for listening to the BamaInsider.com tailgate show. And secondly, I want to invite you to the postgame call-in show immediately following Alabama in Missouri. Mick Gillespie and myself, Kyle Henderson, will be taking your calls and providing instant analysis from what we learned following Alabama in Missouri. Which freshmen stood out? Top performers, things you need to know following Alabama in Missouri. Please join us for the post-game call-in show right here on BamaInsider.com with Kyle Henderson. Hope to see you soon. Alabama Crimson Tide football fans, what's going on? It's Kyle Henderson of BamaInsider.com. First, I want to thank you for listening to the BamaInsider.com tailgate show. And secondly, I want to invite you to the postgame call-in show immediately following Alabama in Missouri. Mick Gillespie and myself, Kyle Henderson, will be taking your calls and providing instant analysis from what we learned following Alabama in Missouri. Which freshmen stood out? Top performers, things you need to know following Alabama in Missouri. Please join us for the post-game call-in show right here on BamaInsider.com with Kyle Henderson. Hope to see you soon. All right, so Missouri has kicked a field goal. Check this out. The drive was 18 plays, 55 yards, 8 minutes and 36 seconds, and the score is 35-6. But at least Alabama didn't give up a touchdown.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it was a long drive.
It was.
A lot of people are not happy with Daniel Wright's play. I guess I have to watch that a little bit more. And one thing that we have access to is the Pro Football Focus analytics. So that'll give us the grade outs of the players following the game. Tyler Waldrop will have that for you guys Sunday around midday, and we'll kind of list, the top performers from the defensive side.
Yeah, and I get the frustration with Daniel Wright to this point as we see Bryce Young now gets set to take the field.
Put up a banner.
Yeah, let's get Bryce Young his own alert here.
All right, breaking news: Bryce Young's time at Alabama starts now, as the Crimson Tide lead 35-6. It's the third quarter with 1:09 to play, and it looks like we're going to get to see Bryce Young lead Alabama's offense. You were saying, Trey?
Yeah, just back to Daniel Wright. I could see the frustrations because on the ball, he just hasn't been making tackles. He's almost been – some of it's been getting just faked out. But even when he's making contact, with the offensive player, he's not making good contact and not bringing him down, not looking like William Anderson to this point or Dylan Moses, guys that are leading with their shoulder and really driving in to the offensive player. But maybe the Pro Football Focus will give us a different look, when he's not around the football. But he hasn't looked good when he has been, I will say. Yeah.
Okay. So stay tuned for the grades on Sunday when we'll break everything down and kind of, have the NFL scouts actually provide the grades. And then we can look at kind of the tackles, how these guys performed in open field, because it really breaks it down. And, we'll get a better look at kind of the analytics overall. Right now, though, Daniel Wright, surprisingly enough, has 9 tackles, which leads the team. Christian Harris, who I think his grades got to be, and some of the grades are going to make you mad. That's the thing with these Pro Football Focus grades, because the scouts really break it down. We'll try to provide, good reasoning to the scouts and how they graded the players. But Christian Harris has played fantastic. Jordan Battle also has 6 tackles. LeBron Ray has 4 tackles. Sacks. Do we have an update on sacks? Looks like we have 2 sacks. Christian Harris and LeBron Ray, 2 sacks tonight.
Yeah, I think this is an example of maybe stats. This is kind of how they can be confusing sometimes because, we've all been watching, and Christian Harris has looked like the most dominant player, and Daniel Wright has looked like maybe the least dominant player, but the numbers show and tell a different story. Sorry, Tyler, what were you going to say?
Well, no, I was just going to say it's just a testament to kind of what you see sometimes in the secondary. The more tackles you have, maybe the worse job you're doing.
Yeah.
Like Surtain is not probably normally going to lead the team in tackles, but that's probably because the team doesn't want to throw against Surtain. Why would they challenge him when they could challenge Josh Jobe, who has looked good tonight? But obviously, we don't expect him to play the same caliber defense that we expect from Surtain on the other side of the field.
Yeah, no, that's a great point because the best players on the team usually aren't going to get tested as much as maybe a weakness on the team that the opposing team knows that they can attack. And Daniel Wright early on looked like that guy, and so far he has been leading the team in tackles with 9 there. But no, I'm with you, Bama Nation. It hasn't been maybe what we were hoping out of Mr. Wright tonight, but his grade could be one of the better on this defense. Looking at it tomorrow.
I don't expect to see that, but
probably not.
We'll certainly see. So we saw Bryce Young warming up. Do we expect Bryce Young to get in right now? This is kind of when we thought we would see him earlier.
Yeah, this is the time, and I think it's a good spot for him. I think there's plenty of time for him to figure out where he is in terms of like getting his feet actually wet. And I think it's a great time. He still has an entire quarter. So I want to see him play. We haven't seen him we didn't get a chance to see him during spring. Of course they kept the clips of him small, and here he is right here coming out of shotgun. And to the right of him is actually Trey Sanders, who changed his number to number 24.
Man, this is so fun to watch. It's almost like, for baseball fans out there, the prospects getting called up through the organization, getting their debut. This is it. This is great.
Okay, so let's see what he can do. He had 13,000 passing yards and 152 touchdowns at the prep level. He has kind of that innate ability to make plays and to give you that wow factor. I think he's a guy who's going to distribute the football where it needs to be. Evan Neal is down. I don't like that.
No, not one bit.
Okay. He's going to be okay, I would assume.
Looks like he's maybe favoring that left leg there.
Now Now, injury to Evan Neal is scary.
It is.
This guy is probably one of the best tackles in college football. I don't know, I mean, he walked off on his own, or he's kind of like hobbling there. There's Bryce Young's parents. They're looking at the watch. They're like, all right, you know what time it is? It's Bryce time, right? So here we go. Let's see what they can do. And all right, here you go, boy. I'm scared about that Evan Neal. We'll get an update following the game from Nick Saban if he can get an injury update. So let's see what happens on that. But that would be critical for Alabama. All right. So here we go. We got Bryce Young in shotgun. To the right of him is Trey Sanders, a redshirt freshman. And you're going to see Alabama's guards. Bryce Young pulls back. He's going to be able to hook up with John. Is that? Who's that?
Smith.
Okay.
Yeah.
Smitty on the outside for short gain.
And how about that too? The fumbled snap recovers, spins around, delivers a nice throw still to Smith.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, good call, Trey. I mean, look at that. He's able to kind of cut back. He got his first big boy hit.
Yeah, pretty good recovery there. That's what I noticed too on that play. I think people are gonna ask, why is Devontae Smith's out there, Waddle's out there, Evan Neal obviously banged up in some way. I think people are gonna go, why are these starters still in there in this blowout? And I mean, if you want Bryce Young and if you want Trey Sanders to get quality snaps, you got to have some guys around him.
Sure.
Yeah, and I think this is still, to an extent, a little bit of a quarterback battle between these two. Maybe they want to see what Bryce Young looks like with the starting receivers, versus what Mac Jones looked like tonight. But a solid little start here as we get to the end of this third quarter. Bama's still up 35-6, rolling on into the fourth quarter now.
All right, we'll catch you soon. Quick commercial break. We'll be right back. Alabama Crimson Tide football fans, what's going on? It's Kyle Henderson of BamaInsider.com. First, I want to thank you for listening to the BamaInsider.com tailgate show. And secondly, I want to invite you to the postgame call-in show immediately following Alabama in Missouri. Mick Gillespie and myself, Kyle Henderson, will be taking your calls and providing instant analysis from what we learned following Alabama in Missouri. Which freshmen stood out? Top performers, things you need to know following Alabama in Missouri. Please join us for the post-game call-in show right here on BamaInsider.com with Kyle Henderson. Hope to see you soon. Alabama Crimson Tide football fans, what's going on? It's Kyle Henderson of BamaInsider.com. First, I want to thank you for listening to the BamaInsider.com tailgate show. And secondly, I want to invite you to the post-game call-in show immediately following Alabama in Missouri. Mick Gillespie and myself, Kyle Henderson, will be taking your calls and providing instant analysis from what we learned following Alabama in Missouri. Which freshmen stood out? Top performers, things you need to know following Alabama in Missouri. Please join us for the post-game call-in show right here on BamaInsider.com with Kyle Henderson. Hope to see you soon. All right, guys, welcome back right here to the watch party on BamaInsider.com. Alabama currently leads this game 35-6. I'm here with Trey Yannity on your right, Tyler Waldrop on your left. Thank you very much for joining us tonight. We've been talking about Alabama. We've been having a celebration, right? It's been great to finally talk just college football in general. Alabama currently up. Bryce Young is in. Evan Neal looked like he was hurt. So we'll get an update as soon as we can on him later on Nick Saban. Following this show will be the postgame show. You don't have to go anywhere. It's going to be on the same stream. We're going to take your calls. We're going to be joined by Mick Gillespie. We're going to have Nick Saban's press conference, all that and more coming up right here on Bama Insider. Great pass right there from Bryce Young to the outside to Devontae Smith. Liked everything about that right there.
Yeah, first third down of his career as well, converting right there.
Yeah.
I mean, and that's what you want Alabama to do in this moment. You want them to let Bryce Young actually throw it, get some meaningful snaps in this one, and not just hand the ball off to Trey Sanders.
Sure.
Definitely excited to see Sanders too, though. I wonder if they'll go back to him here on first down.
All right, steps up in the pocket. Ooh.
Oh, wow.
Great catch, but out of bounds by Devontae there.
And that's kind of the thing about him is I think that, with a player like Bryce, he's going to be a guy that takes chances, right? He's going to let it fly, so to speak, and be aggressive about it. That's the type of player that he is. He may throw an interception, but he might throw 6 touchdowns.
Exactly.
He's going to be that guy who goes for it, gambles a little bit more.
And just so athletic too. I think he's going to be able to create offense in difficult situations, kind of like we saw Tua do in his time here at Alabama. When things get dicey, he's going to be able to get out of the pocket and make some plays.
And just to give you a quick update, Tyler, we have some photos available right now, so you can go in there and check those out. Let's see.
Another third down here. 2 to begin Bryce Young's career here in the first drive.
Right. Let's see what he can do. So far, I've liked everything that I've seen from him.
Got some substitution.
Because he dealt with that one, kind of bobbled snap.
Yeah.
And then he was able to quickly get out of that. And let's see what he can do right now, kind of leading the offense. 13 minutes left. I mean, this is a lot of time for a freshman to come in and, kind of orchestrate the offense. So let's see what he can do in this particular instance. Great protection. Great ball.
Great.
Wow. That was big time.
That's huge.
Loved it.
That pass was located where one player could catch it, and it was Devontae Smith.
Yeah. Let's check that out again. Okay, so Devontae Smith kind of coming on this flag route, throws it right there. Jahlil Billingsley, look, there it is. Nice ball. Smitty goes up, gets it. That was great.
Not sure if it's by design, but Bryce Young only has eyes for Devontae Smith so far in this one.
Yeah.
Hey, that's a comfortable target, right? That Smitty, 8 receptions, 89 yards. He's having a solid day. I wish we still had college fantasy football. I had him on my team. And
we haven't called on Jalen Waddle's name in a little bit here now. Maybe we could see a deep ball. Maybe in this set of downs even. Brian Robinson getting the call.
Yeah, let's see.
What are you guys' thoughts on Robinson so far? We know, he had the drop TD pass early on, but, a little bit of a quiet night for him. What do we expect from Robinson as the season goes on?
I think it's telling that he's still in here over Trey Sanders right now. It looks like they're going to rotate those 2 guys this drive. I think he's got the number 2 job, but I don't think he played tonight like he's going to stay in that role going forward. So, I don't think it was a great game from him, but this one was pretty much all Najee when it mattered.
And Bryce Young scrambling, making the plays, juking. It looked like he almost juked himself out there.
All right, I'm loading some photos right now from the actual game, and got some great images coming in courtesy of the SEC. And I'll get those up as soon as I can to either stream, and I'm sure, Tyler, you could probably add some as well. Post-game show to follow right here on Bama Insider. We appreciate you guys being with us. I'll take your calls. I'll get Nick Saban's press conference. How about this photo? Man, this is like running with giants. You guys are going to love this photo that I'm about to show. I think this demonstrates Alabama's offensive line and, kind of what they're capable of and opening up, lanes for Najee Harris. This is a wonderful shot right here that I'm about to show you guys. I think they're on a commercial break, so this will give me time to give you this photo. And when you look at this photo, check this out. Look at that. To the right, Deontay Brown. Najee Harris. That was when he beasted over like 3 of those defenders. Then you have Evan Neal and Alex Leatherwood. Okay. The guys on the left running towards the football, right? I think the offensive line has played really well
Mhm.
throughout this day. I think they did a great job. I want to see their Pro Football Focus grades as well. I mean, we need to see what they did, and kind of from a grade perspective. But everything I've seen has been pretty good. I mean, I think they did a great job with the pass protection, right? I mean,
Yeah, I mean, not a lot. You can't really complain too much about how the offensive lines played at all. I think the only thing you can really say is what's up with Evan Neal.
Yeah.
Like, what I think we're holding our breath a little bit while we wait to figure out.
Remind them if they're just joining us.
Yeah, okay, yeah. I mean, for anyone just joining us, or if you missed that, I mean, Evan Neal kind of goes down. He's helped off the field under his own power, but clearly, limping pretty severely. It seems to be some sort of ankle issue. You hope it's just, guy gets banged up. You just want to pull him. No reason to leave him in at this point. You hope that's kind of what they're doing. They're just being precautionary. Certainly hope it's nothing severe, especially with the first game. But hopefully Nick Saban will be able to update all of us after this one, and we'll get that information to you.
All right.
And like you said, barring an season injury to Evan Neal, or anything, that puts him out for a few games. This offensive line has been great at all four. They've looked solid, just creating holes. I think early on, the offense seemed maybe a little bit out of rhythm. Obviously, that first drive, it was nearly a 3-and-out. And once we started to see some holes open up, Najee got this offense set up. The pass game opened up.
Yeah.
All a testament to that offensive line.
You guys are going to love this next photo I'm uploading right now. I think it's going to really illustrate some key contributors, on the defensive side of the ball. You got Dylan Moses, and just the impact that he had on this defense overall, right? I think he really provided, just an overall great pulse. I mean, we talked about it, him being the heart and soul of this defense. You got LeBron Ray, number 18. You've just seen, I think LeBron Ray played really well tonight from what I saw from him. I saw him a lot of times in the backfield. And then of course, on the far left, you got William Anderson. I mean, look at those, the biceps. I mean, the dude is ripped. He's a freshman, and he had a fantastic game. So William Anderson certainly up for that MVP. And maybe we'll give out some game balls, as we go, as we get closer to the ending of this game. William Anderson certainly did a great job. So did Christian Harris. I mean, both those guys did a great job tonight during, the opener for Alabama. Here's Bryce Young still leading Alabama's offense. Was that Trey Sanders?
Brian Robinson.
That was B-Rob?
Okay,
so B-Rob. Couldn't see his number. Okay.
Yeah.
I need to get a photo of Christian Harris. And Tyler, you'll have a quick story or something like that.
Yeah, I'll have a quick. And I'm gonna have offensive and defensive MVPs for people to look at. And
then slide up the watch party up at the top.
Okay.
All right. This young man played fantastic. I'm about to load another photo of him in just a quick second. And Christian Harris. Trey, talk about the play of Harris tonight.
It's just been electric. I think that's the perfect word to describe it, because he's not only been aggressive and very technical with the way he's making tackles, but he's been explosive and just so quick. It seems like there's 3 or 4 Christian Harrises on the field tonight, just with everywhere he's been. I mean, incredible play there. And like we've been talking about, it helps so much when you have that support system of having Dylan Moses, of having William Anderson, LeBron Ray, all these guys stepping up and making plays. It's opened the defense up for Mr. Harris, and he's capitalized. Looked great tonight. Hopefully this is a sign for what we're going to see all season long. Yeah, absolutely. Here on the Watch Party with Bama Insider, join us following the game as we jump right into the postgame show. We're going to have Mick Gillespie come back on, and we're going to talk about what we learned immediately. We're going to have Saban's press conference as soon as we can get it, and we're going to have much more fun right here on BamaInsider.com. After the party, there's the after party. So we're calling the after party the post-game show right here on BamaInsider.com. So definitely stay with us. My name is Kyle Henderson. If this is the first time that you're joining us, smash that thumbs up button, and most importantly, subscribe to our content. Great stuff back on BamaInsider.com. Bryce Young leading Alabama's offense right now down the field. This is his debut. He's doing a great job so far right now. I'll read you out some stat lines going forward, and he's doing a pretty good job from what we've seen early on, and I'm not surprised. I mean, this guy is ready. He was clearly ready to step up and contribute as a freshman. And Jalen Waddle, here's a great shot of him. I mean, he's absolutely crushed it tonight.
Stat-wise for Jalen Waddle, 7 receptions, 121 yards, and 2 touchdowns. We saw a great touchdown pass from Mac Jones to Jalen Waddle, 2 of them, obviously. Mac Jones subbed out right now, 18 to 24, 249 yards with 2 touchdowns. Najee Harris, 2 yards shy of 100 yards. That's kind of frustrating, like 2 yards from 100 yards, right? And let's see. And see what's going on right here. Bryce Young, still in shotgun. And let's see.
Ooh,
fumbles the football.
Loses it, man.
Wow, that wasn't good.
It's a
And Landon
huge
Dickerson
tackle from Landon.
Yeah, Landon Dickerson just body slammed that dude.
Picked him up and threw him down.
Yeah.
Man.
Okay. All right. Well, let's look at what he did, and let's go over what went wrong in that particular play. All right. So you got the end that's going to come in. So Deontay Brown, someone loses him right there.
Yeah.
Number one, and he didn't do a good job of holding on to the football. That's the other thing. I mean, the ball was out in his right hand, and he's a freshman, right? He's going to play like a freshman, but you can't substitute. I mean, these guys are going to play. They're going to have errors, and that was clearly an error, and that's a turnover, and you can't have a turnover. I think, as I talked about before, I think when you have Mac Jones in there, he's a guy that has the experience and doesn't seem to take those chances. And I'm not saying he was taking a chance right there. It was just a turnover.
Yeah. And in a play like that, 3rd and 19, it's a little bit destined to fail just naturally with a guy that's maybe trying to force it. They're getting into the red zone, trying to create some kind of extra offense to keep the drive going. And like you said, this is drive 1 for Bryce Young. I think you got to take it with a grain of salt and just look at some of the throws he made. That bullet over the middle of Devontae Smith was awesome to see. Hitting Smith there on the first 3rd down play as well. Some huge positives to take away. And I think game experience is just going to be the only thing Young needs. Hopefully he gets a drive or 2, maybe just 1 with the way things are looking, but just more experience. That's what counts. No spring game this year. The kid hasn't really had any live experience. Obviously, this is game 1. So this is his first shot. You hate to see him fumble it though, but just got to move forward.
It's a great learning experience.
It is,
right?
It
I mean,
is.
you get thrown into a game like this. Obviously, you can still hang back on the defense, who's done a great job. The offense, we've seen a lot of positivity from that overall group, and he comes out and he makes a turnover on his first drive. I guarantee you on the second drive, something special is going to happen. Yeah. Because I think that's the type of player he is. And when you play the quarterback position, bad things are going to happen, but you can't make excuses. I mean, hey, if Alabama is going to put you in an opportunity to play, you gotta come with it, right? You can't fumble the football. Turnovers will kill you, as you know. And this year more than ever, depth is going to be, so much of a determining factor on who eventually wins the ship, right?
Oh, no doubt about it.
Yeah, and one thing I wanted to note, to kind of go back, how you mentioned that how frustrating that must be for Najee to be 2 yards short of 100 yards. He needs about 110 rushing yards a game. If he does that, he sets the school record. He takes the record from Derrick Henry. So that's the territory we're talking about with Najee Harris. And I mean, he did basically what he needed to do in this one. I don't expect to see him in this game, so he'll have to make up 12 yards later, but certainly doable for a guy like Najee Harris. He's going to have those 120-yard games at some point.
Yeah. Okay. Wow. Good stat bomb. Appreciate it. All right. So after this show, we're going to roll into the post-game show. I'm going to have Nick Saban's press conference as soon as I can bring it to you. Mick Gillespie is going to be here. I got Trey Hannity on the right. Tyler Waldrip. We'll be taking your calls tonight, and we'll be talking Alabama versus Missouri. What we learned, what we saw, kind of dive into it with some post-game analysis. So it should be fun.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be a whole lot of fun. Getting to hear Saban, for the first time this year in post-game fashion is always a good time.
Yeah.
We're going to break it down and really get into the analysis on this one. A lot to talk about. And I think the offense is, maybe not going to be the main focus. Obviously, they've done what they needed to do, but we're going to get into this defense and how they've come out and looked night and day from what we saw a season ago.
All right. Laura's musings, thank you very much for following us. She's like, the line needs to step up, protect the quarterback. Hey, I mean, they got to take care of their quarterback. Saban, they'll fired up.
Yeah.
He doesn't want, a touchdown right here. That 35-13 in the opener, that's a big difference from 42-6.
Oh, definitely.
Right, which it probably would have been if Alabama would have punched it in. So, I mean, yeah, that could have been on the line for sure. Thank you very much for joining us. Hit the thumbs up button. We appreciate it. We'll take your calls after the post game. Let's see what can happen. Sean Robinson going deep downfield to a wide open defender or wide open receiver. And wow,
busted
touchdown.
coverage. That was, I mean, there was nobody around him for 10 feet in any direction.
Yuck. Wow. Pete Golden, look, right away they zoom on Pete Golden.
Right to Pete Golden there.
Look at these guys. These guys having the Bud Light. They're like popping it like it's champagne. Okay, so let's see what went wrong. Okay, was that? Oh, man. That wheel route kills Alabama. If I'm an opposing team, I do that wheel route to the running back every single game. How many times have we seen that happen to Alabama?
Over and over again.
The crazy thing is, Dylan Moses, I mean, it's tough for us to know exactly what their assignments are, but I mean, watching that play back, it might be Dylan Moses. They should have picked that guy up there.
Nobody was assigned, it looked like.
Yuck.
Man.
Okay. All right. So Missouri fires back after that turnover by the freshman, Bryce Young. That was a fumble, and Missouri is now on the board. It's 35-13. And Saban was angry. That was a 54-yard touchdown pass. And that was a 2-play scoring drive, 57 yards that lasted 35 seconds.
Yeah. I think this is just the defense still being tired and getting some other looks now. Plays like that happen. You just hate to see busted coverage like that. Somebody's so wide open, you know. So, and really such a clean night for the defense outside of just a few plays like that.
And it looks like I should apologize for mentioning Dylan Moses' name because we saw Saban just talking to true freshman Drew Sanders. Will Anderson's backup, and he pulled him aside after he was the other guy that was in the area on that play. So based on that exchange, I'm guessing Sanders probably should have been the guy that noticed the back leaking out of the backfield there. So true freshmen, they can't all be Will Anderson. So we expect some of these.
But I think like just like you said, we don't know the assignments of these guys.
Yeah, well, exactly.
So it's like, I mean, if that was that who Saban was ripping on?
That's who Saban was.
Yeah. Okay, I missed that.
I'm just now I'm completely speculating, and I'm just going off of who Saban was having a talking to on the sideline.
Yeah. I mean, it's not surprising to see some of these freshmen get in and make mistakes, right? You're going to see that from sophomores. You're going to see that from seniors. But when you come to Alabama as a freshman, you're held to a higher standard, right? That's just how it is. And you're going to be scrutinized at a higher level. I mean, we all have these high expectations for these guys, and rightfully so. But, these guys can contribute, and they're going to take this as a learning experience. I mean, these guys have done a great job all fall training camp, and I think they're going to improve, and better to get the kinks out now than later.
Yeah, definitely. And with a defense that has been so inconsistent that I think is kind of scared people to an extent as the one flaw that Bama needed to fix. Anybody that's allowing a play like that to happen, I think is kind of walking on eggshells to an extent. And, everybody's still trying to just get used to a better style of play on defense. And, you got to wonder now that we've had this showcase, 13 points now, but a defense that's looked stellar tonight. But what are the feelings about Pete Golding? There was a lot of hate this offseason, a lot of talk that if he doesn't show up, this could be it. Where does Pete Golding stand after this performance tonight?
I mean, I always thought that Pete Golding got a little bit of a raw deal just with the criticism. I'm not saying Pete Golding is a fantastic coordinator, but I think, losing two linebackers before the season even starts, and not even early, right before the season starts, all of a sudden you got to do it on the fly with the true freshman. I think that's a tough ask for anyone. I think this season should be the referendum though. Like, I mean, if Alabama's defense looks bad down the stretch, no matter what happens injury wise, you can't give them a pass this year. So, if it looks great, you can give Pete Golding credit, but I think this will kind of tell the tale this year.
All right, we're going to do a quick test with Mick. Mick, are you good for a quick sound test to bring you on real quick? Give me a thumbs up if you can hear me. Okay. All right, we're going to do a test real quick with Mick. Mick, what's up, buddy?
Hey, what's up, guys? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, man. How was the party?
It was good, man. And look, my other job, I know we're talking football, but congratulations to those Chicago Cubs. They just won the NL Central. So, Trey, eat your heart out. Now we can talk about Alabama football. I mean, I got to tell you, man, it's awesome to see Bryce Young in there.
Tyler and I don't have your audio right now, but
Okay, you can't hear me?
No. I have.
You can hear me. Okay. Well, I can talk about Trey then. They just can't talk
I
about
was basically just telling them, on the Cubs, but he's showing some Cubs.
yeah, there we go.
All right, so Mick, you'll be good. We'll catch up with you after the show. We'll have you on with you and Trey. It'll be you and I right after the game for a brief minute, and then you and Trey will continue on, and then after that, we'll take the calls as soon as we get Nick Saban's press conference loaded. So we'll catch up with you in soon. I think we have, I think there is 8 minutes in this game, so we'll catch up with you soon. But you sound great, look great, and we'll catch up with you soon.
Awesome. I guess the only question is, will Alabama cover the spread?
Well, yeah, I mean that
you and I took them.
Yeah, I know that fumble. I think people who put money on that game. We're like, yeah, because then Missouri went right back down and scored. So we'll. I think it might be a little too late. We'll see what happens, but we'll catch up with you here in just a few minutes, Nick.
See you guys.
All right. Yeah, so I guess we'll have to figure out the audio on that so you guys can, we might just run this back to you.
Yeah, maybe we'll try the lip reading thing for a little bit here. We'll figure something out.
All right, cool. Good deal. Well, so it looks like 35-13, Bryce Young back in action and leading this offense, steps up in the pocket, delivers a bullet to Jalen Waddle. I believe that's his 8th reception, right?
Oh, yeah. And
I think this is the first time he's targeted Waddle.
Yeah. Well, the first time he's even been targeted, I think, in the second half.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, if you look at the stat sheet right there, Jalen Waddle, 8 receptions, 134 yards with 2 touchdowns. Devontae Smith, 8 receptions, 89 yards. And then John Mechie, 2 receptions for 42 yards.
Wow, yeah. And the thing I love about that play there, you see the coverage starting to close the window for Young. He steps up, makes a little jump throw.
Mm-hmm.
Still a bullet, getting some force behind it, even when he doesn't have, maybe 10 toes on the ground.
Do y'all think this is what we're going to see out of this team this year? Do you think it's going to be when Alabama passes, is it going to be Devontae Smith and Waddle, and then just the third? Mechie will get like maybe 2 catches a game.
I don't know. I mean, yeah, I think you're right. Mm-hmm. I think Mechie's going to come in. He's going to make his big catches. Here's some headphones, Trey. You'll get those, put those on in a second. But I think you're right. I think like when you look at, the passing situation, I mean, these guys, 16 receptions between the two, right? 8 and 8.
Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty remarkable. So I think that's a good point, Tyler.
Yeah. And, I think with a receiving core that's this talented, it's really whoever's open, they're going to get the call.
All right. We're seeing Bryce scramble, get out of bounds. Okay. Nice pickup. All right. Yeah. I mean, the thing you have to know about Bryce is I don't think he's the fastest guy, straight away, like in a sprint, but look at that quick twitch. Mm-hmm. He ducked out a defender and then headed up to the sideline. So he's not going to be a guy who, maybe he will break like a 65-yard touchdown run, but I'm telling you, he's more of a quick twitch guy, can get out and get to the sideline. So you're seeing that right there. I thought that was a great run. I think he picked up, I think that was a 12-yard run right there. So good for him. Okay.
Here he is. Patient. He's looking to pass.
Okay. Not the best decision, but I mean, he didn't make him, didn't do anything too bad.
And, I think this is kind of shows how big Evan Neal has been tonight. Gets subbed out. And now this offensive line starts to look a little bit shaky. They've been.
That's a great point.
Not providing that much time for Young. So
because he wasn't in on the fumble, right?
No, Evan Neal was already out by that point.
So yeah, man, that's a great point. I mean, with Evan Neal, because who's the backup tackle, right? So it looks like they've put Chris Owens at center, right? And it looks like they have Emil Ekiyor. They have Carl Tucker out there. Oh, there's Evan Neal. Evan Neal's back in there. Yeah, Evan Neal's back in. Okay.
Yeah. Whew.
All right. Evan Neal is back in. We saw him. All right. Holy cow. Okay. All right. Evan Neal back in. Great night for Mac Jones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, I don't know that you can ask for a much better start to your season.
No, I mean, he did a fantastic job.
No interceptions. So
and like we talked about, ball placement, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think you said it the other night, you could probably make some of those throws to Devontae Smith and Jalen Waddle, but the ball placement is what makes Mac Jones different.
Yeah. And I'm liking Bryce Young too.
Yeah, this has been fun to watch so far.
Yeah, I love that the ability that he has to kind of, snake around. I mean, of course, right there, that was just a great play. This guy blew through the offensive line as well.
Yeah.
And I think what we're seeing out of Bryce Young is he can pick up these yards with his feet, but I think Bryce Young knows if he's going to be the guy this season or next season, he's not going to get the job because he can run. He's going to get the job because he can throw. And I think, I think Bryce is probably trying to prove himself here and make some big plays with his arm, which I think he made earlier. So I think that's a good thing for him to take on and try to do.
Fumbled the punt, and Alabama's going to return. So, okay. Looks like Alabama's going to be in great scoring position.
And it looked like Daniel Wright might have reached out and secured that football for
Daniel Wright. Okay. All right. So number 55 is actually Emil Ekiyor. 79 is Chris Owens. All right. So let's see.
I'd be shocked if this isn't Alabama's ball after. Yep.
Yeah, no, it was Alabama's ball 100%.
Yeah.
So, okay.
Yeah, it looked like Daniel Wright had it, but someone else at the bottom of the pile had the ball, so we'll see.
Who came up with that recovery? Was it so Daniel Wright recovered?
Yeah, it looked like Daniel Wright originally, but then Wright popped up all of a sudden. So I'm wondering if maybe he lost it. And
that guy looks so sad.
Yeah.
It's all right, man. You're good.
Slow-mo.
Oh.
Here's
okay.
Wright.
Yeah, right.
He gets his hand on.
Oh, yeah, that was right. Yeah. And then Jalen Moody just jumps on top.
Yeah.
Looks like Moody might get credit for that. We'll see.
All right. Remember, join us for the post-game show right after. We got Mick in the queue. He's ready to go. We got Tyler, Trey. We'll be taking your calls. I'll have Nick Saban's press conference. We'll get that here as soon as we can right here on BamaInsider.com. You guys can watch that in its entirety soon. We'll get to hear what Coach Nick Saban has to say about Alabama and Missouri. You got 3 minutes left in this game. It is 35-13. Alabama looking to put some more points on the board. I think, they're certainly in a great opportunity too. I think a big question mark that everybody was asking kind of later in this game was about Evan Neal. We've seen Evan Neal back in action. Alabama has also played at center Chris Owens in this later part. And we've seen Carl Tucker. We've seen Miller Forrestall at the tight end position. We've seen Cameron Latu. And right now you're seeing Bryce Young leading this team at quarterback. And you're seeing Trey Sanders getting bottled up.
Yeah, man.
Trey Sanders, let's see, 9 rushes. You ready for this? 1 yard.
At least, I thought you were going to give me a negative number there for a second. He's just been met at the line, it seems, every single time he's
I mean, I think some people have been kind of critical of him. I'll have to kind of watch it again.
Yeah.
Maybe it's kind of been the line. I don't know if the line's been fatigued. I don't know, how they've been playing in this later part of the game. I don't think Alabama's had a good second half. Do you guys?
Offensively, it's been different, but I think it does, like you're saying, come back down to the line because Mac Jones seemed like he had all the time in the world in the first half.
That's a throw Bryce will want back.
Yeah.
Could have given Waddle his third touchdown tonight.
Yeah. Hey, James, number 60, I believe that's Kendall Randolph at tackle, who's in there. So he's kind of, he's a backup out there. That's I think he's their second tackle. Jalen Waddle, yeah. I mean, he's having a big day, but yeah, that's a throw that he'll want back. I mean, that wasn't.
I mean, Kyle, you're talking about Alabama. Ooh.
Here we go.
Okay.
All right. Everybody.
Here we go.
Let's
Will Riker.
We're going to do this together.
34-yard attempt.
And he got it. No way. How about that? 5 for 5 on XP. It's the field goal. That's what we like to see.
Will Riker knocks it down. Alabama 38, Missouri 13. 2 minutes, 5 seconds remaining in this game. The scoring drive, 4 plays, 2 yards. Yuck. 1 minute, 31 seconds. Alabama leads Missouri 38-13. We'll take a quick timeout. 2 minutes left in this game. We'll be back right here on BamaInsider.com. You're listening and watching to the Bama Insider tailgate, post-game watch party. And after the watch party, it turns into the post-game call-in show right here. So we'll be back in just a second on BamaInsider.com. Alabama Crimson Tide football fans, what's going on? It's Kyle Henderson of BamaInsider.com. First, I want to thank you for listening to the BamaInsider.com tailgate show. And secondly, I want to invite you to the postgame call-in show immediately following Alabama in Missouri. Mick Gillespie and myself, Kyle Henderson, will be taking your calls and providing instant analysis from what we learned following Alabama in Missouri. Which freshmen stood out? Top performers, things you need to know following Alabama in Missouri. Please join us for the post-game call-in show right here on BamaInsider.com with Kyle Henderson. Hope to see you soon. Alabama Crimson Tide football fans, what's going on? It's Kyle Henderson of BamaInsider.com. First, I want to thank you for listening to the BamaInsider.com tailgate show. And secondly, I want to invite you to the post-game call-in show immediately following Alabama in Missouri. Mick Gillespie and myself, Kyle Henderson, will be taking your calls and providing instant analysis from what we learned following Alabama in Missouri. Which freshmen stood out? Top performers, things you need to know following Alabama in Missouri. Please join us for the post-game call-in show right here on BamaInsider.com with Kyle Henderson. Hope to see you soon.
This is the BamaInsider.com watch party. We're back. I'm Trey Hannity alongside Tyler Waldrop and Kyle Henderson. 38-13, Bama leading it now. We talked about it before the break. This offense is taking a little bit of a regression here in the second half. What do you guys think? Maybe we're going to get out of this last 2 minutes here. Do we see Missouri just try to punch it downfield, or do you think we see them kind of run out the clock here?
I mean, obviously they're going to try to, put some points on the board. I mean, if they can make this, a 38-20 game, they're going to take advantage of that. I think Alabama is going to look at the second half and not be happy with it. Let's face it, I don't think it's kind of the second half that they wanted, right? There's a lot of different areas where this team needs to improve. I think you saw a different team from the first half to that second half. And, there's a lot to be improved. I get it. It's week one, but I'm telling you, you have to improve quickly because of the fact that Texas A&M comes in next week. What's that score, by the way? Do we know what that score is?
A&M is currently leading the Vanderbilt Commodores 17-12. Still, so a pretty odd score out in
what is it?
17-12.
17-12
lead by the Aggies.
Oh my goodness, what a weird score.
Yeah, but no, like you're saying, I think this is just, I guess what you got to point to is just the lack of energy in the second half. I think that's what we'll hear from Nick Saban in just a little bit when we have that post-game press conference. But there was just so much aggressiveness in that first half, and we saw a little bit of a different set of players, obviously, too. We're seeing a lot of second stringers get in on offense, especially, but just an energy drop off. I think moving forward, we're going to need to see 4 quarters of max effort, max energy. And, today it wasn't necessarily that kind of game, but we certainly didn't get 4 quarters of Bama's greatest energy today.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Y'all have been kind of critical of the second half, but I don't know. To me, I don't think it's as important, especially with the offense. I think that's kind of what you're just naturally going to see. You're going to, we saw Alabama. I don't think it was the second half, maybe, but we saw Alabama run this trick play that just was a disaster. I think in a game like this, you're going to try to get more people involved. You're going to try to run some plays that maybe you wouldn't typically run. So, I mean, I think the game is in hand, and I think that's the most important thing.
Right, yeah. You got to look at the matchup and the situation, like you're saying. this game has been out of hand for quite some time now. And they're trying some things out. It's great to see. That's what I love about a week matchup. Week one matchup like Missouri, because this is a team that you can try things against. Clock winding now as Missouri gets it to midfield. We see this Connor Basilick getting in here again.
I mean, Zach Price says it, best. I mean, the second half sucked. Let's just call it what it is. I mean, I think there was a lot of things that went right in the first half, and in the second half is where we're going to come back and we're really going to look at, what this team did wrong and where they can improve. And as we talked about earlier, I know, the Aggies are, going head to head with the Commodores, but it's going to be an interesting home opener. Right. And that's going to be next week. And I think a lot of, people want to see production from the defensive side. And I think for the most part, we've seen that. I mean, you look at the touchdown that Missouri did get. I mean, was that part of, that turnover? Absolutely. Because Missouri scored right on the flip, right? Alabama, theoretically, their defense only allowed those 6 points. And then you had that turnover, which led to, the quick touchdown, which put it out, 38-13, which it looks like probably will be close to. I mean, there's a minute left unless something goes, crazy. So I'm gonna pop you guys out real quick. I'm gonna bring Mick in. We'll talk about the rest of this game, and then I'll jump off and you guys go, and we'll finish this off. Cool.
Sounds great. Thanks for joining us.
Talk to you guys soon.
All right. What's up, Mick?
Hey, here we go. Right.
Yeah, I mean, so basically how this is going to work, everyone who's watching, Mick is going to take over real quick as I go in and I dive into Nick Saban's press conference, and then I'm going to bring that right back to you guys, and then I'm going to take your calls right here on Bama Insider. I want to hear from you. I want to get your take on this, on the game, and, kind of get your feedback about this second half. Now, look, I know we've been talking about the second half, and, maybe you're a little bit upset about how things went, but there was a lot of positives in this game, obviously, right, Mick?
Well, yeah. I mean, look, the score is 38-13 Alabama. I mean, so you can't ever let that escape the fact that you want to win the football game, right? Alabama got off to a fast start. That's something I'm going to talk about. Mac Jones looks ready, and I've had some questions. I mean, like seeing the Auburn game last year, how he played against Tennessee, at times against Michigan, but he just looks like he's taken the offseason and this extra time when we didn't play because of COVID, and he's just gotten bigger and stronger and more poised, and it's his team. You can tell that too. There's a leadership quality that he's got this year that he didn't have last year. So the touch on the downfield passes was tremendous. I thought that for the most part, he also picked the right guy to throw the football to, and I'm pretty excited about Mac Jones, and I didn't feel that way coming in. So I'm sure there's other people that are kind of on the same page as me with that. But we knew Jalen Waddle was going to be great, and he should have had 3 touchdowns. He got 2. I mean, let's not be greedy, but he had 134 yards, right? Najee Harris, the campaign starts with 3 touchdowns. And when Alabama needed those short yard runs, I mean, he just barreled over people. So I'll tell you what I'm impressed with is Vegas. How do they always get it so close to the number?
Vegas knows, man.
It's crazy.
Vegas always knows.
I mean, like it always comes down to like a score, like it's right there on the number. And, it always amazes me. And I mean, these teams haven't even played football, I mean, it's like, but here we are, if Bryce Young doesn't turn the ball over, Alabama covers the spread, and instead, they're going to be close, but Missouri covers. And the only reason I talk about that is because, gambling's such a big part of football. I think that's one of the reasons why people love football so much is because, it's almost like you can play along at home, like when you throw a pick out. And for us, I mean, we're not gambling right now. Maybe if we go to Pearl River, we would, but just for our own, friendly competition, we're like, hey, Alabama could name the score, and I really feel like they could have, but it's one of those games where it's coming down to the end. And look, if Missouri may score here, and then that would really mess things up, but I don't think it's going to happen.
These guys obviously have it. So, Vegas rarely misses, but I think we're doing well in our Tennessee game. So we'll definitely get back and talk about that. It looks like we got 10 seconds on the clock. So I'm going to dip out. We're going to have Trey and Mick carry on until I get back from Nick Saban. And then when I get back, we will take your calls right here on BamaInsider.com. So take a quick commercial break. We'll come right back. It'll be Trey and Mick. You guys lead the show out, and then we'll get right back to you here on BamaInsider.com. Alabama Crimson Tide football fans, what's going on? It's Kyle Henderson of BamaInsider.com. First, I want to thank you for listening to the BamaInsider.com tailgate show. And secondly, I want to invite you to the postgame call-in show immediately following Alabama in Missouri. Mick Gillespie and myself, Kyle Henderson, will be taking your calls and providing instant analysis from what we learned following Alabama in Missouri. Which freshmen stood out? Top performers, things you need to know following Alabama and Missouri. Please join us for the post-game call-in show right here on BamaInsider.com with Kyle Henderson. Hope to see you soon. Alabama Crimson Tide football fans, what's going on? It's Kyle Henderson of BamaInsider.com. First, I want to thank you for listening to the BamaInsider.com tailgate show. And secondly, I want to invite you to the post-game call-in show immediately following Alabama in Missouri. Mick Gillespie and myself, Kyle Henderson, will be taking your calls and providing instant analysis from what we learned following Alabama in Missouri. Which freshmen stood out? Top performers, things you need to know following Alabama in Missouri. Please join us for the post-game call-in show right here on BamaInsider.com with Kyle Henderson. Hope to see you soon. Hey, what's going on, everyone? It's Kyle Henderson of BamaInsider.com. This is how to get free 30 days on BamaInsider.com. First thing you got to do, go to BamaInsider.com and click on the top banner. The next thing you're going to do is you're going to create an account, email, username, password. The second thing you're going to do is confirm your subscription. Make sure that the promo code is entered right here. It says promo successful, roll tide. The third thing you're going to do is enter your credit card information. Has to be valid, and don't worry, you're going to get that 30 days free. As you can see, once you've added a credit card, you're going to get the promo code. As you can see right here, it says $0. After that, you got to make sure and cancel within that 30 days if you don't want to be charged that $9.95. But hopefully, you're happy with all the coverage on BamaInsider.com, so you won't need to cancel. Once you're a premium subscriber of BamaInsider.com, you can access Andrew Bones' recruiting board. You can jump on the Talk of Champions message board and have a great time with thousands of Alabama Crimson Tide football fans. We hope to earn your business at BamaInsider.com.
We're back on the BamaInsider.com watch party and post-game show. As we now transition into the post-game side of things, again, Alabama wins it 38-13. Trey Yannity and Mick Gillespie with you. Mick, good game, good showing from Alabama. We've talked about it throughout the night. Maybe not the second half showing that fans were looking for in this one. What are your thoughts overall tonight? Was Alabama kind of what we expected both offensively and defensively?
Well, first off, I mean, we got to respect the fact that they went out and got a W, and it really wasn't a close game. I mean, they jumped on Missouri early and they took care of business. And you say, well, they should beat Missouri, but if you're LSU and you're ranked in the top 5 and you lose to Mississippi State, or how about Texas A&M? They're ranked 10th, and they're having a lot of trouble with Vanderbilt right now. It's 17-12 with 7:30 left to go in the fourth quarter. Kentucky played Auburn pretty tough for most of the game. So for Alabama, they went in and they took care of business. Missouri can be a tough team. I mean, last year they started, 5-1, and Alabama dominated at the line of scrimmage. That's what we expected, right? But I think the big takeaway right off the bat for me is just the play of Mac Jones, and you get into everything else, and I know we'll talk about it, but it's not just the 18 for 24. It's the way he led the team down the field. I thought that he showed a lot of leadership and confidence out there. He got the ball to his playmakers, but he still spread the ball out some, and then he's got weapons all over the place, and we saw him. It was cool to see Menchie in there making some plays, and I felt like this guy could have been a star last year. There's just not enough football when you got 4 possibly, first, second round pick receivers that are ahead of you in class. So I felt like today was a success for Alabama, and they're 1-0. Missouri is, normally a tough team. Maybe not a contender, but in the situation without the fans, I know that kind of factors in as well. But go on the road and take care of business like that. And I think that, besides a couple plays, the fumble by Bryce Young, but for the most part, I felt pretty good about it. How about you?
Yeah, I mean, like you said, a win's a win, and Alabama moves on 1-0 now, getting ready for Texas A&M. But this is early season football, especially with a weird off season like we saw. Some new pieces fitting into this offense. You're going to get that. You have to take games like this with a grain of salt, I think. And, like you said, Mac Jones showed out. This fan base is still, a good part of this fan base is trying to get sold on Mac Jones still. And there was the argument all offseason. Will it be Young's job? Will it be Jones' job? Great to see them both tonight. But let's talk about Young a little bit more there. You mentioned that he had the fumble and maybe not the best pocket presence at times there, but made some nice plays, scrambled.
Yeah.
Devontae Smith. What are your thoughts on Young's performance tonight, the debut?
Yeah, look, I'm glad that he got into the football game. I guess my biggest fear would be if you're Alabama that he transfers. We've seen that with some of these phenom quarterbacks. They don't play right away or they don't win the job, and then next thing you know, you're holding punts at Georgia, and then you're the starting quarterback at Ohio State, right? So you want to make sure that you keep these guys engaged, that they're growing. It's a good experience, though. Like, he didn't go in there and just rip down the field. I mean, he did some things, and his upside is just – I mean, compared to Mac Jones, the upside's like this, But I mean, he still has a long way to go just to get to where Mac is, and protecting the football and leading the team and not making bad mistakes. And we saw that with Tua when he was starting out, But Tua wasn't a true freshman playing in the week 1 game either. He had to really work himself in. And the funny thing about Tua is that it was really Tua's performance in practice that gave Nick Saban and the coaches the confidence to put him in to that game in the national championship game, knowing that he could move the team and get the ball downfield different than Jalen Hurts, who had also done a tremendous job. Now, he played a little bit in trash time, but those experiences in practice running up against a great defense helped him out. So I thought it was great. He's got to put on some weight. He's a skinny kid, but he's athletic. His arm is amazing, and he throws downfield with just such ease. It's just, just an easy pass downfield. It's got a lot of velocity to it. He is, I think, really going to be a tremendous quarterback. But for him, if he's patient and he puts the time in, and earns the job, he'll be ready for the job. And what you hope is that something doesn't happen to Mac Jones and he's thrust into that position before he's ready. But I got to tell you, it was really exciting when, you look out there and you see this freshman from California under center, so that we kind of had that first taste of what this kid's going to be.
Exactly. And, like you said, Bryce Young's not going to be gifted this job. He's going to have to earn it. If he's the starting quarterback, he's going to deserve to be the starting quarterback, and this staff knows how to handle that well. Hopefully he's not thrust into that position. Like you said, Mac Jones showing it off tonight all over the field in his receiving core. Big help. Jalen Waddle, man, first half. How about him? 2 touchdowns, going up and making an incredible play. It looked like he jumped about 10 feet in the air on that one. Just a great night from Waddle.
Yeah.
Kyle and I are actually making a little bit of a campaign for Mr. Waddle for Heisman here early. The other members of our staff are leaning Najee Harris. We got a lot of football to be played, but what are your thoughts on this receiving core tonight? And, getting to see guys like John Mechie step into a bit more of a starting role.
Well, the fact that they're only playing an SEC schedule this year is going to help if a player has an incredible breakout season, because all the teams in the SEC are playing a much more difficult schedule than they normally would. They're not getting the Appalachian states and the Georgia states, although they did beat Tennessee last year. You're not playing the mid majors, and you're not playing maybe some schools that that aren't great. I mean, that you put on a schedule to basically just to go out there and have a practice and get a dub. I mean, this is an NFL type schedule in college. It's the first time that we've seen this in years and years. So if someone like Jalen Waddle or Najee Harris or Mac Jones, I mean, Mac Jones could be a Heisman Trophy contender. Why not, right? I mean, if he has games like he did today against the likes of Auburn and LSU and Tennessee and Georgia and some of the other opponents, and I mean, we don't know. Maybe Mississippi State's one of those teams now that you have to circle. The entire state of Mississippi with Lane Kiffin and Mike Leach. I mean, that's such an interesting mix there, right? And even though Ole Miss lost today, it was still worth watching. What are they going to do? We've seen Lane Kiffin before, so going back to the Heisman. It's only 1 week, right? But when you put up 8 catches for 134 yards and 2 touchdowns, or you run the ball 17 times for 98 yards and you score 3 times like Najee, you're putting yourself early on in that category. But as far as like Alabama's concerned, you can't really look past anybody on this schedule. And that goes for every team in the SEC, because next week you have 10th ranked Texas A&M, and then the week after that, and then, Ole Miss, and then the week after that, Georgia, and the week after that, Tennessee. I mean, like, this schedule, there's no let up. So eventually what's going to happen is you're going to get to a point where players are going to be hurt, they're going to be banged up. Who knows? Someone might get COVID and they'd be out, and it's really going to depend on the second and third team to really help lift you. And Alabama's had great depth since Nick Saban really built this thing in the process. Maybe not his first couple of years, but by 2009, there were players coming off the bench that would have been starters at other places. So I love the fact that they're playing a tough schedule, and just the way that everything has kind of worked out this year. It's been 2020 has just been terrible in a lot of ways. But this football season is so unique, and it's so exciting in its own way.
It really is. And, you mentioned Kiffin and Leach now in the state of Mississippi. They got Deion Sanders going down there to join them. The amount of personalities in one state, it's crazy. But, yeah, this is a great chance, I think, game 1 here to test out different things, see some second stringers, some third stringers. The scare with Evan Neal there on the offensive line in the third quarter kind of makes you wonder a little, makes you think, how is this team going to adjust when stuff like that happens this year? And in a COVID-19 season, there's going to be weeks where guys can't play because of circumstances that wouldn't affect this team in a regular year. But, as we move forward, I guess it's going to be interesting to see how different positions are used. Let's talk about the running back group a little bit. Najee Harris is going to get the bulk of carries, barring any unforeseen injuries or anything else like that this season. But how do you think they're going to continue to use Brian Robinson and Trey Sanders? We saw, Robinson get snaps here and there tonight, and obviously Sanders getting the bulk of them in the fourth quarter. But what are your thoughts on the running back group and how they adjust moving forward?
Well, I mean, that's always been a strength of Alabama. I mean, it seems like every year, you can go through this list of guys that have run the football. Mark Ingram and Trent Richardson and Eddie Lacy. I mean, you just keep going, and you turn around, and it's like you can't name them all. I mean, we sit here all day and name these guys, and this year's about Najee Harris, but you got Brian Robinson from Hillcrest. I actually broadcasted some of his high school games. I don't remember him as a high schooler, and now he's, I guess, a senior, right? Is he a senior? Can I say that? Wow, it goes by so fast. But yeah, I mean, I expected to that we're going to see a lot of those guys, and that's basically what that position has changed so much from back when maybe Bobby Humphrey was running the football for Alabama. I'm going way back in the day. Or Sean Alexander. Sean Alexander was the running back in '99 when Alabama won the SEC. Mike Dubose is head coach. And, I mean, basically you just handed the ball to him all the time. He was constantly touching the football. And you just – it just doesn't work like that. You normally have 2-3 guys who kind of get into a rotation – and and you try to keep fresh legs. I mean, look at the NFL right now, and and you see the running back at help me out here with the Raiders.
Josh Jacobs.
Josh Jacobs, yeah, and he was like the third string guy for a long time, right? And then he would get the ball. He's like maybe a third down guy, whatever, and then he just worked himself in. Fresh legs, and now he's in the NFL, and Josh Jacobs is one of the best running backs in the NFL. I mean, if you have him on your fantasy team, he's doing a lot of hard work. And how great was that Monday night game for him against the Saints last week, So the formula has changed, not just in college, but in the NFL as well, where you have 2 or 3 guys who share the bulk of the carries. And, Alabama with a strong offensive line, I kind of expected to see more running today than they did, but at the same time, it's like you look at the stat sheet and it's pretty well balanced. But I think that when Alabama is playing their best football, they're running the ball a lot. And I'm going to take a look at this. They carried it 36 times today. That's counting Mac Jones in there, but. It was cool to see Sanders get in the game. I mean, we've heard a lot about him, and he got in there. But this is going to be, I think, Najee Harris, and then everyone else is really just going to kind of get in when they can. I think this is going to be a lot more like the situations from back in the day where you really just hand this guy the ball and you keep feeding him.
Certainly, and Najee proving why that should be the case tonight. 98 yards, 2 touchdowns, just a dominant performance from him tonight. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we're going to continue to break this game down, take a zoom out, and look at the rest of the SEC. Trey Yannity and Mick Gillespie with you. We have Kyle Henderson coming back in just a minute. He's working on the Saban press conference right now. You guys know this man wears many hats, so we're going to get him back on in just a minute. Stay tuned. You're watching the BamaInsider.com postgame show.
Hey, what's going on, everyone? It's Kyle Henderson of BamaInsider.com. This is how to get free 30 days on BamaInsider.com. First thing you got to do, go to BamaInsider.com and click on the top banner. The next thing you're going to do is you're going to create an account, email, username, password. The second thing you're going to do is confirm your subscription. Make sure that the promo code is entered right here. It says promo successful, roll tide. The third thing you're going to do is enter your credit card information. Has to be valid, and don't worry, you're going to get that 30 days free. As you can see, once you've added a credit card, you're going to get the promo code. As you can see right here, it says $0. After that, you got to make sure and cancel within that 30 days if you don't want to be charged that $9.95. But Hopefully, you're happy with all the coverage on BamaInsider.com, so you won't need to cancel. Once you're a premium subscriber of BamaInsider.com, you can access Andrew Bones' recruiting board. You can jump on the Talk of Champions message board and have a great time with thousands of Alabama Crimson Tide football fans. We hope to earn your business at BamaInsider.com.
We're back here on the BamaInsider.com post-game show. Trey Hannity, Mick Gillespie with you as we continue to break down this Alabama-Missouri game. We've talked a lot of offense so far, but the defense coming out tonight, incredible first half, playing into the second half very well. A few guys I really want to target here. One guy we've been talking about more than anybody else, William Anderson, getting off the edge. It seemed like he created pressure every single play tonight. Dominant performance from the freshman. What are your thoughts on this defense as a whole, Mick, and, really Mr. Anderson there?
Yeah, and I got to say this too, going back to the running backs for one final thought. If I don't say Derrick Henry's name, people are going to be like, Mick, what are you talking about here, okay? Talking about guys who just kind of hog the ball but and run over people. And don't need to share the carries, right? Look, we knew coming in, we've been talking about it. The nugget that Kyle has supplied everyone is watch out for William Anderson, and then today he just didn't disappoint, But what I like is that he causes issues, and then all of a sudden, you turn around and it's like you got Chris Allen or somebody else in there making plays. It was great to have Mosley back in there again, Dylan Moses back in there again. And it just felt more like an Alabama defense today than it has in the past. Missouri's offense had so many problems. It's hard for me to really kind of gauge how good or bad the Alabama defense is, but it just felt like they were constantly pressuring the quarterback. And I think when you do that, it's going to make it a lot easier on the secondary to do their job, and everyone else is kind of going to have an easier time, taking their role and running with it. But there was pressure on the quarterback the entire game. I didn't feel like Alabama got pushed around a lot. Missouri made some plays, but you know what? They're an SEC football team. They're going to make some plays. It's the recruiting, and this is what a lot of people subscribe to Bama Insider for, then they get on the rival site. They want to know about the recruiting. The recruiting since Nick Saban has been at Alabama has been amazing, and it's right back there again. I mean, here we are talking about a freshman who is already seemingly a difference maker.
It's great to see, and I think this past off season there were so many murmurs about, is this Alabama defense ever going to be back to the standard that it holds itself to? And guys like William Anderson that come in and, don't buy into the rat poison, that work hard, disrupt practice from what we heard, and come in and dominate in game one. It's great to see another guy, Dylan Moses, getting his first start in quite some time, looking healthy and fast. Wasn't that so great to see a guy that's had so much drama this offseason and, obviously coming back from an injury like that, coming out and just having a great performance tonight.
Yeah, I mean, and that's what I was talking about. It's like to watch him and to see him back out there again and the leadership that he provides. It's going to be one of those things for this Alabama team that they have to win a national championship. I think he is that crucial, and I feel like if he would have been there last year, that Alabama, would have been in the college football playoff. I think that he is that type of difference maker. So having him back in there it was great to see. How about some of the other guys that stood out too? It's like we saw Malachi Moore. Here he's in there. we talked about him in the pregame show. And here's another freshman that's kind of like, 3 solo tackles in that star position, able to and I don't look. I'm going to tell you this story right now. I mean, I don't want to pretend like I'm, Mike Johnson. Mike Johnson played offensive line at Alabama, 2-time All-American. Maybe he's watching right now. Played in the NFL. He was my partner on a post-game show I hosted, and we used to watch the games together, and it was like everything that he saw, compared to what I saw in football, it was like, man, this guy's like, it's just a different level of knowledge. I mean, he could be a college coach and not miss, not miss step. But from my point of view, I thought that the freshmen, both of those freshmen, played well. It just seemed like they were in on some tackles. It was, like you said, it was great to have Dylan Moses in there. He had not 1 but 2 sacks. So it was like the freshmen kind of doing their thing, and then boom, here comes Moses. I'm pretty happy about where this team is. You talked about Anderson. He had 3 tackles in the game, and Christian Harris. I mean, look, if I'm giving out a game ball, if I had a game ball here, if I had a football to hand a guy, I mean, look, mine's going to Christian Harris. I mean,
all day long.
6 tackles, a sack, 2 tackles for loss in the backfield all game long. It was like they just couldn't stop. Everywhere he was, it just seems like he was right on top of whoever had the football or causing havoc.
Yeah, we were talking about maybe there's 3 or 4 different Christian Harrises on the
Yeah, that's what I feel about Kyle on our show here. It's like everywhere I turn, there he is. It's like how many Kyle Hendersons are there?
Yeah, he's got the cloning machine here. It was we uncovered it tonight. No, but Christian Harris, I think, is the one guy you want to highlight on this defense, but just the amount of comfort we saw from the 2 freshmen. Last year, Alabama put out a decent bit of freshmen, and they weren't comfortable. And,
no.
Went awry for that defense. To see these 2 kids get out here and play like they're seniors was so inspiring. The defense doing a great job, allowing 13 points, and the last touchdown, just busted coverage. A freshman liable on that one. But overall, I think a great night for Alabama, getting the win, 38-13. Let's take a little bit of a zoom out, though, and check out some scores from around the country. Let's start it in the SEC. Some really interesting games today.
No doubt.
Yeah, just upsets. Really one big upset we're going to highlight here in a minute, but a game still in progress. Texas A&M, a team that's ranked 10th in the country, is only up 17-12 on Vanderbilt. I believe that game has just gone final. 17-12. Let's talk about this game a little bit. What a weird final score, really, in a matchup that was expected to not even be in the same ballpark.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say too much because, I haven't been able to sit here and watch it. I've been, digging into this Alabama game, keeping an eye on Tennessee. But, I mean, just from the score, I guess we really shouldn't be surprised because early in the season, Vanderbilt is always tough, and I think back to the 92 Alabama championship season and them struggling against Vandy and needing like a punt return, to get ahead for good. There's been years where Vanderbilt's been on the schedule and they have just caused a lot of problems. And my thought on Vanderbilt's always been they have some good players, except when James Franklin was there. That's different. That was a different Vanderbilt team. I mean, they were legitimately tough. And I don't know that this necessarily, what I'm going to say, applies to that group. But for the most part, it's like they have their starters, they have their core players, and those core players can compete. But then a couple guys get hurt, and all of a sudden, like the second level guy is just such a drop off from the first level guy. So deeper in the season, maybe they're not as good of a football team than, like say like an Alabama where you have the next man up mentality. If you're Texas A&M, you got the win, and that's the most important thing. And for Jimbo Fisher, he's not going to have to really motivate his team for the next game that they're going to play, right? Because there's been this one team that has been a thorn in their side since Johnny Football. I mean, think about it. The last time Texas A&M beat Alabama was when Johnny Manziel was eventually going to become the Heisman Trophy winning quarterback. So they're going to be ready. Sometimes having a tough, hard-fought win against a team that you feel like you should have blown out sets you up for a matchup against a team like Alabama where maybe Alabama's overlooking you a little bit and you're going in with something to prove. And the other part, too, is you're 1-0 and you got an opportunity to go up against Alabama to get to 2-0, and it's going to be one of the biggest games in the country next week.
It really is. 3:30 CBS primetime game for them. A fun matchup, and we can go ahead and preview this a little bit in a second. Review the scores here real quick before we get to that. Tennessee and South Carolina dueling it out still right now. It's 31-27. Volunteers lead the Gamecocks. Earlier today,
Crazy.
State.
Well, let me just jump in on this.
Yeah,
right
yeah, no doubt.
Let me jump in right there because I've been paying close attention to this one because we this was one of our pick games, right?
It was.
Let me go back to Vegas. I was talking to Kyle about this just a little earlier. I don't know how they figure this out. Okay, it's 31-27 Tennessee. Tennessee is a 3.5-point favorite in this football game. There's 3 minutes and 2 seconds left. So I don't know what's going to happen. But, again, Vegas has this number right down to, the nugget, right? Right down to, like a half a point.
I think it was 3.5 points.
Yeah, it's a half-point swing. I watched it. Jared Garantano has been kind of up and down as Tennessee's quarterback, at least until I switched over to do this show. Tennessee's been able to move the football. They've done some things on defense. South Carolina, I thought looked a little bit overmatched, but they've made the big plays to stay in the football game. This to me is a big game for both of these schools because it's one that both teams feel like they should win, right? Mm-hmm. And when you pull out the schedule at the beginning of the year, you have a pretty good idea of what the W's are going to be and what the L's are going to be, right? Well, both of these teams feel like this is a W for them, right? South Carolina, until last year with Will Muschamp, has won a lot of games. They've owned Tennessee, right? Tennessee beat them last year. Tennessee's ranked 16th, and Jeremy Pruitt feels like with Garantano, with Trey Smith, that big offensive line, although K. Mays was not cleared to play. So they didn't have the transfer from Georgia. And that was an SEC ruling, not an NCAA ruling. But you figure they should be able to run the football effectively. And look, 1 minute and 29 seconds left. They're probably running the ball out as we speak. That big offensive line that struggled so much last year, you feel like if you're Tennessee, this has got to be the season where you finally get some strong play up front. So both teams feel like they should get this win. Tennessee wins this football game, and their schedule, they've got Missouri, and they've got Georgia, and they've got Kentucky. So that I look at it and go, you should be 3-1 when you get set to play Alabama. It was definitely an entertaining game.
Oh, certainly, no doubt. And like you're talking about, this was really the one game in the SEC today that you look at and think, I really don't know. And a 3.5-point spread obviously is turned out to be about as accurate as it gets. The Gamecocks may still have a chance in this one. It looks like it's 4th and 24. Tennessee backed up in their own territory. Might have to punt it away. Mm-hmm. Open up the door for the Gamecocks. We're going to keep an eye on that one.
Hey, but by the way, what did you think of Alabama's punt game today?
Oh, my goodness. The punt game, it was great. I want to get into the kicking game more than anything.
You know why? That's how many punts right there.
No doubt about it. And we got 5 completed extra points. We got a field goal. The legs are really coming around here at Alabama.
Right.
But no, it's just great to see all parts of the team play well. Now, I was going to mention it before. We saw a big play from the offense, the defense, and the special teams in this game there with the fumble recovery, checking boxes today all the way around. But maybe keeping the punter off the field wasn't the worst thing for Alabama today. A game that wasn't as much in question, or we didn't think was going to be much of a question mark today, was the number 6 LSU Tigers hosting the unranked Mississippi State Bulldogs. Mike Leach taking over game 1 with the Bulldogs. The Cowbells were out, I'm sure, back in Starkville. Mississippi State Bulldogs roll on 44-34 in this one. And I don't want to say dominated this game, very back and forth, but had control for pretty much the whole thing. Obviously, no Joe Burrow this year. No Clyde Edwards-Helaire.
Right. Well, they had like 4 or 5 starters back, did LSU, and it didn't feel like Death Valley today, right? Because you don't have all the fans at the game. But I watched it, and I was very impressed with what Mike Leach has brought to the SEC. I mean, KJ Costello, the quarterback, threw it 60 times today. 60 times for 623 yards. That's got to be a record, right? Well, of course it is, right? And he threw 5 touchdowns and 2 interceptions. He was 36 of 60. Get used to that. Very one-dimensional, but that's the way Mike Leach is going to play it. You're going to live by the pass. You're going to die by the pass. If you get pressure up front, and you can basically what you're going to have to do to beat them is you're going to have 4 up front, and your 4 are going to have to beat their 5, get to the quarterback, and cause some disruptions. But today, LSU just seemed disoriented. Their offense was anemic. They looked out of sorts. There were a couple of times where they were able to move the ball, and you kind of felt like, hey, this is the point where they're going to get it going. But then in the fourth quarter, it turned into one of these track meets, really the entire second half. And when I said, look, if this turns into one of those track meets, I think Mississippi State's going to win this football game. And that's what happened. They scored those 10 points late, and that was enough. It's a huge win for Mississippi State, one of the biggest that they've had in their program's history. I mean, they just beat the defending national champs on their home turf. I know it's not the same football team. And how many times does Nick Saban say that was last year's team? This is this year's team. But still, it doesn't look like LSU's going to repeat. We knew that they were down. But I want to say this, too. It's a tough matchup for the Tigers because you're going with an entirely different looking setup, right? And normally you would play Mississippi State second, third game of the season, so you have something that you can go back and look at called video, right? This is the first look that we've had of this Pirates-led Mike Leach Mississippi State football team. And, Costello, their quarterback, he threw the ball to a ton of different guys. You look at this list of receivers who caught passes, it's like 10 guys, So he did a nice job. They're going to come at you, right? And there's going to be some familiar guys out there that might have been wearing Alabama uniforms not too long ago that can play some football.
Oh, no doubt about it. Tyrell Shavers getting in the end zone for the first time today.
2 catches, 68 yards, and a touchdown. I was looking at his name when I said that.
Yeah. There you go. It's going to be a completely different look around the SEC, I think, as a whole. We see Georgia today struggle with Arkansas for a bit in that game. LSU obviously going down. Auburn with their struggles against Kentucky. Do you think that, and even Ole Miss playing well against Florida in the first quarter, if nothing else, do you think that teams like this maybe, going against the grain, causing some problems for LSUs of the world and the Auburns and whatnot, winning some of these games, does this add value to the conference as a whole, or do you think it takes away when the big dogs, the number 8s and the number 10s, go down?
Well, this is the situation that we're in right now. The Big Ten and the Pac-12 and the MAC conference weren't even playing football until like a week or two ago, right? The SEC said that they were going to play basically the entire time. They pushed the schedule back. They got rid of the non-conference season. And so you got to think about it. When you watch football games on a normal year and you see those early season matchups, there's a lot of close calls for good teams. How many times has Troy had a chance to beat somebody good, or, Southern Miss is, they're ahead in the fourth quarter, or, Kansas has a chance. The teams that aren't necessarily contenders, but, they're on your schedule. And then somehow that team comes back and wins, and then they get on a steamroll and they start figuring it out. There's no figuring it out this year. You're talking about game one, you're jumping right into a pretty brutal schedule. And so, I feel like LSU could improve a lot, and they're just the first team that played Mississippi State. So they're getting the first look at what Mississippi State's going to be about with Mike Leach.
A brand new team. LSU has to suffer today. They go down 44-24. We're going to take another break. When we come back, we're going to have on staff writer Tony Tsoukalis live from the zoo, give us his thoughts on the game and break it down. Kyle Henderson is going to be jumping back on as well. He's almost done with the Saban press conference. We have a lot to talk about, continuing to break down the 38-13 victory over Missouri tonight and jump around the SEC as well. Stay tuned. You're watching the BamaInsider.com postgame show.
This isn't just a beer. It's a lager, a medium-bodied, amber-colored, one-of-a-kind beer, made from those bold enough to brew it for those bold enough to drink it. Elevate your taste. Yingling Traditional Lager. Spread your wings.
Tailgate time at Tuscaloosa Hyundai. Now 0% APR for 72 months on our most popular SUVs. New 2021 Tucson and 2020 Santa Fe. No interest for 6 years. Plus our 1,000,000-mile warranty, no charge. And America's best 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty. And
Alabama Crimson Tide football fans, what's going on? It's Kyle Henderson of BamaInsider.com. First, I want to thank you for listening to the BamaInsider.com tailgate show. And secondly, I want to invite you to the postgame call-in show immediately following Alabama in Missouri. Mick Gillespie and myself, Kyle Henderson, will be taking your calls and providing instant analysis from what we learned following Alabama in Missouri. Which freshmen stood out? Top performers, things you need to know following Alabama in Missouri. Please join us for the post-game call-in show right here on BamaInsider.com with Kyle Henderson. Hope to see you soon. Alabama Crimson Tide football fans, what's going on? It's Kyle Henderson of BamaInsider.com. First, I want to thank you for listening to the BamaInsider.com tailgate show. And secondly, I want to invite you to the post-game call-in show immediately following Alabama in Missouri. Mick Gillespie and myself, Kyle Henderson, will be taking your calls and providing instant analysis from what we learned following Alabama in Missouri. Which freshmen stood out? Top performers, things you need to know following Alabama in Missouri. Please join us for the post-game call-in show right here on BamaInsider.com with Kyle Henderson. Hope to see you soon.
All right, back on the Bama Insider post-game show. Tony's joining us. What's the scene like in Missouri? I guess the first question is, like, what was the tailgate scene like outside of the stadium with COVID? And then we saw there wasn't really many fans inside the park today.
Yeah, there wasn't much of a tailgate scene. In fact, I get here so early, but there was nobody out there tailgating. It's pretty empty. I believe it was like something like 11,000 fans inside the stadium. So, it didn't look, obviously it looked pretty sparse, but it didn't look as empty as maybe I was thinking it was going to look. And there were times, when Mizzou was kind of doing well late in the game, you could kind of hear the crowd. It wasn't a loud SEC noise that you're used to, but there were times where it felt like a normal game, and it was different, but it wasn't maybe as different as you would think.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Well, Alabama got on them early. I never really felt like Missouri had a chance in this football game, a real quick start from Alabama. But tell me what your perspective was on the way, and we'll just start with the first half of the football game for the Crimson Tide.
Yeah, I was a little bit concerned from an Alabama standpoint after that first 3 and out, but then after that, the offense really started to get rolling. You could really see Mac Jones hit his groove, and I think it helps having receivers like Jalen Waddle and Devontae Smith, and once he got into a groove, Alabama really started to roll. This defense looked really fierce. I think this is, at the end of the game, maybe it gave up some points and some missed tackles here and there that kind of maybe would have upset the fans. But I think when you look at this defense, there's a lot to be encouraged by. I really liked Will Anderson Jr. And then having Dylan Moses back, you can really just tell the energy's up. I personally think that Christian Harris played really well, played with a lot more confidence being next to Dylan Moses. I think that's going to be something that's really going to help Alabama moving forward as well.
Yeah, I mean, and the leadership was there having Moses back. I mean, no doubt about it. You talk about the confidence. Like they scored some points late in the game, but, I mean, this one was over to me early.
Yeah.
Moses is such an impact player.
Yeah, he really is. I mean, he's a guy that, you forget how fast he is. I mean, you forget how much he can attack a quarterback, and just, you add that with the leadership he's going to provide. I think, look at when Alabama started to struggle. It's when guys like Moses were off the field, and that veteran leadership kind of dissipated, and that's when, the Missouri started to kind of make it a little bit ugly at the end. I think he is so important to this defense, especially early on in the season, because they're going to need to lean on him maybe during some uncertain times, or if something starts to break down in the defense. He's that quick fix kind of guy. I think he can really make that difference, both, physically with his 5-star talent, and also with his, leadership on the field as well.
All right, look, we got to talk about the second half, and we got to talk about the most popular guy on campus. But before we go there, I just want to get into Mac Jones, because I feel like we can't not talk more about Mac Jones and then bring up Bryce Young, right? I thought Mac today was a different type of player. This is just from our perspective watching the game. He just seemed like this was his team, that he brought a lot of confidence and leadership. What did you see being at the game?
Yeah, I thought right when you like I said, once it started getting rolling, once you started to see that confidence, he had that big, I think it was like a 20-yard pass to John Mechie. I think that really helped him out. Then you saw him test it. You saw him. I think that catch by Waddle, that circus grab over the middle of the field. When you got receivers making catches like that, I think it increases your confidence, and he's already a really confident guy as well. And so. When he's playing with confidence, he's an elite quarterback. He's one of the best in the SEC, and he showed it. I mean, he looked like a veteran out there, and as good as Bryce Young looked, you could tell the difference between having a veteran and having a freshman. It was just, and that's what you're going to expect too, right? This was his fifth start. So he played like a guy that was in his fifth start. He didn't look scared. I was really impressed with what I saw.
Well, you get into the second half of the football game, and, I mean, it starts as far as, the Alabama fan base, and I've said this for years, the backup quarterback is always the most popular player on the football team, right? And here's one of the most talented backup quarterbacks that we've had, and we've had some great ones, right? But Bryce Young gets into the football game, and he does some good things, he does some bad things, he does some ugly things out there as well, but the talent, I mean, it's just spewing out of this kid.
Yeah, I mean that first completion he had when he dropped to the bar. There was a bad snap. He picked it up. The amount of arm strength he had to just zip it across the field like that. I think that made the whole press box kind of take a deep breath. It was kind of it was a play that I think we're gonna get used to. He's a playmaker. He's a guy that can move in the pocket. He's gonna make mistakes though, and I think he showed that a few times. Obviously with the fumble, but also, there was a couple of times where, he maybe should have gotten rid of the ball sooner, but I think it's all there for this kid. And I think, getting him into games like this is important. And I think he's only going to get better as it goes along. We're
going to have Nick Saban's press conference coming up, but the Alabama Crimson Tide got outscored by the Missouri Tigers in the second half. And I got a feeling that that's going to be something he's going to use to motivate the guys this week, right?
Yeah. We talked with Nick, and what he said was, it's basically, I think it's a level of focus that Alabama is going to have. It's getting through that consistency. We also talked to Dylan Moses as well. They weren't happy with the way that they finished this game. I think there's an encouragement to the defense. I think they feel that this defense can be a special unit, and it can. But there are some things to work on, with that first game. And I think maybe this is the kind of controlled maybe wake up call that they need, right? I mean, this game was never in doubt, but now Saban can go rally the troops on Monday and say, hey, this is what happens when you let things, get out of control.
Well, hey, any final thoughts before we let you get back to work?
Man, I'm just happy, I'm in this sound bunker, but I am so happy that, I got to, be live at a game and watch Alabama football. Is great. And I think we're going to have a special season this year because this team looks really talented. I liked what I saw early from the defense. I really liked what I saw from Mac Jones. We didn't even talk about Najee Harris, but 3 touchdowns, almost 100 yards on the day as well. So, it says a lot when you can go through a whole little segment and not even mention the back that got 3 touchdowns. That's how good this team is.
Yeah, not a bad start to the campaign, right?
Oh, definitely not. Yeah, definitely not.
He's named a season, right? He's got the 3 touchdowns. Well, Tony, thanks, and I know we'll be reading your stuff this week.
All right, hey, thanks for having me on.
All right, Kyle Henderson coming back up real soon. We'll take a break. Alabama with a 38-19 win over Missouri. The Crimson Tide 1-0, and we're still kind of breaking down how it all went down, including Christian Harris with a big game on defense, and then, of course, all the touchdowns from Najee Harris. This is football at its best. We'll be right back.
Alabama Crimson Tide football fans, what's going on? It's Kyle Henderson of BamaInsider.com. First, I want to thank you for listening to the BamaInsider.com tailgate show. And secondly, I want to invite you to the postgame call-in show immediately following Alabama in Missouri. Mick Gillespie and myself, Kyle Henderson, will be taking your calls and providing instant analysis from what we learned following Alabama in Missouri. Which freshmen stood out? Top performers, things you need to know following Alabama in Missouri. Please join us for the post-game call-in show right here on BamaInsider.com with Kyle Henderson. Hope to see you soon. Mick.
Yes.
What's up? I'm back.
What's up, man? I'm sitting here looking at these scores, and I'm just texting you. Hey, welcome back, man. A 38-19 win for Alabama, and I feel really good about the way that things went today. But you had a chance to hear what Nick Saban said and how he felt about today's game. Doesn't matter what I think.
Right. So first of all, everybody, this is the call-in segment of the show. Call-in line is at the bottom of the number, at the bottom of the screen, rather, 205-850-0883. Call-in line is open. Update your phone book. I want to take your calls tonight, and I want to sound off on this Alabama victory against Missouri. Trey, are we ready with Nick Saban? This is going to be like kind of a tightrope walk, but it looks like we should have Saban. So let's try to get to that Saban press conference now. You can go full screen. We're going to figure out how to get We're going to try to get Saban, but basically it's on our YouTube channel. So Trey, can you work on trying to see if you can find a solution for that to bring him in? All right, Mick, let's go. We can bring up the stats on the board. And by the way, the call line is open 205-850-0883. I'll put the stats on the board now. And then the Saban press conference is up. So you can go and watch it and come back however you guys want to do it. But the Saban press conference, I just uploaded it. Ideally, we'd like to have it here, but it is what it is. So I was going to bring up the stats, but go ahead, Mick. Where should we start in this game?
There's so many different areas. I mean, Tony and I just talked, and we get to the end of the segment or the bit or whatever, and we haven't even mentioned Najee Harris and his 3 touchdowns. It's like I think that, to me, the headline of this game was that Mac Jones is ready to lead the football team. Mm-hmm. I really do, because I felt like that was one of the questions that I had going into tonight's game. It was his 5th start. I wasn't overly impressed last year. I thought that there were a lot of weapons, and the drop-off between him and Tua was just tremendous, right? But what I saw today is that he can lead, that his downfield passing accuracy has improved a ton. He threw some balls that were, in over double coverage right into his receiver's hands, and he trusts those guys. Let Jalen Waddle go up and catch the football. Put it out there where your guys that are amazing can do their thing. And then you got Najee Harris to hand the football off to. All the things that we talked about going in, but he was able to do it, and he just, to me, seemed really comfortable in that leadership role.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he did a fantastic job. And, Nick Saban had some great things to say. Trey, are we good with that audio? All right, we're going to try the tightrope again. All right, one more time, fam.
Did a good job on offense of controlling the tempo of the game in the first half. I also think we did a really good job defensively in the first half. Did a good job on 3rd down. I don't think we maintained our intensity and played nearly as well in the second half. You got to give them a lot of credit. They hung in there and they kept fighting. And, we just didn't play as well. We didn't play as well on offense. We did put Bryce in the game, which was his first college game. So we thought he needed to get some experience. And I think it will be helpful in terms of his learning curve. He's a backup quarterback. So we got to get him ready to play as well. And we probably sacrificed a little bit offensively by, giving him the opportunity to do that. He was obviously a little anxious out there in terms of how he played, but, it'll be something that he can learn from. I think from a team standpoint, I think when you play a first game, you sort of figure out who you are. You figure out where you are. And the last thing is what do I have to do to improve and get better? And I think every guy on our team has a lot of maturity in terms of what they need to do to get better, to play for 60 minutes in the game, to maintain their intensity, and to execute a little better. We had far too many penalties, especially, pre-snap penalties, which has been an issue that we have worked so hard on. But really didn't show up out there tonight. So there's a lot of things that we can do to improve on, but I'm proud of our team. They went through a lot, had to overcome a lot to get in this game and to come out and play, extremely well in the first half. I think they were well prepared and ready to play. We just didn't maintain our intensity throughout, which we'll learn from and certainly have to do, as we go down the road in the SEC.
I cut it. All right, there you go, Mick. That was the Saban's opening presser. Of course, you can watch it in its entirety on Bama Insider on our YouTube channel. But thank you very much. Hey, phone lines are open, 205-850-0883. Want to take your calls and obviously talk about this game. Mick, as we look at this game, I would prefer if you were hosting and I'll be the analyst. So why don't we just switch hats real quick?
Yeah, let's do that. All right, well, look, because I kind of stepped in and I'm like, all right, well, I'll do this. Look. Let me start off with my question to you, okay? What did you see in this football game? I told you I thought that Mac Jones and his performance was the headline. What's Kyle Henderson's headline?
I mean, this man right here. I mean, Najee Harris, I thought did exceptional. I thought, running the football. I mean, he was everything that we really wanted to see tonight. 17 rushes, 98 yards, 3 touchdowns. I mean, the campaign has certainly started, and I think he did an excellent job leading the Crimson Tide. Of course, up top, Mac Jones did a fantastic job as well. 18 for 24, 249 yards with 2 touchdowns, a great passer rating. And we talked about his performance would be under the radar, right? A lot of people would, be everything that he's going to do. People are going to be so critical because he is the quarterback at Alabama. I think one of the guys that we talked about as well is Bryce Young as a freshman, 5 of 8, 54 yards. But people are going to, remember the fumble. Was that on the offensive line? Was it on Bryce Young? Maybe it was a combination of both, right? The ball doesn't just slip out of your hands, for no reason. And then Missouri was able to, counter with a touchdown. But overall, I thought Alabama did flex, especially in that first half. I think they played like we thought they would. The second half, it was weird. It had a really weird pulse to the second half. I didn't like that. I'm sure Nick Saban didn't. As you look to the top right of the screen, you look at the total stats. 414 for Alabama and 322 for Missouri. I mean, where did that even come from, right? I think passing yards, 303 for Alabama, 253. That's probably a little bit too much for Alabama. Rushing yards, 111 for the Crimson Tide, 69 for Missouri. So, a lot to kind of, process and go over when we kind of look at these stats. But I think, the offense did, great. I mean, you look at Jalen Waddle and Devontae Smith down there, 16 combined catches for, over 200 yards. So those guys are really going to be the staple and did a great job tonight. And Jalen Waddle, I'm serious. I know it's Najee's campaign, but I'm pushing for Jalen Waddle as well because those two young men certainly electric.
Well, he could have had 3 touchdowns. I mean, and the one got reversed, and I don't know how it got reversed because I'm watching the same video that they have, and it looked like he was in, and then Najee scored on the next play. But you heard Nick Saban's press conference, and one of the things he said was that maybe bringing in Bryce Young at that point in the game slowed down the offense some, right? But that he felt like that was important for his development. And you guys, you go out, you give everyone on our site the scoop of, the next 5-star prospect. Look, this is one of the best young quarterbacks in the country. This is his first game. Like, he's a true freshman. What did you think about his performance? And what did you see when he stepped onto the field and got under center for Alabama?
Yeah, I mean, I liked it. I think that, I like what I saw, and I wasn't surprised for him to really step up and, really showcase his ability. I think there was a couple passes across the middle of the field where he really showed what he's capable of. There was a bad snap that he basically caught with one hand and kind of tossed the ball downfield. And that was, that's the Bryce Young that you're going to see. You're going to see a guy who's able to make plays. I think there was a couple times where he scooted out of the pocket and he did a good job. And you got to see what he's capable of when the pocket does collapse, when he has to get going. Now, Bryce isn't the fastest guy, straight up and down. I mean, yeah, he's fast, but he's more of that quick twitch. So when guys come, he's able to evade them, get up the field, get the first down. And I think we saw that from him. And you're going to see much more of him. I mean, this young man is just getting started. I think he's going to be absolutely fine. And I think he's going to do a great job for Alabama when he gets another opportunity, which will be against Texas A&M. I don't think it's going to be just play him one time and then get him out. I think he's going to play every single week. And, and he should. I mean, this year is all about depth. It's all about quality depth. And these guys need as many reps as possible, especially without a spring, long fall training camp. I think it was a great performance overall from these quarterbacks. I think overall, just the second half, I'd like to watch kind of that second half again to figure out what went wrong. I know what went right, and that was William Anderson on defense.
I was about to ask you about him. This is one of your nuggets right here.
I'm telling you. Hey,
disruptive.
Call line is open. 205-850-0883 is a call-in line. Yeah, William Anderson, I mean, he was seriously – so when I look at the first play of the game, he was in the backfield like right away, like a cheetah, like a panther, like a puma. And he was after the quarterback, and we all looked at each other for the watch party. And we're like, did you see William Anderson? And, he was right back there, and he made play after play after play. The guy is phenomenal. I mean, I understand, that this guy is the truth. I mean, thumbs up if you agree. I mean, this guy was outstanding. I can't wait to see what he can do, in game 2, in game 10 down the road. I mean, this guy's big time.
Yeah, I mean, when you come in your first game like that and you play like that, I mean, you start to draw comparisons to like the Derek Thomases of the world. You know, I mean, I'm talking about some of the all-time great Alabama defenders, and I know this guy's played one game, but look, you don't just come out of high school and then put that uniform on and then outshine all these guys. He's got stars all around him, but for a freshman to come in there and have an impact, I thought even Malachi Moore played well too, you know, but you're right. We were really paying attention to Anderson Jr., and he did not disappoint. I mean, first play of the game, but there were other plays that he had. And it also shows you something about Nick Saban too, because coaches that win a lot normally don't win a lot playing freshmen. Mm-hmm. But he's really comfortable with these guys because he's seen them mess up his practices.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the two freshmen that started on defense tonight. You had Malachi Moore and you had William Anderson, and both of those guys were effective. We're all talking about William Anderson. There was a couple times where he really laid into some offensive players, and Malachi Moore was all over the field. I thought he played exceptional, you know. And then you look at some freshmen who, you know, Nick Saban talked about in his press conference. That was Drew Sanders, who was on the outside that got caught on that wheel route. So, you know, freshmen are going to play like freshmen. I think it's kind of unusual to see William Anderson start out as hot as he did, because he was pretty much lights out. And we got our first caller of the night. Finally, we got some callers. My goodness, let's pick it up. We got Ed from Utah, and we're going to take this call right now. He's basically talking about big picture stuff. All right, so we're going to bring him on. Ed, what's going on, buddy?
Yeah, not much. I've been watching you for a few weeks now. I'm a big Bama fan here in Salt Lake City. I'm a huge Nick Saban fan. I love the excellence that he's brought to the program. And I mentioned to your producer that other than the first year when they went 7-6, Nick has had a team that could easily, even the years they didn't make it to the championship, be top 3. So even when they're down, it's, you know, there's not much that separates them from the best teams. And it's no different this year.
Yeah. Well, first of all, thank you very much for calling. Do we have a score update, Mick, on a game that's in Utah?
Yes.
That's on our picks, BYU and Troy.
Yep. It's 14-0 right now.
Hey.
I know, it's crazy, right? Did you see the final of the Tennessee game? Tennessee won by 4. The spread was 3.5.
All right, we got it. Okay, so Ed, thank you very much for calling. We just had to get back to that little Utah game we got going on. I think, yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, Nick Saban, what he's done since his first year at Alabama has been pretty remarkable, because, I mean, no other program in college football has been able to have the consistency that Nick Saban has had year after year after year after year, right? I mean, it's really remarkable what he's done. You look at the programs that have, you know, I mean, let's look at LSU. I mean, look at them right now, right? They lost to Mississippi State. Mike Leach comes in one time, and you know, all those guys, the turnover that happens. I mean, it's really hard to stay at the top. I know Clemson is having a fantastic run right now, but I think you know, what Nick Saban's been able to do over the course of time will never be done again. I know that, you know, there's always someone who comes along. There's always another Kobe Bryant. There's always another LeBron James. There's always another Michael Jordan out there. But I mean, in terms of what Nick Saban has done, it's going to be a long time till another person comes along in college football and emulates what he has done year after year after year.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, and Alabama's been lucky because they had the guy that was that coach in the past, a guy by the name of Bear Bryant, you know, and then it took all those years, and then finally another guy like that emerges, and by chance he ends up being the Alabama coach. But, you know, the crazy thing to me, you know, just going back to Ed and his point, it's when you look at where Alabama has been after that first season, 2008, you know, they're in it right until the end. They lose to Florida in the championship game, and they end up losing to Utah, by the way, in the bowl game, right? 2009, they win the national championship. 2010, you know, they had a really bad season, and they lost 3 games, and they still had a chance going into the Iron Bowl, because remember that year there were a lot of losses. So 2011 they win it, 2012. You know, every year it seems like it comes down to the Iron Bowl and, maybe the college football playoff. But they're always within there's never meaningless games, I guess is the best way to put it. There's been like maybe 3 or 5 games that they've played that haven't had an impact on the college football playoff since he's been coaching after 2007. So it's amazing.
He's truly the GOAT. And, he's done a great job, not only on the team perspective, but the recruiting class, as we talked about, with Andrew Bone. I mean, these guys are number one in the nation recruiting wise when you can't even have recruits on campus, right? You're doing virtual recruiting visits. And I think this is a year where, the Bama factor just certainly sells itself. And Nick Saban has certainly done that. So call line is open, 205-850-0883 is a call-in line number. I want to take your calls. I'm here with Mick Gillespie. We had our tailgate show. Definitely check that out on Fridays. It was on Jocks. It'll be aired in the morning time. Tell them a little bit more about the tailgate show, man.
Yeah, it was fun, first off. I mean, let's just throw that out there right away. I mean, we had a great time. We're basically going to do this thing live right here where you guys can watch it. It's almost like you're getting a sneak peek by watching it on Friday night, 6 to 8. Next week, I'll be in Tuscaloosa. Alabama's at home for Texas A&M. We'll have it 6 to 8, and then it'll air on Jocks the next morning, which is Saturday, 9 to 11. But we also have the podcast, so as soon as the show's over, you can download that podcast and listen to it. And, I did all three. I mean, I was here, and then I listened to the podcast, and then I listened to it on the radio. It was like I'm quality control for this, okay? So I pretty much quote what everyone talked about on the show, but seriously, it was a lot of fun. Tyler and Trey did a great job. You were awesome on there. And basically that show is a little bit different than other shows because, we're doing beer reviews and we're talking to, a guy about cigars and we're going to get into some football and we're going to have Bone on. He's going to do his recruiting and, we'll go and use take advantage of these great experts on whatever team we're playing from the rival site. So we got all this stuff. It's like it's like a variety show. I try to be like Kermit the Frog. I'm just like, you remember the old Muppet Show? It's like you're just kind of bringing the next thing in and moving the next thing out or the thing out that was there before. But I loved it, man. I had such a good time last night.
All right, here we go. We got DeMarco from Atlanta wanting to talk about Bryce Young. DeMarco, what's good, man?
How you doing, Kyle, man? Thanks for having me on. So real quick, by the way, really, really impressed with the Roll Tide, man. But, man, Missouri did a really, really good job of standing up Trey Sanders in the second half up front. Bryce showed some flashes. Overall, the team looked pretty well. And, me and you had a comment at you about this on the video you posted a couple of weeks ago. We knew what Bryce was going to be, but we know that all things take time, right? So not really much to say there. He did all right. We'll see what he does in the future weeks. But, man, Missouri really flipped on us in that second half up front. Trey Sanders couldn't get going. This was a guy we were excited about. What in the heck happened, Kyle? I mean, really?
I mean, you look at I was puzzled. I mean, you look at the stats right there. Look at Trey Sanders. I mean, a guy that we are all excited to see. I mean, 9 rushing attempts for 1 yard. I mean, was that on Trey Sanders? Was that on the, was the offensive line a little bit exhausted? I mean, I know things kind of dipped a little bit when Evan Neal went out, but I mean, he's a tackle. He's not a guard. I know that they went with Chris Owens at center. It's something that Alabama is probably already dissecting as they fly back to Tuscaloosa on their Delta plane. And, that's unacceptable, number one, because Najee Harris had so much success. He's Najee Harris. This is a campaign, but I mean, Trey Sanders is a guy that is elusive. And we saw Brian Robinson. And DeMarco, did you see the drop by Brian Robinson? Poor dude. I mean, that was a touchdown.
Yeah. And for me, this is one of those things that Nick Saban talks a lot about is, are we able to be at a point where we can focus game in, game out, play in, play out? Are we able to keep our conditioning to a point where the mental mistakes really don't occur? This is a late evening game. The lights aren't too bright. The sun isn't too high. This is a situation where we have a guy who's a really, really talented guy that just has to focus in, make a play. And and just to see that drop, kudos to Mac 10, we call him, right? Putting that thing on the money, bread and butter. He was on it tonight. really impressed. I love what I saw from him. And just a quick outlook on the rest of the conference, man. I really think LSU is going to be struggling a little bit this year. Texas A&M struggled a little bit, and Georgia struggled a little bit. So I think we're going to be quite fine, Roll Tide family. I think we just have to stay locked in, stay humble, and just do those little things Nick Saban talks about week in and week out. And, Kyle, I'll be here every other show bugging you and just making sure you're on your toes, man.
All right. Well, thank you so much, DeMarco. We're going to run to our next caller, man, but we got love for Atlanta. In fact, I'll be in Atlanta tomorrow, Atlanta. So I'm coming for you, one of my favorite cities. But thank you very much, DeMarco. I'll catch up with you soon.
All right, fellas.
All right. Take it easy. All right. Next on the line, we got Nick from Alabama, wants to talk about the bad second half. All right. Nick from Alabama. What's up, buddy? You're on the line.
How's it going, Kyle?
It's going great, man. And say hello to Mick as well. Mick is a great guy. We've added him to our great staff. So, Nick, it's your show, man. Take it away.
Well, I'm just, I'm curious about the second half. We didn't have that good of a, I don't know if there's a game plan or what, or he just wanted to get the young guys in to play. But it just, I don't know. What do you think?
Go ahead, Mick. Take it.
Well, I mean, I felt like a couple things. First off, Alabama got off to a great start, and they dominated the first half. And it just kind of felt like years past where they get these big leads and maybe take their foot off the accelerator. But the other part, we were going to see Sanders, we were going to see Bryce Young, and Nick Saban's trying to take advantage of this opportunity probably earlier in this game than he would normally to work all these guys in. For Sanders, he's going to have to get in there and learn, how to hit the blocks again, and how to run in the SEC. I remember when Harris started out. I mean, he wasn't just Najee wasn't a superstar running back his first time, and it's going to take some time to build up. But I never felt like Missouri was even in this game. There was never a point where I thought, okay, these guys can play with Alabama. I felt like it was more Alabama playing against Alabama. And then to me, and Kyle, you jump in, but I felt like Nick Saban said in the press conference, like he's going to put guys in to different positions in a game like that because we don't have those other games where we're playing these opponents that are so far below Alabama's standard where you can go in and just kind of, play around a little bit with your lineup. I mean, this is one of those games, really, when you think about it. There's no Georgia State on this, on this schedule this year. They're not playing Chattanooga. So they have to take advantage of these second halves when they have a big lead. That's what I thought anyway.
Hey, Nick, let me ask you a question. And first of all, thank you very much for calling in. We really appreciate it. Thank you to everyone who's watching. We've been streaming for a long time today, so thank you very much. I hope everyone has had a chance to, grab some food and, maybe call your wife and tell her that, it's College Football Saturday. You'll be home soon. But Nick, what was the most frustrating part of the second half for you?
I guess just the offensive line. It just like we didn't have the push like we always have, and year in and year out. We just didn't fire off the ball good. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm going to watch that second half, and I want to just watch it by myself. I want to just internalize that second half, and I want to watch the offensive line play. I know they were switching some things out when Evan Neal went down. They put Chris Owens in at center. So that, kind of creates, different feel. They had Kendall Randolph in number 60. Is it all on Trey Sanders? Is it a combination of the offensive line and Trey Sanders? Is it only Trey Sanders? Is it the turnover didn't help? But when I look at Bryce Young, I don't think things slowed down dramatically when he was in. It just had a really weird feel. I think you sometimes expect Alabama to start off so hot, but they did. But you might have seen that in the first half. But the way they played in that second half, that's not good enough to continue down the stretch. And like Mick was saying, you don't have the Georgia Southerns. You don't have New Mexico State up now. You don't have Colorado State. You have Texas A&M next week. Then you have Ole Miss. Yeah. Then you have Georgia. Yeah. So you better tighten it up. And, these guys need to fix, where things are kind of leaking right now going into a gauntlet of a season.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm looking at going down the road. We got the Georgias of the world. And, even if we get to the SEC championship, we'll probably facing Florida. Florida looked great today.
Yeah, Florida looked great. And how about Miami just barreling through Florida State. Florida State is on this incredible decline. I hope they have a parachute, right? Because man, they are just like falling. It's unbelievable. My goodness. But yeah, anything else, Nick, while we have you on the show?
No, that's it. I was just kind of getting y'all's word on the second half. There's just, we got to tighten some things up, but I think we'll be ready next week.
I think so too. Thank you very much, Nick. And please call again next time. Please have a wonderful rest of your night and have a beautiful Sunday.
Appreciate it, Kyle.
All right. Take it easy. Okay.
And I'll tell you this, Kyle, you talk about Florida State and just how fast that program has plummeted. We've been through this at Alabama. When Alabama, I don't know really what the case was, but Gene Stallings retired. He didn't get along well with Bob Bachroth, and he left after the 95 season. It was kind of the same thing, or maybe it was 97 season, whatever it was, it was 97. So then all of a sudden they go from being a team that wins, 10 games a year to, 2000 comes around and they win like 3, and it kind of feels exactly like Florida State. And the program really never got back to being a national prominent program until they got Nick Saban. There were flashes of it. Coaches would come in and they'd have a year there, but they never had that sustained success. And I feel like when I look at like Tennessee or a Florida State right now, it proves kind of that same thing. You lose that one guy, and then when you don't have the right person to come behind him, it can get away fast. But you're right. I mean, watching Miami just dismantle Florida State, it doesn't feel like it's really Florida State. It's their uniforms, but it's not really them in there.
Yeah, it's somebody else. You got to be like, the old Scooby-Doo where you pull off the mask.
Oh, it's Southern Miss in there. We should have.
Call line is open, 205-850-0883. We're not going to take this show to tomorrow. We all have places to go. We're going to take a couple more calls and get used to it. And I know it's late, and some nights, you might have been, drinking too much Yingling, Flight or the Black and and you're like, well, I'm not sure if I can call into this show because I don't know what I'm saying. But look, all right, we're going to do the call-in show, so get used to calling in. And don't worry, call in. It's your show. If you want to talk about the frustration of something, it doesn't matter. Look, I'm here to, talk with you. We have Mick on, and we have the guys in the back. Trey did a great job. Trey's our intern, and he just hopped on in, and he's producing. So we're gonna get together as a staff and try to figure out everything. But we have another caller.
But he's got to try to finish up so he can get down the Galettes. That's where all the college kids and it's free.
Yeah, he's got to take 11:30 p.m. shower and then go. All right, we got Sam on the line from Alabama, wants to give an assessment about Alabama and the rest of the SEC. Sam, what's up, buddy? Thank you very much for calling in.
What's up, guys? How y'all doing?
Doing great, man. Go ahead, it's your show. Take it away.
Yeah, I just want to give a general overall assessment of the game. Offensively played great beginning of this in the first half. Defensively played great. Offensively, what did they need to work on? As far as like in the second half, I just didn't think that. I think they were trying to take the air out of the game in the second half when Bryce Young came in. Mm-hmm. They were trying to milk the clock. They wanted to get the game over. Of course, they wanted to move the football, but then I don't know. They just got bogged down. The offensive line seemed like they weren't blocking as well. They weren't opening up any gaps for the running backs. Bryce made some pretty good, decent plays. I wouldn't put of course he had to hang on to the football. He had to protect the football. But I saw on that play, the defensive lineman went through 2 offensive linemen, right? He squeezed through 2 offensive linemen to get to Bryce Young, which caused a fumble. So they got to do a better job of coaching these guys up. Tell them to, stay in the game, play hard throughout the game, like Coach Saban said earlier. And also, kicking game did pretty well. Will Riker, kicked the ball really well.
You know what? I need to talk about Will Reichert. I mean, he hit a field goal. He hit all his PATs out. We talked about it before. And
this is the perfect game for me in the kickers. How many punts did we have?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I guess we'll have to look at the stats on.
3, I think.
Yeah, and the puncher was Sam Johnson. So he's a walk-on. So I think we're going to see Ty Perrine nugget in the next game. So, but yeah, I think Will Reichard. He lined up. What was the field goal that he kicked? What was it from like 30 some yards?
I don't know, like 37 yards
Yeah.
or something like that. But it was, I was happy with it.
34 yards.
Compared to what we've been getting over the past several years, a field goal kick like that, I was satisfied.
Yeah, me too. I mean, it was great. Hey, everybody out there, hit the subscription button or subscribe, the bell, whatever. Make sure you're a part of Bama Insider so you don't miss these shows. And hit the like button. We appreciate it. Super chat's also welcome. Mick, it looks like you're going to rattle off some stats or something.
Well, I was going to say this. This was my kind of kicking day, right? We had 3 punts and a field goal, right?
Exactly.
And the field goal was at the end of the game. It didn't matter. Look, I graduated a long time ago, and I've been following this team a long time, and there have been very few times that Alabama had a Michael Proctor that made all the field goals, okay? We had the guy that we called Money, Christian something or other in the 05 season, but every other time I'm always biting my fingernails when those field goals come. I like these kind of games where you really don't have to depend on the field goal kicker a lot, but and that's what I mean. Like this game, I never really felt like Missouri was in it, and I just my gut feeling is that you had a couple injuries, and then you got to get Bryce Young in. I remember Eli Manning's first game when he was at Ole Miss, and you could tell, just like when Bryce Young came in, he wasn't perfect, he was far from perfect, but you could tell there's something magical about what this kid can do. The way that he throws the football, the ease that it comes out of his hands, the velocity, the accuracy. This guy's eventually going to be one of the premier players in college football. He's got to probably eat a little bit more. They need to fatten him up. But, but besides that, I mean, it's exciting. And, I mean, it's kind of crazy to think that college football is at the point now where a true freshman quarterback is going to get in.
Hey, Sam, what else?
Can I say one more?
Yeah,
go ahead,
I was just going to ask you. You wanted to give an assessment of the rest of the SEC. I mean, give the assessment, and please give us an assessment of Texas A&M because what was that final score between them and Vanderbilt? Like 17-12 or something like that? Go ahead.
Oh, I don't even know about that game, man. But I watched some of that LSU game. I think LSU. Well, I was telling you, producer earlier. I think the LSU team overall, they're in trouble, man. They're looking down at least 4 or 5 losses this year, and I think Missouri is going to be. Well, I don't know if they play Missouri this year, but it's going to be a lot of games where they're going to struggle offensively and defensively because they lost a lot, man. They lost a lot on offense. The offensive line was practically, dissipated from the draft and transfers and whatnot. The defensive line, he had a lot of guys that leave out the defensive line. And, I was telling the producer, they had an offensive lineman move to defensive line. That's how much they are struggling right now. And when they run up against a buzzsaw like the University of Alabama or some other team in the league, they going to look bad. I mean, they look bad today, but they just, they still have talent, but they gonna struggle the rest of this year.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, what I saw from them today wasn't impressive. What was impressive was actually that Mississippi State quarterback, right? I mean, Mike Leach coming in. I mean, he's crafty. I mean, he gets a quarterback. They're highly efficient. Their receivers do a great job. Did you say Terrell Shavers? Yeah, he caught a touchdown.
Oh yeah, I saw the touchdown. It was good for him. I'm proud of it, though. He didn't get that many opportunities with Alabama. Yep. I was hoping they had stayed.
Yep. I
know the talent is there with him, but I was proud to see him have some success, because he didn't have that much success here at the University of Alabama. So I wish him well, and I hope he continue to do well, except for, later on down the line when they play us. But, I was proud of it. I was happy for him.
All right. Anything else, Sam, while you're on the show?
Oh, no, that's it, man. I just appreciate you guys, and I continue to listen, and
tune in, and then I appreciate what y'all do every Saturday and throughout the week.
All right,
appreciate
buddy.
it.
Well,
thank you so much.
Have a
Yes, sir.
blessed Sunday, and enjoy the day.
Yes, sir. You too. Thank you.
All right, take it easy.
Hey, thanks, Sam. Kyle, I kept thinking, and just kind of playing off of Sam's comment, when I was watching LSU and I saw their offense, and it's not very good this year, I just kept thinking about that post-game video that got leaked from the Bama locker room and Coach O. And they had this. Did you watch any of the game? Did you see the Coach O jogging with his shirt off video?
Yeah,
you see that? It was from like 60 Minutes or something.
Yeah, the jogging with the shirt off.
God.
It's painful.
What an embarrassment! Like, it's terrible. Like, and there's a check that he wrote that I don't think he's going to have the money to cash when Alabama gets a hold of him. I mean, like, the thing about what Nick Saban does, I'm going to be serious for a second. I'm just kidding. Look, he's a championship-winning coach. I mean, we have to say that, but what Nick Saban's been able to do to have a consistently winning program with a chance to win a title and win 5 of them along the way has been amazing. Because what happens when you win a championship is you get content. And I really feel like it's that LSU is kind of that content. And now they just lost to Mississippi State at home, right? And that honeymoon's over.
Honeymoon has ended.
It's over.
Yeah. All right. Well, we're getting close to the end of our show. We've been streaming now pretty much all day. So
5 hours.
Yeah.
You've been on for 5 hours.
Yeah, we're crushing it, man. We're going hard. So
marathon. That's a marathon.
Let me give you guys a quick rundown before we head out. Okay. All right. Number one, I want to give props to our producers. Trey Yannity did a fantastic job tonight, but so did Tyler Waldrop. He takes your calls. He does a lot behind the scenes, does a great job, producing content at BamaInsider.com. Tony Tsoukalis is a wonderful writer. He wrote an article in his Friday feature on Emil Ekiyor that was fantastic. And, of course, we got Andrew Bone. He's like the Babe Ruth of the crew, batting in the 4th spot. And, Mick. Mick had a great week. We were under the gun to get the show together. This guy grinded, put together all the ads. And when I talk about super chats and the ads, like all that stuff really helps. I mean, it's not like we're out here. We all got families, we're trying to go. So anything that you can contribute, even a simple thumbs up goes a long way. So thank you very much for joining us. Hit that subscription button. Go watch Nick Saban's video. I'm going to stay up late night on the late night crew and make sure that you guys get the Mac Jones video, which should be distributed by the SEC. You can catch all our coverage via podcast on social media. But, of course, go to BamaInsider.com. You don't have to wait for these particular days. You can go and catch up with the staff every single day for the coverage that you crave right here on the Alabama Crimson side. Alabama is now 1-0 and will turn their sights towards Texas A&M for the home opener at Bryant-Denny. It's going to be interesting to see Bryant-Denny not full for a game like that. And I guess that's kind of our closeout, but thank you to our calls, and we'll try to formulate, the calls and try to figure out what we can do better going on. But we want to make sure that this is a quality show for you, that you're having a great time and getting all the information that you need from the BamaInsider.com staff. Mick, do you have a great time tonight?
Yeah, I did, man. It's been, and you talk about me working hard. You're the guy that works hard. There's like 5 of you, like you're messaging me at night, and then I wake up in the morning, and there you're messaging me again while I'm sleeping. It's like you have a rotation of different Kyle Hendersons that are just constantly working. You were just on the air for 5 hours, and that's impressive. I don't know that. I guess maybe in baseball I've done that before, but no, it's been a great week, man. Like the guys that you mentioned, and obviously Bone and Tony out there, and you. I appreciate all you guys. This is, I feel like I just joined the New World Order. I told Bone that, the energy that you guys are bringing to this, the callers, the people that follow the site, and the Bama family that you talk about, man, this is what it's all about. So I'm just glad that I can, maybe help out a little bit. And listening to the show today on Jocks, it's like all that hard work, man. There's people that are getting ready for the game, and they've got our show on, and we're cracking them up, and they're maybe learning something in the same time. So that's what I hope, and we get to do it again next week. That's just really cool.
Yep, this is only week 1. So, we're going to grind hard and we're going to keep going and we're going to continue to pump out a great product. So for Mick Gillespie, my name is Kyle Henderson. We'll catch you soon at BamaInsider.com. Have a beautiful Sunday. Make sure and tell your loved ones that you love them. Never a bad time to hug someone that you love and tell them that you appreciate them. That's what I'm going to do tomorrow. Tomorrow's all about family. We'll catch you soon back at BamaInsider.com. Good night, fam. We appreciate and we really are thankful for you guys keeping up with our coverage, and we'll catch you soon at BamaInsider.com. Go watch that Nick Saban press conference right now.